don't like me. The bitch wanna fuck me. My t-shirt on, so I won't get ugly. She fucking with a dime. I'm fucking with a bomb. They think I'm on something. Whoa, she think I'm on something. I'm fucking with a bad little vibe. My y'all over her tongue. I'm about to spot me a high. I'm about to spin that trunk. I said, my mind got me a switch. We ain't get fucked by luck. I said my body, I'm the coolest. Trampoline jump for a cougar. Jump out the jungle, go hectic. I'm leaving that boy in the stooler. She wanna fuck for the moolah. Pussy niggas get lit up. That paddy, hold a Ruger. She's laying with your girl. She like being around my niggas. She teed up, she not switching. G6 got me in here glitching. Real rich as fuck, just living. This bitch ain't got no vision. I'ma go ahead and give it to her. I just been feeling myself. I find Jesus, Christian Dior. Got a bitch finna fuck on the game. She'll put his thing right on the floor. Got me feeling like Jesse Chase. I'm switching lanes when he hard. Stop out that talking, let's do it. You on the internet, boy, stop, boy. I'm in the field with cleats, singing my jeans. I kill boys. Me and my niggas, we G's. Step on bitches, we keep doors. I stay running the checks and holding a knife. It's a sport. Sitting with my blick, I got me a thing. I can't go to court. Nigga try to pop his pain, two in his brain, blow up the Ford.
Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good? It's your boy, old buddy Don, checking in for another fucking banger show today. Today we got nothing but fucking 5-star matches as fucking usual. We've been doing this shit since season 1, and we're keeping this shit going as tradition. So before I do get started, I do got one thing to say. When one of my admins drop in later today, they're gonna have a good announcement for everybody. What's good? So that was good, my nigga. So yeah, we got that, and then I'm gonna go ahead and read this match card off real quick, and we get straight into this fucking action. Here we go. So we got. I'm gonna throw in the first match that we got happening though. We got what's his name? Big Papa Pump gonna be going up against what's his name? Ethan Page because of that shit that happened last time. They what's his name? Scott Steiner stabbed old buddy in the back, Ethan Page in the back, and so now he finna come get his back in blood. And then we got LA Knight gonna be going up against DDP. And then we got the very first one. We got the very first one here. And I got a video to show y'all before we do that. We got the first underground match today. It's gonna be Bray Wyatt going up against the Final Boss once again. In a rematch clause. The Final Boss got slept last fucking show. He got slept fucking show. Slept, bro. He can't take it. His ego too high. And I don't know what it is, but he said he need a rematch. He think he could do something, but he finna get knocked the fuck out again tonight. Starting his season off with 0-2. 0-2. So that's that. And then we got Chad Gable going up against Charlotte Flair. Chad Gable making his little debut today. And then we got, here we go, Jey Uso gonna be going up against the man, Becky Lynch. Chad Gable.
Jay Rome.
There you go, right there. And then we got Stone Cold gonna be going up against debuting. He's a vet though, but debuting The he calls himself the ultimate street fighter, the street chief, the fucking Solo Sikoa. We got them two gonna be going at it. Solo Sikoa. And then we got Scott Steiner. He's gonna be making his rounds here today. Gonna be going up against Jay Cargill as well. And then we got Bronson Reed going up against Uncle Howdy. I believe last show Bronson Reed won. Yeah, he had a good little match. Squash Ethan Page like a dog. Then we got Rhea Ripley going up against Gunther, the new Gunther now. We're gonna see how that shit go. Hopefully it's good. And then we got Hulk Hogan going up against the Demon Finn Balor or the regular Finn Balor. I don't know, either one of them. They both, a jobber. And then we got the Great Muta going up against Drew McIntyre. That match right there was a call out, and I think it's going to be real good coming up out of here. Last season they had a little tangle. This season we're going to see what it brings. Then we got Triple H representing DX going to be going up against Seth freaking Rollins. Two Titans tangling up in that fucking ring. Let's see. And then we got... Oh, here we go. We got Cody Rhodes going to be going up against The Undertaker. That match right there also is going to be another banger. And then we got HBK representing DX going to be going up against John Cena. I think last show John Cena took the fucking L. And also HBK did as well. So we're going to see who get their first win here today. And then we got Roman Reigns representing NWO. I forgot to say this for Charlotte Flair. Representing NWO. Going up against Damian Priest. Going up against Damian Priest. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. And then we got a tag team match here today. We got NWO. It's too sweet, Leon. Going up against the final boss again. Going up against John Cena. Two jobbers trying to get together and trying to make something happen. I don't know. They're trying to build a Walmart or something. Then we got our first ever, I think we ever seen going 3v1 match here today. We got the Viper Randy Orton. Last time he was blitzed out of his fucking mind. We got him going up against the Ecomaniacs. And the Ecomaniacs had their own little storyline last show, which is Scott Steiner left. But they already done found a replacement for him already. Quick, fast, and in a hurry, less than 24 hours, I believe. The Animal Batista has taken his spot.
No, that shit is done recycling.
Oh, they just recycled it, man. So that mean that Henny recyclable too?
Oh shit! Don't say that like that, man.
Oh, okay. I just asking. And then the last one I got right here, we got the bloodline of Jacob Fatu and Braun Breaker, I believe. Yo, going up against the Great Muta and Becky Lynch. So, like I was saying, the bloodline Jacob Fatu and Braun Breaker. Yo, that's what they did.
That's just bloodline.
Maybe I do need to stay off the tag scene.
That's just blood and guts. That shit is, bro.
This is real life, brother. I guess he didn't want nobody in the bloodline though.
Real bloodline, then I guess.
He didn't want Tommy
Uso's
Lowe.
not bad, bro.
Oh, we had SmackDown today.
Tonga Low is OP.
You're not boosting Jimmy though.
He is boosted already. You see it?
No.
All
right.
You gotta add him.
First match.
Yeah, you boosted Tonga Low out, but not Jimmy Uso.
Des, you said, can you get first match of B-Dog? B-Dog is unfortunately not even in here right now. You said this long ass match card. I know you don't hear. Give me a my way back type shit. You already know it's already home here. Tight. I think he is here too. No, he ain't.
Don, you gonna boost Jimmy?
Okay. Okay.
If you need to get someone else,
What's your name? That's what I finna say. Thank you, Reflex. Okay, the other two. No, Reflex. You joined in at the wrong time. Yeah. Okay, I need. I'm a bad guy. I'll make another one. I'll tell you when it's ready this time. But I'm gonna have your partner go over there with you. That's why I was gonna set it up like that.
Oh yeah, you already know that ref going down.
No, remember? Oh, you gotta make a 2v2 tag, Don.
That's what I did.
About
And then
that.
he came in and messed it up.
Oh well, who's gonna join up for the first?
Oh, his partner
Anybody
is. His
ever-
partner is. His partner.
Oh, you can't do a 7-man.
Who is the partner?
His partner is fucking Reflex.
Oh, it's Reflex.
Yes,
Brady,
that's
and
his
you.
partner. And Scott Steiner.
Oh, so it's not broken in 2v1.
Yeah, it's good.
Then why did you run 2v2s last show?
I did. That's what I'm doing now. I'm doing the 2v2 again.
How? If there's 3 people.
I'm in
It's-
Brady's
it's-
corner.
Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, he
Oh,
wasn't
it's
in.
Drop versus
Yeah, drop. Yes,
Brady.
yes. Yes.
Oh, I thought Brady.
And the drop, you could join in on my name now. It's you first.
Cause Don said something about you versus Brady.
He's a troll.
I mean, we
I
fought
took
last week.
him deadly serious.
He just
bro.
wants teams to fight each other so the NWO is the only team. So the NWO
No, I
is
took
the
him.
only
I took him deadly serious, bro.
Kiss
I
my
did
ass.
too, but he didn't do it at the same time.
Don, who did you say that?
That
bro?
nigga said he deadly serious, not dead serious. Not dead serious. That nigga deadly serious. He mean it. He mean it. He
Yo.
definitely mean it.
Yeah, you can join. Remember, Yuli, before our match, I gotta show a video. So remember that whenever you're ready.
Before you?
Yeah, before me and Yuli match. Yeah, it's between me and his.
Oh, I think
Yes.
I know what video, Don. Is it on your TikTok, bro? Is it the one?
Let's put still short. I don't know what the fuck you thinking. I'm gonna
Oh, you should have put this bitch in the underground, man.
I don't know what you just said.
I said,
I'm going to underground.
Over flood the market.
I say I twisted still short.
On a
nigga.
feet overall. That's
Hey,
real.
Don, who you got for your second match? First.
First match right now is a match leading on with storyline. It is what's his name? Drop in, what's his face? His name too.
Oh, shit.
That's the second.
No, this the first.
Tag team
All
action
right,
in
Priest
store.
and Mattello.
There's a
boy.
science to being a successful tag team, and Cole, I would know
All right, have a
all
good
about
match.
that.
Hey, what about me?
Remember Vortex. This man Turner, you don't stutter him now.
Damn, 2 stars. 2 stars.
Capitalizing on Page's mistake.
Have a good match. I told you the same thing.
Oh, Scott
You said
fights
that
back.
sarcastic.
They picked the ankle.
I said, may the best man win.
Selection would be on Assassin's Creed, man.
I'm gonna be on this all
Getting
year.
himself fired up, but he needs to stay on his opponent.
He said it about every game.
Back and forth.
Oh, look at that time travel. Look at that. 2 time travels back to back. Look at that. Best game ever,
Lock in
right?
for the second, bro. You locked in for the second.
Who is it? Who you fighting?
Priest.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
he should
screw
really
it.
focus on
Thumbs
that.
up.
My goodness, might have cracked their rib.
Ain't no why for you.
What did I do?
Man, what's
Team
happening
leaver.
on that counter?
What did I do?
Catches
I didn't do anything.
I guess.
Add me in at any point.
All right, let me look in on this match. What's going on here? Got a heavy Irish whip. Nope, not heavy.
Nothing special.
Oh, good
dog,
reverse.
Nothing special.
Oh, he's whiffing right now. Okay, coming through with a standing drop kick. I see you. Look at that athleticism with them big ass boots on.
Scott gets waylaid.
Where he at?
Oh, Dev switched to carry on cross.
You're a
That's
Nagi?
See that?
You're
Spinning
a
Uranagi.
Nagi?
He did.
Stumbling to
No
his
more big
feet.
enough.
He might just be rising to meet his end here.
How do I thought Darius was
And he goes crashing
Karen
to the
Crow.
outside.
Then I could have sworn
Yeah.
he got picked. Yeah, he got picked.
Darius picked him, but Darius is never
This is the
gonna
second
be
show.
here.
This is the second show. I'm giving everybody a fresh slate.
Oh, you know what? You're right, man.
At World Star
Trying to
Yo,
control
Yeah, he
yo,
fought
yo,
first show. Yeah, he fought.
Why are you wake up calling me?
I did it. I got a
Don't
pop.
show up at the debut.
shit.
Don.
He said the debut. So that mean fuck Henny too.
Debut.
That mean fuck Henny, fuck ACG, fuck Woe, fuck Car, fuck all them. Fuck my admin Malik, fuck Rolly, fuck
See, they get a little slave. Cause they actually probably had shit going on. But everybody
Nah,
else,
fuck all
you know,
them
my Bernie
niggas,
Mac
man.
boys.
Fuck all them niggas. Fuck them all.
Quads.
I was just being funny too. Most of them all told me what most of the, yeah, I got something to show.
You know, Rolly gonna surprise guests.
Tiger Bomb.
Show me.
Now that's what you call
Time to
it.
show ya. Come on, man.
Oh, this weekend,
All right.
bro, I was surprised.
Come on.
Yeah. Hey, surprise. Hey, surprise.
I finna say.
He actually hit B there.
I finna say. I finna say.
So tell,
No.
do I
And-
believe
Sure no.
That's all legal right
I
there.
haven't played Brady at
That's
all.
that's all legal right there.
Ain't different.
That's all legal right there.
They should get off of Hawaii.
That's all legal.
it?
Steiner cuts him off.
What I'm finna send. What I'm finna send you some money. Damn. Shit, man. Come on. You turned on him. You shouldn't be getting beat up.
I'm aware.
You supposed to be whooping his ass. I can see him taking control of the first 2 minutes, you know, to get it hype, but you supposed to be whooping his ass right now. I see, yeah, you fighting though. I give you that. You fighting though. Yeah, he doing,
Yeah, he's trying to make sure the
yeah.
Stearns don't go.
Yeah, I finna say yeah, but he the only one that got a submission though.
Yeah.
Drop when he's stunned, do other moves. When he's stunned, do other moves and shit. There you go. There you go.
Yo, watch, we're gonna finally stun him.
Punish that. There you go. There you go. There you go. Good shit. There you go. That's the ass whooping I was looking for.
You don't want chocolate. And you sure, man? I really need that good, bro.
You know why you got 9? It's because I did y'all a favor in the beginning. I snoozed them for 10 minutes. That's the reason why I did that. But I can tell y'all the solution to not get ass. I can tell y'all the perfect solution. Subscribe. That's what you do. But let's get back to this match. He said I get 5 title matches. Y'all using straight roster, yeah. Nah, not community creations yet, but the roster is mixed though. I can tell you that. So now the women fight the men and men in here. They do that. You said what though? What you say? They probably around. I don't know. Oh, your buddy typing in the chat right now. You ain't even acknowledging them, Quaz. I'm talking to Sold Out right now. Look, he's okay. I'm finna say he still didn't say shit. Go ahead.
Hey, can we talk about how you a bitch?
Good reverse. Type 22 long with 2 more, and that's 2 years straight. God. But yeah, as is good. But yeah, as are good for your health. They most definitely are. So I think that's the reason why if I care about y'all, I should just boost them up by extra minute. But go ahead, Quaz.
Don't hit me.
I don't know what you mean.
Why you replace TV and Combo? What did they do?
Oh, I didn't replace them. They told me, well, TB didn't tell me this, but Combo said he's taking a different route for season 3. He said he's building something else. It was no bad blood between both of them. Type shit. He said, Quaz, so that's say he coming back.
What's up,
And that's going to put Steiner on the wrong course. Steiner needs to shake off the cobwebs and regain points.
He's trying to manipulate you.
Nigga, when did I have Leon and World Star on my team? Let's start that.
Oh shit.
Nah, you want teaming with us, but you didn't have a team.
Wait, no, when was that a combo? Like, I don't
Come on, Vortex.
No, last year
This man switched it up on you. I need you to break. I need you to bite this man.
Switching up on me.
Wait, there though.
There you go. Get shit.
Different people.
We need a stun bar there. There you go. Should have hit him again.
and you.
I didn't fight. I didn't get to fight.
But you
It's
wasn't
about to be stun bar for stun bar.
Brady.
I don't even
Hey,
remember fighting.
boy, Reezy broke my
Oh, Ethan Page here.
Maybe we did. I
Thank
don't
you.
know.
Thank you for saying that.
You
Yeah,
lost.
WW Mans.
What you mean what happened to him? Nah, I got him again.
Got him in. I got him in that private school again, huh?
That was my fault.
Damn! Look at that. Oh, it's a double. Oh, so I know you mad about that.
Leon decided to team up with bro. I never
You need that stun bar. There you go.
Hey, I never got any DMs from nobody else.
The group chat was open already.
See,
We didn't
that's
have
what,
There you go. There you go.
That's personal. That's personal between y'all. First of all, y'all, I was in
Whoop
the
his
group
ass.
chat with y'all, bro. And I said,
Hey, man.
I asked y'all, I said, is we starting? I said, is we
That's a fin. So he just need one more fin and he qualify.
I said greatness and Rolly.
Let me down. I had to show this bitch out for my squad.
You better get the fuck back.
Y'all went y'all own route.
Take it for drop to jump the hell up off the damn top turnbuckle. Only drop gonna do that.
How you gonna blame me, bro? I haven't even been said.
I ain't blaming you. He tried to fly.
I was in the first and Yui.
Tear him up, drop. Tear him up, drop.
Oh
shit.
That was supposed to be the team. So you asked Leon what happened with that. Leon even asked me what the team was
Fuck.
going to be. And I told him specifically that it was going to be me.
Drop, let me know if you need resources.
Leon, he knew that. So Leon's just playing dumb right now.
He got it. He got it.
No, I broke that. I broke that. No. I got the green. Yes, I did.
He said he'll clip it. What are y'all talking about? Yeffy said, what are y'all even talking about? It sounds like a whole bunch of manipulation. It sounds like a whole bunch of manipulation. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. He said he broke it, but he said he kicked out. Yeah, he said he kicked out. The blue bar did go up. Okay, as long as the blue bar go up, yeah. Okay. If the blue bar go up, then that means kicked out.
He might have kicked out the second you pressed it. It happened last week with Dezo.
Yeah, it happens, bro. Come on, fight. Yeah, fight.
Oh, that's cool. That's fight. All right, cool. All right, you're good.
Just you let him out there, blue bar.
Yeah.
All right, just because it happened to me with Dezo last week.
Thank you for that insight too, Weezy.
I thought his bar was max. I was gonna say.
These niggas back here trying to manipulate.
Yeah, I know it's most definitely manipulation at its finest. Like, yeah, just leave it alone. Leon is on the team. Leave his name. First of all, stop talking about my partners. Leon, I heard it. Y'all talking about, and then Leon feeding it to it, saying that he ain't see no DMs. Leon, stop responding to them. They want you to do that. Stop responding to them.
No, bro, he's not even, bro. First of all, Don, okay, hey, Quago, if you think I'm here, or hold on. He probably did. I don't know. Leon was the owner of the group chat. I couldn't do that. Leon owns the group chat.
Got deleted though.
Leon, lead the group chat, bro. Lead the group chat, bro. Lead the group chat, bro.
Don is deleted.
Oh, it's deleted? Okay. Well, there it goes, deleted.
I'm gonna make another one.
Listen, though.
Damn, you got. Was that kind of a? Was that a little stutter? Was that a little stutter? You sure? I'm finna look. I'm looking right now. I'm looking at it right now.
I just want to let Don.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm not here to try to take Leon from you.
Hold on 1 second, Quaz. I gotta see if he's stuttering real quick.
Did it already.
I'll get out the ring too.
Go ahead. I'll let you do your.
Oh wait, this counts.
Hey Don, when are we running the tag?
You haven't been on top of that.
He's at the part now.
No, you know what? Stay right there, Saxton.
Why are you fucking with my leader?
It cut off at the very last fucking second, man.
Why you fucking with my leader?
Anybody else listening? I didn't really look.
I never thought I heard you say
Who the leader?
No, you didn't. He didn't. I'm sorry, Drop. You actually
didn't.
You didn't. No, you didn't.
I lost the stun bar out of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, man.
I get
fine. It happens.
You got a little too now, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, bro.
That ain't Leon's leader though.
Hey, Don,
That's my brother.
Ooh, damn, this number went up that much from a reverse.
No way.
Hey, that's what a little $20 USD does.
Full blown salary and everything, was.
Hey, man.
Oh, he's paying that nigga. What greatness?
Just because of that fuck up that I did with you, Drop, I want you to win.
This nigga can't send you your $10, but he paying niggas to stay with his kids.
He not paying niggas. I'm paying the niggas.
And first, and that's not even important to y'all. Stay off our team business. Stay out of our team business.
They just mad because they didn't pick up at first. They just mad because they didn't pick up at first.
Stand up our team business.
All we gotta do is hit him with the DM and it's a wrap.
Oh, they didn't think of it first.
That's all we gonna do.
What you mean?
See this? See,
Hey,
You paying the minor for a service if you weird as hell.
we don't give a fuck.
You paying the minor for a service, nigga.
Hey, get sturdy over here. Get sturdy over here
know
right
what the
now.
fuck that's
Because
talking
niggas
about.
is still in there for me. Niggas is still in there for me.
I wouldn't even be responding, Weezy. Don't respond, Weezy. Don't respond, Weezy.
No. We don't know if you ever even did who the boy is.
With all these attacks, it was torso.
Bar. Did you ever play with niggas?
Breathe right now. Just
Did you do it though?
Shit, no.
Okay, so you doing the same shit, but
How you think I know Leon full name? How you think I know Leon?
Don't dox him. Don't dox him right now.
No, hold on. No, because you saying no.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, but this is gonna way too personal. Y'all trying.
That's why I said. Don't even fall for it. This is what manipulation gets you, Leon. Shit like this, just a whole bunch of talking.
Y'all know I be crashing out. I'm not even chilling right now, dude. Just listen. Everybody just listen.
How's somebody gonna drop me from something that I built?
That's gotta be some
There's
weird shit.
no
There's no way.
Nigga, you gonna be like Ed
Shit.
from Judgment Day.
That's some weird ass shit.
That's what they hoping, man.
I didn't lose. I won my match.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, that tag match, we came in second. What you talking about? We came in second. Good shit, bro. We did not lose. We most definitely came in second. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that's drop.
Yeah, why?
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Can I just say something? Hey, Leon.
They say
Was you getting paid off for being on my team, or was you getting paid?
He don't care. That was last year. He don't remember.
I was getting.
Leon, don't answer that. Don't answer those questions, Leon. That's what he wants you to do.
I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
Leon, only thing you got to say is I don't remember. It was last year. You got to learn how to be a nigga. I'm finna teach you how to get to answer like I do.
Hey, man, nah, done.
That nigga couldn't get. That nigga wasn't gonna get paid unless
You feed Leon. You basically just now. You just fed that man ego to 1,000. All right, listen out.
Put any of them niggas in the ring.
No, he don't got a reason.
All right, there you go. That's your reason. He
He
didn't even have the damn bar. Well, you done anyway. He ain't got Rezel anyway. Yeah, but he would have been done. That's the thing. He would have been done.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's fine. Brady,
Well, Brady, you should have said that to me. You should have said shit. He ain't got no damn bar.
I didn't realize.
No, he could have checked me on.
No, but Don, you gotta think, who's checking that shit? Because usually
Nobody checking it, to be honest. I'm not checking it either. I'm not checking it. Only time I checked it is when I'm in the island hitting people with the wet blanket. That's the only time I'm checking it. Other than that, in this, I ain't checking it.
This nigga is cheese ball.
What people don't know about that?
Yeah, my boy had the dub. Oh, man, if you lose right now.
Yeah, Brady, that gotta be in the.
The craziest young.
Dummy, bro. That's just a dummy. That's it, bro. Give that man a dummy.
He getting out, I feel you. Yeah, go ahead and take a break. Take a break. Yeah, take a breather, yo.
Pose myself. Yelling at each other.
Yeah.
Hit him with a twisty. Hit him with an ego's edge.
You say you gonna hit him with a twisty? I'm gonna put the soundboard. And we ain't heard that in fucking 2 years now. Go ahead.
Look at me.
Go ahead. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead, do it. I want to see this. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead, do it. I got my hand on the button right now. Do it. And I want to see this. I want to see this.
Scott Steiner had a super fin. Holy fuck.
No, he
It'd be really.
Oh, ref all in the way. Oh, good reverse.
Okay, ref. Thank
Like
you.
the black ref, you gotta love this guy.
Yep.
He wasn't even in the way. How?
Nope. He always in the way. He always in the way.
Yeah, shut up. Don't
Didn't
talk
I
about
say I fired this nigga? Why the fuck did I still pick him?
Why is he employed, Don?
Nah, fuck him. Nah, last year was the best year he ever was. You said that's an OG soundboard. It really is, bro. It is, bro. I still got it right here. Still got it.
That's VT ref.
Oh, if y'all can have him. If y'all like these this stupid motherfucker, this milk dud looking motherfucker, this ashy motherfucker, you can have him. You can most definitely have him. This man be crossfaded as shit on the fucking clock.
What R. Kelly say? He gave you 30 years.
Ooh, don't hop him down.
Again, I want to see that twisty. Listen out.
Why did he do a stick when he had 3 fins?
I don't know, man. Let him cook.
My fins are double. I can't force it.
Oh, that's why. Shit.
I gotta pop him up. I gotta put him underneath. I gotta flip him up.
Hey, the match heating up though.
Yeah. Come on.
That guy has
Fuck that 5-star Brady.
Brady do. Actually, they yeah, Brady do.
Don't he have to fit 2 fins?
Actually, they
No, I have reason.
I know you do.
Who could have won the medal?
Brady cheating again. This boy,
Stop, Ethan. Hey, what sold out at? Why he ain't on WWE, bro?
He said he gonna get it next month. Oh fuck! I think we ain't gonna see that damn twisty.
Oh, we not. We not.
Yeah, he said in the month.
Cut him with an egg.
Oh, we not seeing that twisty.
All right.
Hurry up. Oh, you do this slow ass shit.
There you go. He hit his 2.
Hey, if you had 5 stars, man,
Been off that shit? I didn't
Mhm. Yeah, before the 5. Yeah, before the 5 and qualify. Yeah, you can. It's before that. After that, you can't. That's when you can't do it.
Oh my god.
He playing it right. He know what he doing. He know exactly what he doing.
I'm not getting on him. I just didn't know we could. Ooh. Yes.
Again. Okay, he reversed it. Oh, he didn't. Oh, he didn't.
Oh, I didn't. Pin. Let's get this shit over with.
Oh, look at him. Yeah, that was kind of risky, Brady. That was kind of risky, Brady.
Brady.
Look at this shit.
Oh my God, Brady.
Bam.
And you
For
didn't
the
go
fucking
big.
jump. For the damn belly to belly on your ass. Okay.
Got the rebound.
Yeah,
Oh
he
my
got that
God,
bitch.
you're ass.
That was the one. Oh.
I almost sold myself.
That was his sig.
Yup.
That was his
Yeah. I wanted to see the damn twisty.
No, I sold.
You're fine. Lock in. Don't. If you lose this shit, you sold. It don't matter.
I want to see the twisty.
Yes, I do, man.
You already done baited us with it. Now I want to see it.
Oh, there it is.
No, you done baited it with me. I want to see it. He said, "Put him away. Fuck the twisty." For the 1,
The
2, and the 3. Shit.
That was a good ass match.
What?
Damn. Not having a force ball.
I ain't never heard a nigga quiet,
Yeah.
Kill him with a smile.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
That man was ready. That man was scared his parents for the yell at him.
Match.
What the hell is all Bellas?
Let me keep watching these shit.
What, Leon? Say it again.
All Bellas.
Is it
Well,
my
how
man?
would you say his name? Or all Bellas. I don't know. Man.
What do you say? Hold on, I'm trying to go to my damn chat. Let me see.
Fun fact on when he's behind you and does the sig, you don't get a Y.
What's the
Hold on,
next
who you
match?
talking
Flips you
about? Who you
over
talking
to
about?
do that snatch power slam.
All Bellas.
You don't get a Y.
Bellas, whatever your name is, you will probably not even beat fucking Trav, and I can guarantee that. You probably won't even beat fucking Orion at that. Hold on, matter of fact, lace your boots up. Matter of fact, lace your boots up if you think you like that. Lace your fucking boots up.
No, Don.
Get up in here.
We don't want nobody who can't even properly talk shit. He said, "I'll be everybody."
I know what he said. Yeah, I know. I seen that. I seen that.
I'll be everybody. I don't want you to be my ass.
I'll be everybody else.
I'll be everybody.
All right.
Ass.
So
He said he
good
wanna
shit to
beat
start this
everybody's
shit off though. Good shit to start this shit off. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you won't beat nobody else.
Next match or what?
What's next, dog?
Who's next?
Let's see.
Where's combo?
Next match or what?
Scarborough
See
versus
who I got up in
Reed.
here. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, it sure is. Oh, is he here? Let me see. Damien Priest. I mean, tag him.
Yeah, he
I'ma
gotta
tag
be.
him. I'ma
No
tag him.
disrespect, but he gotta be foreign, Don. That man said, "Okay, AKA bump gums." You just talk to him. That nigga can't talk, bro.
Know what you sound like all day.
There you go, kid. I don't know.
Oh, look at that.
Nah, you ain't my kid.
You know what? You want to know something funny, wrestler? You were supposed to be in the opening match. You're supposed to be in the opening match.
Fight right now.
We were trying to get in contact with you. Yeah, you was. Yeah, you was.
Already too.
Who I facing now?
You gonna fight Reflex? You fighting Reflex? Is that it's gonna be after this match though. It's gonna be after this match.
I asked Don to like.
You mean to sit ringside? You said what?
Is Combo here? Hold on, let me make sure if Combo here. If he ain't, then yeah, you can.
Let me be Pat McAfee.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can pick Matt. You can pick Pat. That's fine.
I
got you. Yeah. Oh, when we get in, you gonna have to invite Scoob.
Don
Weezy.
do not pay up.
Shit. All right. Let me know when it's loading.
I got you. I'm making it right now.
One
One thing about Don, I hear this man on the other end just slandering my name just relentlessly. What's going on, greatness? What you talking about? Why you doing my name like that?
Now he clueless.
Yeah, I am clueless. Why you doing my name like
This
this?
nigga gonna have to send me a message.
Yo, anybody wanna run a dark match type
You
shit?
said
So I
what?
can warm up against this.
Okay,
man.
Weezy, you can join in.
Who you gotta play?
Weezy finna fight your old nemesis. I'm just playing your old nemesis.
You mean my son? Come on, man.
No, he's fighting Scuba. He's fighting Scuba.
Yeah, my son.
Oh, that's your
Send
son.
that dark match invite.
Yeah, Weezy, you can join in though. You said Wayne is always talking.
Join now, Don.
Yeah, we got plenty of Waynes in here.
But they trying to do a dark match.
We ain't got no fucking YNs in here, man.
They would do. We get when they were just talking. All right, now you can invite Scoob and Reflex to join on in here.
You sure you're showing up as Eric Bischoff, or are you not showing up?
Yeah, I'm Eric Bischoff. That's the only person I'm doing in this shit. I ain't taking no L's on my character. I ain't taking no L's on my damn character.
I ain't taking no L's.
Bro, I'm not. Eric Bischoff can take them all.
I got nugs.
That's why your shit's so low.
Yeah.
Hey, I need y'all to play. Oh, Don.
What's up?
Hey, make the song for the.
I know I was. He told me he wanted to do it.
Yeah, you gonna like it, fool. That text funny as fuck. That nigga.
All right, y'all go and pick out people.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for it.
Louis said he want that G Quazo to Fazo smoke, man.
All right, Weezy. I'm here for you, bro.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, Don, give me 1 second, Don. Right, give me 1 second.
Yeah, you did.
Oh shit. Hey Fletch.
Yeah.
Oh, Bellas, like I said, if you got Discord, you got Xbox on the new gen. Don't be on no gen. Come up in here and get your ass whooped. Come up in here and get your ass whooped, because I don't fight randoms. I'm gonna let you know that right now. I do not fight randoms. You gotta be on the schedule, on the match card. That's the way I fight you. I'm not fighting no random.
Nigga, a platinum. He a platinum.
I'm a plat 3. What do I look like fighting a damn random? I'm a plat 3.
What happened,
That wet blanket shit don't work.
I'm a fucking plat 3. People talking to me crazy.
Y'all gonna be mad when they add badges to characters next year.
On just regular characters like in game.
Yeah.
Bro, that'll change everything. They'll change everything.
They gonna do
People just be fighting people just look for the badge. They wouldn't even care about the damn character no more.
That's how the game is.
You said that don't mean nothing. Oh, trust me, it's gonna mean something when I put that green bar ass whooping up on
It's
you.
gonna get like that. I'm telling you. Watch next year. They gonna have it like
crossplay now.
If they do that,
they gonna have it like that next year. I'm telling you. I know for a fact they.
If they did that, that would change everything.
You know what changed everything? If I could throw this fucking grenade over.
Where's Damian Priest at?
He's in here. We're waiting on Weezy. That's what we're waiting on.
Damn.
I thought Weezy's already in here. That's how I was going.
Yeah, he's waiting for him to click
Yeah, I
his
ain't here
character.
yet. I ain't here yet. Give me like 10 seconds.
Oh, okay.
That's
He
pretty
over there rolling
Why
up.
the fuck he in there?
I don't know, bro. Should
Why
I
you
remove
saying
him?
that to everybody, man?
Like I said, Bill is plat 3.
Hey, look, I'm gonna let y'all know.
Or make a triple threat?
I got the halftime show at the pay-per-view coming, and I'm gonna talk to everybody. Then you heard me. And Don, I need my title match ASAP.
track dropping
You need,
motherfuckers
the,
doing
you
your
need the
herb.
title back that you never lost,
You
right?
letting this nigga perform?
Nah,
Cause he
turn you out the motherfucker while you heard. Oh, I got him. I ain't gonna
ass up.
I ain't gonna turn him on right now. Done. Just tell him right now.
Obellis, I'm gonna say this first. Slow down while you're typing because you're not making sense. Second thing, if you got Discord, drop your name. Drop your name. You get in a dark match with somebody gonna put the. I'm telling you, you ain't gonna want to be in here. You gonna say we don't play right. You gonna say, oh, they cheese. I'm telling you. Telling you.
That is a triple bet.
That's what I'm saying. There's plenty of people sitting back here practicing this shit right now. You get in here with anybody. Oh, we can put you on the bright lights, get your ass whooped up in here and laugh at you. I can make a TikTok off your ass. It's whatever you want, homeboy.
I found it, Don. I got the legendary bow. I got the legendary bow. All my hard work. It took me 12 hours to find this bow. And YouTube, 12 hours in YouTube. And they didn't give me a bow. They did not give me a bow. It's not a bow. I'm finna kill this game. 12 hours going through this fucking game.
All right, we
got
this.
All right, let's go.
That's the final boss to rock. That ain't the regular.
No,
Nah, they don't got the final boss in the game yet. The final boss got a single rock bottom. Swear to God.
No.
It might have fucked up because I was too long in the lab. It might be. If it fucked up.
God, I'm finna die.
Go ahead and down, start over.
No, Don. There's water in here. There's water in the cage. They just drowned me. Do I extinguish it? I'm finna die. How the fuck?
Yeah, we got to do this match over.
That's my beat.
You good.
Take doing that shit, nigga.
What the?
Oh, you want a triple throw?
All right, look at the what's his face at the reflex fight wrestle her. We're gonna go ahead and get what's his name? Oh, buddy, Mr. YN.
That's the best.
Wait,
I'm after this match.
Yep, you're after this match. Yeah, you're after this match.
All right. Actually, fuck it, I'll go next.
And then after that, look, Corey, you fighting.
Damn, this lobby ain't gonna break.
No, that one did break. Get out of there.
Oh shit! Am I joining this one now?
No, I ain't made it yet. I'm finna make it.
I'm just looking at Eric Bischoff standing there, fucking pointing at his face, smiling and shit. Fucking. Ain't nothing to be happy about.
Hey, how to slut scared me like that? That fake ass reality.
And come on, damn, hurry up. All right, Weezy, you can join in. I don't know why the thing did fucking payback. Don't join, Weezy. Don't join.
I already said join.
Don't join. Don't join. Sorry.
Maybe if you paid your people, production would be better.
Kiss my ass.
If you paid your people, you'd get it back. Oh, let me know when to join. I got you.
Now the production is me turning my damn notifications back off.
Huh. You got two of I'm in the party and shit, bro.
Opening on.
I'm making it over because I fucked
Wait,
up.
dog, is this reflex match?
Yeah, no.
When this reflex match of combos not here, can I say ringside?
What the next one? He fight
yeah,
next.
Yeah, no.
Easy's fighting Western Co right now. This dude named.
I'm saying if combo's not here, can I say ringside?
Where's combo at?
You still ain't dropped the Discord name. I told you I don't fight randoms. Weezy join in. And you, sir, are most definitely a random. I don't fight randoms. I fight people that sign contracts. That's the people that I fight.
He said I fight you once you sell your soul.
Yeah, once you sign your contract, then I fight you. All right, now Scoob and Reflex, y'all can join back.
Imagine he joined, bro, and his shit was just like a Hello Kitty profile picture, bro. That'd be wicked.
This weekend. Oh, I could. You know what? I could be smart at fast travel after this.
All right, Reflex, where you at?
I just joined.
Google and what's the name not fighting?
No, they fighting. Right, they about to start up right now.
Just joined.
Nobody ain't finishing no move.
You don't like my game don't dashboard.
No, this a fight though. This is what I want to see my triple.
Give me Don. My shit's it's loading up still.
Hey, take that triple threat done.
It might like error me.
Nah, it's getting good. It's getting real triple
Is this kind of min yet?
Yeah, it's been
Nope.
getting
They
good.
don't say you in here.
Alright, bet I'm gonna join again now. It gave me the other.
Man, you got both stun bars.
Yeah, let's go.
We need to go all the way to. Yep, I'm back. I'm right here.
I told him I come to whoop ass this year, bro.
This one better be a good one. This one better be a real good one.
I've never seen this dude fight. I've seen Wheezy fight, not this. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know the other guy? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you a little bit of history. I'm gonna tell you a little bit of history. You say you like XM/AK. Yeah, he ain't bad. I don't blame you. He ain't bad at all. Definitely with that. Definitely with that damn tag team title. So greatness in season 1 was undefeated to like.
Oh my god.
Until this dude.
to like 11 matches, I think. No, I can't.
God
Has
damn.
it not? Has it not? I thought Weezy beat that record last year.
No, he didn't beat that record last year.
Put up Don, bro. I'm just doing
Reflex, what are you doing? Now you better be the reason why this game break.
I swear to God, bro.
I'll just join.
Okay, thank you. Come on.
Oh, I can never hit that one. I gotta stop doing that one.
Twice, bro. And I think because that game's broke the first time, and I just sat there. Fuck.
You didn't dashboard that first time?
Nope. That's probably why.
Oh, that's why.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you a fucking piece of shit.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm a girl WWE fan. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You like NXT or the main roster better? Let me ask you that.
Shout out Leon.
Shouldn't be full. Who joined?
It says full. NXT, most definitely. NXT is most definitely better.
The rap.
Okay, so do I need to make? Yeah, hell yeah, it's way better. Definitely right now. I love NXT. I'm making it one more time. Make it one more time. Man.
Oh boy,
Make it one more time. Oh my god.
Boy just made it.
Oh
in.
my
Brady
god.
just made it in.
Make this thing one more time. I have a feeling that
Why
shit
you
was
didn't
gonna
say you
break.
was loading, bro?
He said it was full.
I said I'm loading. Yeah, and then I said, hold on, it's loading.
Man, he didn't
Oh,
say
man,
shit.
you ain't gotta
He
do
said
that,
that.
bro.
It was last year, bro.
Alright, bet. I was gonna say I wasn't gonna do it.
This shit is just as ass as it was last year, bro.
All right, Reflex.
It's the best game ever.
Yeah, it is the best
Hey,
game ever.
Yuli.
We say that for a month, and then next month it's the worst game ever.
Hey, you got no
Nah,
ass
I need to
on
get in there
Dodge.
this whip.
Yeah. No,
Next month it's for real. Like, yo, you got to
Pirate his stream real quick. So I can see this match.
Pirated my stream.
They said pirate my stream.
Oh, fuck him, man.
That's crazy. Saying it with him in the party is crazy.
Some people do private people's streams, but they be moderators.
I'm back. Yo, who won that
Look,
match?
I don't even what's it called, bro. Nobody's talking about it.
Which one? One with the.
You said what?
Which match, Leon?
Oh, the last one.
The one with the
The whole
Ethan Page?
Is that what you do
no,
right
no.
now?
Oh, so there wasn't
Alright.
no match again.
Here we go again. Here we go again for the third time now. I got you. Okay, Weezy, join
Don.
in. Yeah, what's up?
Oh,
Don, when you
well,
buy this game,
so there wasn't no match after
Nah, no match, bro.
Brady
They've
fight?
been trying to get
Yeah, it was. Hold on, wasn't that? This it right here.
Fuck no.
Because
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know what's going on. Okay, Scoob and who's joining? Reflex or Vortex? Which one of y'all was doing
Vortex.
this? Vortex. Yeah, you. You say who plays the A kid? Nobody in this league. I can tell you that.
A
We're
kid
on
fan.
Axiom. Who the fuck's an A kid? Isn't it? It's Axiom.
Yeah,
A
it's
kid.
it's the
It's
same
about 5
person.
years
It's
late.
the same person.
I know it's the same person, but like, A kid didn't do shit. Axiom
Wait, this one fall?
The action was the
Mhm.
best acting partner.
was.
Yep.
All right, go ahead, Vortex. Pick your person
How
and
do you
tag him
have
out. Don't
eight-
get in
oh,
here and
well,
get fancy
never
or nothing.
mind,
Just
no,
tag
no.
him out. Oh yeah, good fight too. You said who disrespected A Kid? That was
Yeah, he
that was
sure
one of
will
our
be.
people in our locker room. His name Reflex. Reflex, step up to the podium.
I'll fight him. I'll fight him.
That's a girl.
If he gets in here, I'll fight him. Oh shit.
Oh, even better.
No.
Yeah,
See, that's all
you
you.
should
You
bring up some CM Punk.
Why
or
me,
whatever.
nigga? No, it's for you.
Because you don't have a match point anyway, do you?
There's a
I
science
do.
to being a
Done.
successful tag team.
And
Nah,
me.
here we go.
I was gonna fight him twice, but Don.
No, you. Oh, no. In a single.
You said call Reflex a virgin. Well, he is a virgin, so you know he ain't gonna deny that.
He is a virgin.
Yeah, he's a
You
virgin.
don't know about.
No, you don't know, but what the fuck you talking about?
All right, let me see. Put a poll up on this match. I think this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good.
Oh, no speeder, bro. You said he beat Greatness' record. He beat Greatness.
He
broke it.
He broke it. Man.
But that was like, that's not even last year. That's like the year before last year.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago.
He didn't break my record.
He stopped your record.
Yeah.
You said it's Booker T in this wrestling game. Absolutely, Booker T, and that's how I know you ain't no good.
I felt the vibration of that one from all the way over here.
Tell him
That
after
was
that.
asking
Tell
if
him
Booker T is in this wrestling game. Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's how I know he ain't no good. I'm a plat 3, and I'm sitting there entertaining you. Say you go beat me.
Hey, that's how you get in the league, bro. I said that shit the second I got in this shit. I'll beat everybody.
You did.
And
I'm
I
a
got
plat
my
5.
shit
They don't even
beat
have
by
a. Okay, yeah, you're a plat 5. Okay, yep. Yep.
Who lost third?
Me, my first match.
Wow, you're horrible, dude.
My first match. You lost to me.
Oh, shit.
What?
You lost to me in one of your first matches. Does that mean it's horrible?
Come on.
I didn't fight you in UWA.
You did? No. First match
There you
is
go,
mine.
Weezy. Keep the pressure, my boy.
First match is
You were fighting back and forth with Wood.
Oh, you say I don't have this game. I'm just messing with you. I had a feeling because I was thinking, you know, you talking to. I'm a plat 3.
Hey, stop dick pulling.
No, for real. I'm just saying, like, I was confused. Like, most people, they don't talk shit to me like that. Like, you know, they came off a little sideways. I'm a plat 3. Big plat 3.
Hey, call the match.
Should be a fucking diamond. I'm going to call the match now. I just had to get that out of the way. Come on, Weezy. Look, I did that one on purpose. But right now, Weezy is in control of the match, but they're trying to turn this shit around.
Stop being is in control of the match. Stop
How is he in control and he ain't got hell and Weezy got more health and he ain't got no body damage? That don't mean nothing. You said, how do you join if I get Game Pass? You just gotta have Discord and you gotta have this game on New Gen, and that's it. He said, get your money up.
Man, stop talking to that nigga, dog. You know, Booker T been in the game. Booker T been in the game for the past 20 years.
You said last what year? 20 years?
20 years, bro.
Yeah. Can't remember last time Booker T wasn't in the game, bro.
He just need a friend at this point.
I gotta check that. I gotta fact check that shit. When's the last time he wasn't? No. Oh god.
I just told you WCW Nitro.
Actually,
I think he been on since SmackDown. Since SmackDown Shut Your Mouth. That's when he first started. I think.
You're wrong.
You want unload some woes?
Shut up, nigga. Right now, you see what you need to see. He did a double just now. You know what you needed to see.
I don't think he was in 14 because he was in TNA.
I bet you do. Want Weezy to lose, huh? Come on, Weezy. There you go, good schoolboy.
Old ass man.
19, 18,
That's old fucking gone, man.
He wasn't in 14. He wasn't in 10, 9, 10, or 11. That's crazy.
Let's go, good counter.
Bro, they do his face wrong every year, bro. They need to fix it.
There you go, big right. Oh, that's my lawyer. That's my lawyer that's talking to me.
The fuck is Wrestle Quest?
That's who the Rock is in the league.
Another big right.
The Rock is Yolik.
Bam! Good shit, man. And I thought that shit was gonna be fucking whiffed.
Oh, you decent, bro.
Good shit. Qualifying. Good shit. Good shit. Keep that pressure. Keep that pressure. Oh, you finna just test him. I see you. For the one.
Dude,
Kicking that clean at the one.
Go play with your grandkids. That's insane.
Damn, done. He got called undone.
Damn,
They not me.
Old head be
Oh,
down.
sorry.
Old head be down.
I am an uncle, and I do have kids. Like,
Is he on Facebook?
Microphone, bro. Somebody microphone.
I had a feeling that was coming.
he sound like
for the heavy.
he sound like he typing like a motherfucker who don't have the game
Yeah.
or the system. Get your
Or the system. You said order system.
Because the system.
like, come on. Don Ben said, "Come on over here." I've been fucking here like, "What's up?" Oh man, I'm done. I'm not talking. I don't argue with little boy. Hell no, I'm good. Go ahead, continue. Go fucking play Roblox or something.
Go play Roblox.
Yeah.
Play Minecraft or something.
Go play some
Sea of
Minecraft.
Thieves. Go play Sea of Thieves, baby.
Go play
Fortnite. Fortnite.
Fortnite.
That's the
I am your uncle.
Oh, that's defense 101 right there.
Yeah, I'm definitely your uncle.
Right there.
Hey, get back in the ring, Weezy. Don't risk it, bro. Oh, take him in with you. Yep, never mind. Take him in with you.
Hey, make a 4-man.
Go
Go
play
ahead, turn up.
Tetris. Hey, I ain't that old, but that's a fun game.
Hey, make the 4-man gauntlet since we got 4
Go play Goldfish.
Play Goldfish.
Tetris might be the best.
Hey, go make the gauntlet.
Hey, Tetris is definitely the shit.
Oh, I don't know how to do that.
just
Now,
think,
when I was a kid,
it's
I had
already
to
made.
You got this, Weezy.
and I had Tetris. That was it. I had to come
You
on.
wanna be funny, huh? Go play Puppy Dog Pals Lego. Get your little ass. Go play Coco Melon.
Coco Melon.
Go play Lego City Undercover.
Go play Baby Shark Doo-Doo. Get your little
Leon gonna go join in. Leon go head on over with
Nah,
him.
you only got one of you talking.
Hey, Donna, I'm trying not to bring out the funny.
I'm weak.
She keep on cracking jokes. But she said go play Tetris, Dad. That shit was funny.
Nah, it was funny.
Yeah, Priest needs to shift wherever his focus is.
What you better do, Weezy? The driver?
Oh,
Yep, I knew it. I had a feeling.
why do you like the drop box?
Hey, Leon, Leon, that shit was not funny, cuz. Yo,
It
Go
was
listen to
funny. You just
Beethoven.
don't get the joke. Don't listen to
Hey, who y'all think win the fight? Corey or Leon? Y'all think Corey whooped Leon ass in real life?
I'll beat the fuck out of you.
So just like Google the most oldest shit. Just like Google the most oldest shit.
Damn, I just came back from him getting
Don't listen to
dragged.
Beto.
I ain't even gonna do him that bad.
Child hero.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't spell it right. They didn't even spell it right.
Go ahead,
Like
Weezy.
that.
He
Beethoven.
counted though. Yeah, he just pulled anything.
Beethoven is crazy.
No.
Yo, dumbass down.
Tight white jeans. That's Roman Reigns.
There's no way he don't know.
Even though, yeah, that's Weezy, but that's not Weezy that's talking. But yeah, that's Roman Reigns. Acknowledge him.
Yeah, nigga.
Oh, so they
That's the
know.
NTC.
THC.
What?
Look at the bill. Oh, you ain't letting it go. I like it.
Yeah,
I know it's coming.
KFC is.
Hey, you know what's crazy? I'm eating KFC right now. Shut your ass.
Why would
Oh, for
you
the
go
south
with
of
KFC?
fucking heaven.
I said THC, Leon.
No, it's KFC, bro.
He ain't finished.
Yeah, tell me what I said. Yeah.
I'm loading
Look at this nigga.
Why is he in the street?
for the big right.
We don't watch wrestling, but
So you got a fin in the chamber. I mean, a sig in the chamber. I'm tripping.
Don,
said I
you
don't
got
watch
fit.
wrestling.
You're
Oh.
I'm getting double teamed. Oh my god.
You don't watch
That's a
wrestling.
compliment, Don. That's a compliment, Don. Hey, you got people that don't even watch wrestling.
Tight.
Yeah, actually.
Expanding your horizons, bro. You're international.
I'm surprised. Robert Reason wasn't broken.
You got a Polish kid. You got kids in the you got a dude in the UK.
You got somebody from Cyprus.
UK ain't that. Weezy not even talking. Weezy not the one that's talking to you.
Nah, it was cool.
That was young.
Crazy. Not even funny. I'm trying not to bring out the funny now. You gonna make me, all right? Okay.
I can crack a joke.
Silent.
Go for it.
It was good, Silent.
Nah.
That's one of my old screaming buddies. She the one that suggested on my list.
What happens in that crack joke?
Yeah, I think dude.
Yeah, everybody started clapping.
Who ain't here? Oh.
That it?
I'm weak, yo.
Yeah.
Who was taken?
Yo, Leon reminds me of if there's a foolish.
That's a typo, Leon.
Hey, bro. Hey, no, chill, bro. I'm doing something, bro. Don't eliminate me, bro. Please, bro.
Done. That's what you're doing. You getting
Come on, Weezy. You gotta reverse this next move. You gotta reverse this one. Oh shit. Yeah, he finna get some shit.
One of the most popular shows in America, The Office.
Nice.
And for another South of fucking heaven.
See if I was Damian
For the
Priest.
one, good kick out, Weez. Good kick out.
I'm saying all rise every time.
You gotta hit the seed. You gotta hit the seed, yeah.
You only hit 2 fins?
Yeah, 2 fins, yeah.
Or you hit 2 fins before you hit the seed?
He probably saving it for something. I don't know.
This has been a colossal battle to this point. No superstar showing
He saved that fin, hit his sig, and then saved
He been playing for a long time. I finna say he been playing for a long time. He's been playing for a long time. It's good, Corey.
Hey, Super Fin wasn't in 23 though, so.
What's up, Corey?
He been playing before that.
He
been playing before this.
He gotta mention my name to boost other niggas. Which I don't understand. Cause he a hoe.
Yeah, I'm a hoe.
And he owe me $10.
Stun bar up again. Come on, Weez. For the heavy. He trying to go one more move. This one right here. You gotta reverse this one.
It's cool.
What did you beat me up for?
Hey, appreciate that, Silent. Type shit.
14 months.
Appreciate that.
It can make me.
That's a girl, and she just a scrub.
Oh yeah,
She's like
Damn,
Hey, good shit, good shit, good shit.
Type shit. Yeah, she do.
wasted money.
See, Don?
Hey Don.
He still smell like baby milk.
No, this is not the same, girl. It's not the same. I'm weak, bro.
You remember that old ass joke? Still smell like baby milk smell it. Damn, you getting your ass Jimmy.
Yeah, Damian's hitting his target with every quiver.
Now you calling it Jimmy. For the freeze to the spear. I knew it was coming. What you gonna do? Oh, he going to the corner. He finna end this. Oh, he finna have. Oh no, he don't. He still don't. For the 1, 2, and the 3. Shit, Weez. Yeah, he still didn't have it. He still didn't have it.
Wasn't enough.
Yeah, he was just at the bar. He was just at the bar.
I know that.
Just at the bar. Yo. Like he was just at the bar. Like if Weezy would have just hit him one more time, he would have had reason.
I know it.
One more time.
Too sweet, boss.
Too sweet, man.
Too sweet, boss.
Too fucking sweet.
Damn, Brandon did another thing you couldn't do.
He said did something you couldn't do.
Hey, can you tell this nigga?
I'm okay. I can tell him the rest now. Okay, yes, I can tell him the rest of the story now. I tell him the rest. Okay, when they had their rematch, Greatness was on God mode. I could most definitely tell you that. It was something I ain't never seen. It was something I never seen.
I did it the first time.
I lost my belt, and I didn't power.
He said you should have did it the first time. I told you I do got 2 matches right now though, man. I'm so sorry.
Man.
We can just
fight
sit
all
here
school. It was decent.
And Yeah, it's your
let
match.
Wrestle High
It's
go,
your
you're on
match.
my team. Reflex.
It's your
I'm
match and
actually-
Wrestle High.
oh.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah,
Wrestle
join.
High.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, y'all can join off this one. Vortex, stay right here.
Damn.
They're getting
I'm
drug
saying, I'm telling Wrestle. I'm telling Wrestle High.
Damn, Brady getting drug
Reflex is on my team.
I don't know what you just said.
Said he's letting Wrestle High join first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Wrestle High, you could join in on my name now.
Alright. I've never fought him. I don't know nothing about him, bro.
I don't know anything about this guy.
I hate fighting people I don't fight because that's how I get my ass beat.
That's actually better.
Nigga, what?
It's better that way.
That's why that's why what's his name had me beat for a little bit, bro, and then I figured out how he played it up.
But yeah, I like fighting people I don't, like people that don't know me. And reflex
I
you
was
doing.
kicking out of that though. I ain't gonna lie. That
Yo, somebody give me a backstory.
You said what, bro?
Am I supposed to be wrestling low or some shit, or
You want
what?
some back what? You say you want some back what?
Story. God damn.
Oh.
Who we fighting?
Wrestle High.
Pick out people.
Oh, yeah, you don't want that back.
Oh shit.
Boy, it's taken now. Yeah, you finna have to.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, it's Jay Cargill, bro. You got this, bro.
Hey, bro, AJ Styles.
I put it on there. Hey, look, I'm a
She overall over you. That's kind of
Dumbass.
crazy.
Dumbass.
She gonna fight an over. She gonna fight an overall better than me too, isn't she? Because
Yeah, you're probably something.
I don't know. Ain't no way you didn't guard B. Ain't no.
The WWE Tag Team
This
Division is
bitch,
more
he wanted it.
competitive
He
than
wanted
ever
it, bro.
as these two teams get into it.
All right.
Almost
Y'all have a good
guaranteed
match.
this
Oh,
match
y'all
will
gotta
be
fix
close.
that shit.
The standards for tag team action just keep getting higher and higher around here.
All right.
Kick to the knee.
My bad.
Precision strike.
damn.
That had to be calculated.
I know. I had to fix something. I had to fix something. Shut up, man.
Oh my god.
I kiss my ass.
And she's returning.
Reflex after this. Yeah, reflex.
Ain't gonna lie. Watch out.
So God,
Oh,
Jay.
hey, Corey, hit him, Corey.
oh my god.
Oh, so Vortex, you remember had you like interviewing last time? I got a couple more questions for you, my boy. Do you think it's gonna be potentially a good match?
Oh yeah, I think Reflex gonna walk out.
Feed into his cadence, bro.
Walk out the window.
I didn't ask you that. So have you seen Jade Cargill in action already?
I mean, I won't lie. Wrestle High did whoop my ass
I'm
last year when
facing
he
me
had
right
Kane,
now.
but
Facing me right now.
you know, using Jade Cargill. I mean, all Reflex got to do is throw her ass on a card. He wins.
Okay, you're going that route. Okay, you're going that route. Okay, and real action. I mean, real question. You honestly think he gonna beat Wrestle?
Yeah, I mean, look at the performance. It's already going.
I think. Give me tell you what I think. Give me tell you what I think. Honest answer. I think he could do it. But yes, let me see. Oh, you don't think he can? Not with that taunt. Never mind. I lied. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. You should have known. Yeah, you should have known. Insecure good shit.
I'm lagging fucking bad, bro. I'm trying.
Oh, don't start. Don't start.
No, your delusion. It's your delusions. It's your delusions.
There my boy. I wish it were fucking delusions. I wish it was just a glitch or some shit.
Scooper.
I mean, I'm lagging, so I can't.
No. Fucking reflex dude.
Yeah, you delayed.
Yeah, by Wrestle High Young. For the damn choke
This better
slam.
be a fucking
No, it ain't no double. It ain't no double, bro.
That's not double. Hey again.
Fight. Oh, you trying to do a duck under there? What you trying to do? Pele's and shit. Not much, man.
What's up, man? Just trying to stay alive without fucking lagging, bro.
Man, look at this guy. Damn straight. What's up, nigga?
I didn't see what you said.
That'll destroy a knee. And it was a purposeful attack on the knee. Looking to topple the opposition.
Fucking frame skipping, man.
Frame skipping my ass, yeah, right. Finna take his ass. Scooper! Scooper! No, it's him. I'm talking about him.
No, you said you better take what?
I don't know what I said.
Oh, freaked out at me.
Yeah,
Every time I get
freaky.
with
You
my
heard
phone,
that shit, Cairo? That nigga said about to take this ass. That nigga said about to take that ass.
Jesus Christ.
In GTA, though, like, what's up?
You say, is anybody using Nathan Frazier? No, nobody using damn Nathan Frazier.
Or AK.
Man, he just want to be freaky.
But,
Yo, Lou would still get
but I can say this though. I can say this. A little teaser. Some more NXT people. No, I said teaser. Some more NXT people got the possibility, and I like Fraxium. They the best thing down there on tag team I haven't seen in a while. So hey, I'm telling you.
Be watching a lot of NXT wrestling, man.
Why not? They are the best thing down there.
Don, I got one more suggestion boost up, but I will tell you in the DM.
Did you see the whiplash off the turnbuckles?
All right. Come on, keep that stun bar.
She had that scouted.
Biggest double ever.
You remember what's your name? Corey, your match is next, bro. No, Corey. It's Corey. Corey and Tezzy. And after that, Leon, I can start getting you. I can start getting you up out the way.
Jay looking dangerous in that. The tide of this match in her
Her signature is my running edge, so walk for it.
Yeah, I know, that's the pump kick. I know that's the cheesy ass fucking thing.
You didn't hear anything cheesy, I ain't gonna lie.
That's a cheesy ass move. I know that.
Scooper!
Not that one was me. That one was me. I'll admit, that one was me.
What's up? What's up?
I don't know.
Spine buster.
He just putting belt to ass.
Big time. There you go. Good read.
He beating the one off that nigga boot.
I know you don't.
Still taking the fight out there. I like it. Okay. Oh, you ready? You ready? Okay, then that work. Yeah, you might want to run. Yeah, you might want to get back in there.
Where you going? I'm not going. I'm not leaving you. Go.
You should have known he was gonna fuck you over. You should just ran our way. You should just ran our way. I know he blocked your ass. Should just ran our way. You should have known he was gonna do that shit. I told you.
There we go.
Y'all watching it? Nobody watching it.
He's the first person to ever go outside and fight and then not guard.
What's up?
The first time I trolled him.
Scooper! So I'm not bad.
You give me the match I was talking about?
Yeah, I did. Yup.
Yeah,
They got singles matches too though.
That's the
They
fourth
got
Scooper, I
singles.
can't lie.
Yeah, it is. This the most we've seen so far. Well, you had that, and I don't know. I can probably fill in something. I can probably see what I can do. If anything, if Henny don't show up, I could just get you a handicap 2-on-1. If anything, you say AJ Styles suck, yeah, in this damn match you do.
Tell them to buy the game that they'll break out. They fucking are broke. I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it.
He's getting his ass whooped because he getting his ass whooped.
I'll show you my ass with. I'm running though.
Because he got money and still getting his ass whooped. That man just said you need to refund your shit.
That's not really what he said.
That'll give you whiplash.
I got the game. I don't got. Oh, you got the game. You ain't got online. That what you saying?
You said it before you said
even for $10 a month.
That makes no sense. How you about it?
What is that?
Yeah. Leave it alone.
Come back here, bitch.
Oh.
Come back here. You want to fight all in the
He said, I ain't gonna pay $10.
Is that a Spanish word, Yuli?
he called you
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's that Spanish word, ain't it? I know exactly what that is. I know that's exactly what that is. Yeah.
But it could be offensive, but it could not be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's offensive period, nigga.
I mean, yeah, it's offensive. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But like,
ain't no other meaning.
Yeah, all right, yeah, all right, I get you. Yeah,
Come on, Yuli, bro. I'm Puerto
No,
Rican.
but praising motherfuckers be talking like that. That's what I'm saying. But I never like
that's different. That's different. I know
that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. You know what I mean? If he came up from that, then you know what I mean. That's just how he came up.
Didn't. No, they definitely didn't. They didn't.
Marquez.
Nah, I ain't read what he said earlier. But you know what I meant.
Ain't gonna lie.
They got yourself banned. Saying something.
I see you. You see you done got yourself banned.
That's why I was asking you. That shit, I was like, what the fuck? I took it the first
Oh my God,
Still kicking out. Still kicking out.
Mr. Hard R with the white shirt.
Oh, I gotta kill this nigga.
Like,
Oh, good reverse. Okay, okay, Reflex. Maybe I underestimated you. You coming back?
In the real way. Golden shit.
In the real way. When I say I don't know how I just kicked out niggas.
It's different.
Scooper.
Are you getting schooled?
Yeah, that's like 5 or 6 now.
Reflex, you playing
I think we only seen one scooper last show. Yep, just one out of the whole show.
Hey, Leon.
Said taunt, bro.
Hey, keep it going, bro. NWO undefeated right now, brothers. Go on, buddy.
You talking about singles?
Y'all lost yesterday. What you mean?
What's up,
bro? I'm bilingual, dog.
Yo.
He heard nothing through that signal.
It get real, bro.
Like I said, Greg, you what you could in the first place.
I'm really facing.
I'm gonna tell you something, A-Kid fan. NWO sponsors UWA. I'm just say that. NWO sponsors this damn company. They've been running this shit for 3 years. Jaded. What do you mean? I run best group. I won best group 2 years in a row.
Like, come on, man. I got that. Hey, I got that pussy that
Good
first
kick
time.
out.
I ain't have to try it twice. Yeah, I dig it.
Yeah, I won best group 2 years in a row. Going for 3. Going for 3. Yeah, she got a spear, bro. She had a spear last year too. As a regular move, her and Bianca both. Yo, her and Bianca both.
I know he kind of salty behind that one.
What?
I beat him fair and square.
I did too.
No, he did too. He did too. Yeah, he's a sig on.
Bro, that's on him. It was just a waiting game.
Is anyone to me? No.
Oh yeah, you still on that side?
For the calf pressure. Shit, man.
I had to get some Z's, nigga.
I'm surprised you didn't know that there was last time Reflex that you could pin before the 5. Nope. Nope. You said some GGs.
I don't know how fucking small her Barbie already.
Yeah.
Nigga, that's J. Cole. That's Wrestle High.
Go Drake. What's it
Wrestle's
called?
in.
Like a 55 kick out like 2 years ago or some shit. He was a 93.
But that's Wrestle High. He is known for kicking out, buddy.
He already popped his Rizo off of 110.
Okay.
He said off of 1 thing.
All right.
I don't know him.
All right.
I'm learning about him right now, though.
Yeah, I beat him though. And you can beat him too.
That nigga suck.
I knew Combo gonna say that. I knew it was coming.
Oh, he did pack you up on Combo, huh?
No, Combo packed him up.
I get it back. It's reverse.
Should have packed Combo up, nigga.
No, I get another
Should
one.
have packed your ass up, nigga.
No, you mean tell you how it first happened though? First person that did it. First person that did it, World Star. After that, it was Combo. Yeah, I remember that. And World Star did it first. That's why I was like, World Star did it first.
I remember that. You know,
What that mean?
You can't super fit me yet.
He ain't super fan. He ain't got. Look, he not even got 2.
I'm just saying.
That man remember the rules.
I got you.
Okay, there you go.
Man, remember.
Yeah, it's just animation. It's just animation.
I know.
There you go. Okay. Well, what Rizzo for Rizzo?
Rizzo, boy. Let's go. Come on.
Scooper.
Damn it.
Okay, Reflex. Go to Scoop. Go to Scoop class, bro.
I might got to, bro.
It was animation. It was animation.
Oh, that's happening.
Oh, Scooper. Never mind. Oh, look at this. He said I'm getting sick of this shit. Let me find out Scoop is back to normal. I'd be throwing that bitch up out of there. You said y'all got an EO? Nah, we ain't got an EO either. We ain't got an EO. We only got like 3 or 4 women, I think. The reverse. Counter for counter. Stun bars high. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, you letting the bail. You letting the bail.
Either pin me or wait till I get back.
I have a super fan too. I just
But what are you gonna do? You need to hit something. You need to hurry up. You need to hurry up before this shit become a double. Okay, there you go.
Hey,
Pin.
what you doing, nigga?
Is this the end? For the 1, 2. Reflex still undefeated.
Hey, GG, bro. You happy?
Fuck, good match, man. Good match. How's he still under? Good match. Good match. The fuck? That's what I'm saying. How the fuck is he still undefeated? I ain't hating on that. Then I'm kind of happy for you. I'm kind of happy for you.
I'm always coming back better than him.
Why am I cursed, bro? I lost my first match. He lost too.
He won both of his, yo.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but what?
Yeah, shit, it happened like that. It happened.
Hey, Dom, bro. I'm getting one of those titles, bro. I'm getting one of those damn titles. And I'm gonna defend the bitch too, cause I win titles, but I can't.
Hey. It's my turn.
Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah. It's your turn.
Can I stay in here?
Yeah, you can stay in here. Yeah, you can stay in here.
I'm fighting Jerome and Attack.
Yeah, you say, bet we got a fat ass solo. Yeah, we got it. Solo about to fight right now.
Russell, how GG, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, good fight, y'all. Very good match.
My reason that when I kicked, oh my god, I could kick out.
I should have got the first one.
I tried to spam A when I popped my
Reflex, you already left this match? Oh, yes. I think you did. Okay, Tezo in here. Corey, come up in here. We need you.
Hey, you can't spam A like you used to, Don, bro. I tried to, oh my god.
Yeah, I know.
I was waiting for that shit.
It starts shaking this shit. Yeah, it's a lot, bro.
Spam it.
I just now what I do, I just hit the bitch slow. If it go, it go. That's how I am now. If it go, it go.
No, I'm just used to spamming it. Like if I miss, like
spam. So now you hold it now.
Yeah. No, I don't do shit. I just fucking pop my refill. That's what I do.
Nah, you just told on
Hey,
yourself.
You heard
like
it.
when we just hit that clip.
Oh shit, yeah. I'll start clipping my shit.
Corey, you good?
No.
Hell yeah, come kill him.
Oh, there you go, right there. What Tezo with? Tezo, come on this side. Pick your person. If it's not glitched out.
Yo, TB.
Yeah, fam.
What's up, man?
I believe I'm 2-0 with AJ Styles.
That night you beat me, right? You know what I thought about?
What's up?
I think this lobby. Yeah, it say you in. Okay, hold on. Let me pick my person to see if it's. Oh, there you go. Okay, but I don't see you though.
It's a new season, bro. You gotta
if it work, it work. If it don't, we just dead.
And I still got my damn 6 points.
I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead, man.
6 points.
So you know what I did that night, bro?
Get into it.
I went to Uber Eats. I got a 6-piece nugget and then went to bed, bro.
Damn. That's
I
crazy.
need some type of 6, bro. Cause I was.
Usually in these kind of matches, I would root on Corey, but I'm rooting on Tezo. Come on, Tezo.
Tezo, my little nigga. Come on, Tezo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I hope Tezo wins.
Yo, who was the man last year who would always bring out that sledgehammer?
Yuli head ass.
Yuli.
Yeah.
Last year, the year before that one.
Yeah, the year before. Yeah, always doing that. It's always the fucking hammer.
Was that the nightfall?
He did it too, but Yuli kept doing it. He brought it out every time he knew it. The matches, like he couldn't win, he bring that bitch out. Like every time it started looking dark for him.
Window.
Yeah, you win, but that'd be a little cheesing tool.
But did I not win though? Streets ain't gonna forget when I threw you in the ring in my match with you.
I remember that shit. Got all kind of tricks and shit. Come on, Tezo. You're doing doubles right now. Come on.
Start that back there.
See that.
Almost drove him through the ring.
That was TB. What up, homie?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what you gonna say, bro?
What's up, DB?
See how hard it was.
Leon, who I got you fighting?
Yeah, at least you did it. That's good, Leon.
That nigga Solo Sikoa.
That'd have been real cool. It would have been real crazy if TB picked.
There you go. Good reverse.
Man,
Yeah,
I just want
he's
sad,
fighting right
man.
now. He's fighting Lil Corey.
Can you hear me?
I don't think you do still.
Hey, Taylor,
Thank you.
all this nigga, I better get a job and pay some fucking money.
He don't need. He said,
Beat
all
his
he
ass.
had is.
I'm trying to hear him,
You
y'all.
think
Beat his ass.
Tesla said he don't need your help. He said he could beat him without that.
No, boy, he
Man,
nigga
man,
watch, he getting his ass whooped.
No, fuck that shit. He ain't being shit, nigga. What you talking about, nigga? Fuck Solo Sikoa. You know,
Sokola.
Green bar,
Fuck Solo Sokola.
This is like my second online match in this game.
Oh,
Whoop his
shit.
ass, Hoodie Tesla.
Come on, Tesla. Give him some candy, bro. You got this, bro.
Yeah, I can't believe I got 6 times and still won. That shit's crazy.
Look at you.
Yo.
Nigga, first guy, what the
Ass.
fuck?
I'm ass.
Hoodie Tesla to you.
Run up, little nigga. What the fuck?
You better have the hoodie to it.
Hey, you got the hoodie cut out.
Oh, he putting that work in, man.
I'm a good Marcus.
I like I need to go deep in reflexes. Man, that's crazy.
Shit, there you go. Keep that stun bar. There you go.
We're gonna be deep, bro.
There you go. One more move. There you go. Don't let him go nowhere.
Who's that?
Don't let him go nowhere. Yeah, they keep trying to make him bail.
Hey, bro, you know who
That
bails the
fucking
most, bro?
beast.
Vortex and Ethan Page just fell out of that game.
You say he get bailed out the most?
Oh yeah, you're right. I don't listen to that.
He starts rolling, bro. He starts rolling his ass.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort.
Come on, nigga. Get back in the ring.
Damn. Why you so much in a hurry to lose for, Corey?
Who, nigga?
See, look, I listen to this.
Yeah. Why you so much in a hurry to lose? You doing doubles and shit? You doing doubles right now? With a double? You doing a double for me?
Baby's number.
I get it quick.
Doubles in times like this.
Like, if you know about the
Nigga, stop singing that trash ass.
Yo, shut your bitch ass up.
Hey, ain't no way he can
Get on my goddamn man, cuz nigga ain't y'all listen to that shit.
Yo, you barred the game in real life with big ass upper lip. Shut up, nigga.
Nigga, you cut that shit.
I think it's time to beat the chick.
One finishing touch. Completely cuts the ball.
Oh no, don't start this shit.
He can't take it.
Every little thing.
Man, what's happening?
Man, don't bring them back with this shit, man.
No, that shit had me pissed off. That shit had me pissed off.
Kept singing that shit.
Combo being like 18 things, bro. They want to sing some shit like that.
Who sucks? I'm being
Yo, Don, Combo want to kick out of 18 things and they have the nerve to singing that shit, bro. I'm over here sweating like, this nigga won't lay down.
It was funny because, like,
Combo's not even talking. He's just laughing. He's just laughing like, I'm like, bro.
like,
The pedigree after pedigree, bro. Just bam, pedigree.
This shit, Simone, drop this shit. Keep the pressure. Keep the pressure. Keep that pressure, hoodie.
Reflex trying his ass off, and I was just laughing at him.
Bro, I was going off. Like, you hit me with 2 fins and I lost, bro. You got hit.
You gotta bring back. You gotta bring in. Hey Don, play my music. You gotta bring that.
That back. Oh my god.
Bro, I ain't like you was chill like a motherfucker down there.
Yeah, Don, you gotta start playing. You gotta start playing.
Alright, man. I'm just gonna put this shit to rest.
For the fucking stunner. He said he putting this shit to rest.
Oh, you'll get banned. You'll get what's it called, though? They'll fucking copyright this shit.
It'd be alright. Yeah, they just take it out. They take it out.
Teenage Styles one. You ready to fly?
Talk about resilience. Yeah, did you see how the referee had to get into position? That was all the difference.
There's something wrong in my life.
Pull back.
I get the click.
I told you you ain't gonna be able to be comboing people. Corey, but hey, go ahead, do you.
Austin did return though. Who would be the coach to do that?
Come on, baby.
You got the Hardy Boys?
I don't know.
She knows a lot for that shit. That's football.
Yeah, he's the oldest one here.
No, I'm not.
No, he's not.
Who is the oldest one here?
You're like
It's not for me to. It's not for me to expose.
You're old head the Don, bro. Old head the Don.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Oh man.
What?
This man acting like he bored of fighting him. This man acting like he bored of fighting him.
Yeah, but
You, well, guess that was it. You didn't want to use your reason?
Yeah, I got my.
Nah, I can't. It didn't let me.
Hold on, are we next or what?
Don, you keeping that draft for this stuff all year, bro?
Hell no, I'm taking that shit down.
Are we next down or what?
Yes, I can't
What's
stand
Tower
it.
rating?
Oh, Stone Cold did. Yo, he grabbed it all on rocks. Yo, dog.
Yeah, I know. That's why they changed the screen because I'm thinking, why?
Hey, Don, we gotta do the tag match, bro.
Yo, the tier list will come out after the pay-per-view.
Where's food
We can do the underground match down. We're doing the underground match.
Oh yeah, the underground match.
Yeah, you want to do that real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get this thing ready. What's up?
Before I go in there blindsided like that ambulance match, bro. What is it?
The rules.
Straight knockout match? It's regular match?
It's knockout, yeah, but it's just like, have you ever played Def Jam Vendetta before or Fight for New York?
Yeah,
It's pretty much like that. You gotta wait for them to get danger, and then that's when you hit the Sega fin. Do a Sega fin after I'm in danger. That's the way you win.
Hey, solo, GG. I said solo.
Solo, stick caller.
No,
You
but
heard me, Yuli.
GG
That's
though,
the way
bro.
you win. When I get in danger, hit a Sega fin.
Hey, remember when fucking Teza was going off on Don? What happened to that?
I want Don.
He popped your Rezo and everything.
He popped my Rezo. He ain't never popped his Rezo a day. He ain't never popped my Rezo a day in my life. I mean, he ain't popped my Rezo. Did he pop my Rezo?
Don't happen last night,
Yeah,
y'all.
you broke the reason, bro.
Don't happen last night.
Show whatever happened. Show it on evidence. Show what you need to show.
You told us to burn that shit. You told us to burn that shit.
I gotta get ready to show the video real quick. Yo, what's up?
Now that the show over, you know it's a whole new show. You did the ring with me. Were you scared of me? I say yes. Go ahead, say yes.
If I feel like scared of your leg,
yo, Corey, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'll pop your big ass ball fade and throw out the window, little nigga.
All right, here we go. So before I do set this up, Yuli, I do gotta play this one thing that was sent over.
It was Don. He made this in his basement last night. Sent over.
Basement.
How about Santover and shit? The Ang's gonna have beating his ass with Nia Jax.
This pixelated ass UWA logo.
This?
Looks like some B-Dog made.
Who's Shinsuke? Is this fucking Rolly?
Nah, it's Foley.
Rolly can afford better quality than.
This is how Shinsuke did his shit like that.
It's in his basement, bro. He made
You
it
see,
last
so
night.
so before we go in this, Yuli, he's already calling that he's going to be the king of the underground. So he's saying that don't get too comfortable, because you know he's calling you. That's pretty much what he's saying.
That ain't what he said. That ain't what he said.
That's
at all,
what he's saying. That is
he know
what he's
better
saying.
than tell me something like that.
He said you know better. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, you talking to me like that? Come on, man.
Change the arena and this shit.
I ain't talking about the album. You fucked the album? That shit was hard.
Yo, bro, how am I getting? I have not got an ad ever. Pay for this shit, bro.
They hold, bro. He should have put what's going on the album.
John, I've never got an ad from you, bro.
Oh, yeah.
It's on the V2, I think.
Reflex, are you making the match or no?
No, I'm making it.
I'm watching this shit first.
I'm
talking about my gym. I'm watching this shit first. I need to see
match or the.
Okay, Yuli, you could join in.
I'm about to watch Don fight Yuli. I want to see if Yuli gets his get back.
He gonna rock bottom out the wrong goddamn ring.
Off the fucking Titatron. Off the Titatron. Rock bottom. Off the Titatron.
I ain't gonna lie. You gotta bring that back in the games, bro. Dive on the Titatron.
That shit would hurt, bro. Oh my god, he would die. Rock bottom off the Titatron, bro.
Imagine doing the rock bottom from the SmackDown fist.
Yo, Leon.
Oh, I just remembered I subscribed last show, so I don't get no ads.
I thought y'all was in here fighting and battling.
Put freeze on, John. Put freeze on.
Yo, you'll put low blow and Brad's nuts on.
I ain't that cheesy.
Yeah, Rizzo ain't even gonna work.
Yeah, you don't need Rizzo. I thought he didn't know.
Yeah,
I thought he gonna put
there's
Rizzo.
no
I swear I thought he gonna put Rizzo.
Bro, you trust me, bro.
Don't tell him anything, neither was you.
Iron Jaw.
You
Freeze for The Rock?
Iron Jaw, no,
Nah,
Iron Jaw
Freeze is
smart.
a bad pick for The Rock.
Wait, no, it ain't, because if you get stunned, it don't matter.
Bro, exactly.
You can barely get stunned in this mode. This match gonna be
Iron Jaw is worth it.
forever.
Rock double bottom.
If you get hit with a Sega fin or get stunned, I think you're in business. Just clears your stun bar anyway.
Oh, you fighting?
Yeah.
And they got Don on the side of the fucking ring watching. They got this fat ass.
Shut the hell
They
up.
got fat ass watching. They got Don watching.
Appreciate
the
it.
match.
Oh, that's Steve, bro.
This is at once.
Well, he ain't got locked, so hell no, that ain't me. That man got a fucking burst fade. You saying that's me?
Yeah, that's definitely you, bro.
Yo, bro, I got a burst fade. He's saying that's me.
Bro, it's definitely you, bro.
From what low tier guy, right?
Yeah, fucking nah, you gonna see the three.
Hey, you go show.
Oh, I seen that. I seen that stream. I know what you're talking about.
I miss Brew.
You can throw him off. You can throw him off.
Yeah, you can throw him off. Yeah, we can fight anywhere, bro. You can KO him anywhere. It don't got to be in the ring.
I want to play in a fucking wrestling ring with no ropes, like a single wrestling head ass.
Damn.
Rock should not be doing a pickup like that. What the fuck?
Yeah, you do. That's him. That's the Rock for you. Oh no! Oh no! Hold on, we can't use weapons. Okay, let's start that shit over. I didn't know that. No, look, I thought you could use weapons in real life. You can use weapons on this match. Start over. Come on, start over. Come on, man, start over. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on, bro. Get your ass back in here. Nah, bro, cause you almost hit me, bro. If you would have hit me, I would have said, bro, you start over. Cause in real life, you can use weapons on this match. That's why I didn't know.
If we run it back, it's 1-1. My record is 1-1. Okay.
What? No. Come on, man.
Nah, then move on. I move on then.
Man, you only that had to
Remember
double
when you
dip.
did Weezy and Sturdio? Remember?
Yo, please
take
fight it, bro.
another guy.
Chill, bro.
B-Dog used a hammer, you DQ'd him? No, bro,
Come on.
That's how we gonna do it.
You only that had to double dip.
Why can't you use weapons in an underground match?
I don't know. In real life, you can. That's why I was so confused.
You lost, Don.
There's no in or out the ring. There's no ring. It's just a square. There's no ropes.
There's no rules or anything. I don't get that. Come on, bro. Get back in here. Come on, bro. Get back in here, bro.
You lied.
I see you lied.
Come on, bro. You got me switching through nervously. Come on back in
Hey,
here.
where the UWA lawyer at? Where's you at?
Hey, John, if you want to know if you get to a rematch, bro,
I don't know what you said.
Hey, Don, do it best of three. Do it best of three. How about that?
Yuli, come on, bro.
How about this? Do it best of three, Don, and if he wins 1-1, Don.
No, it's not no damn 1-1, bro. That it should even been there. If anything, bro, if I would have never, bro, if you would have hit me with that, I would have said, "What the hell happened?" I would say, "Yes, start over," because I didn't even think that was just gonna happen.
You know what, Don? You owe me one, Don. And now you're gonna
Yeah,
fight
yeah, come on.
this night, all right? Look, if we do this, you're fighting in the tag match, all right?
Come on.
All right? No, all right.
You ain't even gonna consult with
All right.
or anything?
No. Yes or no, Don? Don, yes or no, Don?
Leon, what paybacks that pit freeze and move thief? There you go. Come on.
Nah, Don, answer his question, bro.
Don, if we redo this, it's gonna be you fighting that tag match, bro. I don't care if you're a partner, but it's you.
You know,
Come on,
even
Yuli.
if John is in the tag match, NWO was winning anyway.
Okay. You said it then, Don.
Are you gonna do this without consulting your team, bro? You just gonna take one of those
Come on,
spots?
Yuli. Ain't
No,
nobody.
he's taking the
He
spot,
can't
Don.
manipulate me. Come on.
No, I'm not manipulating you. I'm already in the match. So I'm already telling you what it is. It's either we're 1-1 or you giving me the tag match if you win it.
Yep,
Nah, you gotta make an agreement.
Don, are you
You readied
agreeing
up?
to the terms?
If he's readying up, you agree to the terms. He already readied up. He's agreed to the terms.
You don't want to say it, but yeah, he agreed.
He agreed. He readied up. He's
Nah,
thinking
if
his
you
head on
add
his
you
dream, bro.
add you to the elite, why you going?
I'll go. Put him in there.
If he win. Here we go.
Nah, I'm good.
No
Bro, you
pinfalls.
don't.
Never
Oh,
seen Don so pissed. Don just looks pissed.
The
Bro.
officials
Nah.
only out here
He
to
said
call the
fuck
submission or the knockout.
Like,
So
we
Yo,
you
Don, you better beat his ass.
to either be the one to
You
put
gotta hold
someone
you
down
hostage,
or
bro.
the
You
one that takes
gotta
the
hold you hostage
unexpected
like
nap.
fucking what's it called? Jeff Jarrett did with the IC title, bro. You better get on it.
Now, Don, whoop his ass.
Yeah,
Oh,
Don,
now you
whoop-
want me to
whoop
whoop
the
his
shit out
ass
that
now.
bitch ass nigga.
Yeah. He
Give me a
said, fuck us.
$50 per hour pay
He
raise.
say, fuck us.
Damn! Oh my god!
Able to avoid damage with an evasive maneuver.
Look at that shit.
You want to see it again?
Yeah.
I got you.
Oh, what a quick answer.
I got you.
Leave that shit. You would have got hit again. You would have got hit again sitting there not.
That shit shouldn't even hurt the Fiend, bro. You got a whole fucking mask.
Belly to belly. Vicious.
Don would have said he's here, so we can do the tag match next.
I need for him to get ready and fight. What's his name too?
The power on display right now is
His
ridiculous.
opponent.
The main event.
His opponent. I believe his opponent here. I believe his opponent here.
Don's gotta take one of his spots.
The reflex stop yapping, dude.
What the fake ass why, man?
Why did you Irish whip him and then it just went straight? Like it just.
Bruh, this thing gave me a fake ass why. Get ready to see
He was
that.
supposed to turnbuckle, bro. It did just, yeah, that's crazy as hell. Oh, he's green barring the hell out of Don too. Holy.
Julius.
Oh my god, it's a full green bar and he has like, oh my god.
It's an underground match.
Yeah.
Don, don't you say you're the king of underground?
I'm gonna need you to like not be the gesture of underground, bro.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I fucked with the wrong dude.
Oh my god, you're a joker
I
right now.
fucked with the
Don.
wrong dude, y'all. I fucked with the wrong dude, y'all.
Don's locked in
Go
right
on mute,
now.
Don. No, he ain't. He just allowed 3 A's back to back.
No, he's not locked in a match. He's just locked into his match.
Man, he did the police bill like
You do realize that belly to belly.
Hey, no matter how much you hate on
hey,
him, bro, this is bad. This is a bad sight, bro. Our owner is getting washed out right now.
And there it is.
And he re-enters into the ring.
Hey, Don, all I can say is, bro, I could never. I never.
Didn't Yuli beat you? Like in
He's got next show. Like,
Yuli would beat your ass.
Who is Don?
Only his ass, though. Only his ass.
Better than you, Corey.
Nigga, not better than you. Stop all that
Don
shit.
not better than you? Don was.
He said you are you.
Nigga, I beat Don 2 times yesterday. Nigga, he's ass too, nigga.
They count toward his record?
wait, can The Rock do the people's elbow?
No.
I think he can do it, but I don't think he can get the
No, he can't.
He can't. He can't.
Can't do it now.
Oh. In old games, it just used to be the move with his elbow. Damn, Matt only having like rope fucking things and shit.
Well, you cook with Randy in it on the ground. I mean, not really, but.
I mean, I think, well, Randy had the head stomp in the RKO.
So real quick, you kind of
yeah, you can RKO it and get him in danger and just go straight to the stomp.
And the stomps are cheesy as hell. You can force them, so.
He's gonna be in danger.
AJ Styles
He's
is
in
low-key
danger. Oh, he's in
tough,
danger.
bro.
Now you gotta pull that cig off. You gotta pull that cig off and stun.
Bro, they don't let this big ass nigga walk the ropes, bro. This shit is so
When he gets a reversal, he gets a fan, and he don't got no danger no more, Don. You gotta hit him with your special.
Freeze him! Oh, wait, no, you don't have a fin. Oh my god.
Come on, dude.
Oh, he still didn't reverse anything.
Oh, yeah, real. You could freeze him. Don't let me, bro.
But don't let me freeze him.
Oh, because he's dead.
That's so dangerous. It's kind of like a wow.
Oh,
Yeah, because he didn't reverse.
Toodles!
Well,
Playing with me.
I beat you the first
Oh, he's getting green barred. Nigga, what? Yuli, you would never, Yuli, you would never, ever be better than me. You will never be better than me. You will never be better than me.
I already beat you once. Run it to tag match.
It's not no 1-1. That shit didn't count. That shit didn't count. You try to hit me with that damn weapon, man, hell no. I ain't agree to shit.
Lost, bro.
Bro, I ain't lose shit. Didn't you just see the outcome? Didn't you just see that shit?
If you gonna fight in the tag, or is it gonna be me and Weezy?
It's gonna be you and Weezy. Let me go ahead and go to the bathroom real quick. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. GG's or whatever. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's fucked up, Pee Wee. You should have never fought that match.
You niggas don't like me. The bitch wanna fight me. My t-shirt on, so I won't get ugly. She fucking with a dime. I'm fucking with a bomb. They think I'm on summer. Whoa, she think I'm on something. I'm fucking with a bad little vibe. Probably all over her tongue. I'm about to spot me a high. I'm about to spin that trunk. I said, my mind got me a switch. We ain't get fucked by luck. I said my body, I'm the coolest. Trampoline jump for a cougar. Jump out the jungle, go hectic. I'm leaving that boy in the stooler. She wanna fuck for the moolah. Pussy niggas get lit up. That pellet, hold a Ruger. She's laying with your girl. She like being around my niggas. She teed up, she not switching. G6 got me in here glitching. Real rich as fuck, just living. This bitch ain't got no vision. I'ma go ahead and give it to her. I just been feeling myself. I find Jesus, Christian Dior. Got a bitch finna fuck on the game. She put a stain right on the floor. Got me feeling like Jesse Chase. I'm switching lanes when he hauls. Stop out that talking.
Come on.
Good fight.
It could be you and Leon, you and Weezy. It don't matter, bro.
Good fight.
Tag match.
Good fight.
Average.
For your integrity. For your integrity.
I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about no damn integrity.
I don't give a fuck what y'all think.
I got you. Is Woodard here? Is Woodard here?
Yeah.
Because Woodard, after this, I need you to do your singles match, buddy. I need for you to get that shit out the way. And then after that, Quaz, you can fight. After that. Yeah, I need for you to get your singles match done. Can somebody come out there and stand out there with me?
You said you low-key want to do what?
Oh, make a mic stand out there with him.
Can somebody come out there and stand out here? Yeah, I need somebody to stand out.
Hey, Quaz, go stand out there with him in case the ref goes down.
He said just in case the ref go down, bro. I'm not doing nothing crazy. And somebody just claimed it already. Somebody just claimed it.
No, the finger was reflex.
Was that? That wasn't reflex.
Send the invite.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, Quad. Somebody else claimed it already. Somebody else just claimed it. And plus, this ain't your team. You go focus on building your Walmart or whatever you building over there. Okay, Leon and Weezy, y'all can both join in.
Oh my god, I need to do this my GM. Not my GM. My
He said, "What the
my
fuck?"
route.
From what I heard before the season even started, I heard your team don't even exist no more, Quaz, unless you build a ZT again. That's what I heard. But that's what I heard.
We exist in the shadows, bro.
Oh, the shadows ain't nothing.
That team is
Join down or right away.
Okay, now y'all can join. Y'all can join now. Weezy in here. You said what, Greatness?
What's up? When you was telling that nigga to fight me, it exists then, right?
What's the point of this 1v3, bro?
Jesus. You said it was this when I told him to bite you.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't
leave me alone.
but hey, I'm here now though.
I mean, it's like a lose-lose. It's a win-win for you, bro. It's a lose-lose for us.
You should have known better than that, dog. You should never even thought of that.
Who said they was coming in here?
Nobody wants to see Becky Lynch running on a fucking
Okay,
road.
join in.
You'll see when we cooking up Saturday. Don't worry about it.
What the hell is mutiny mean, bro?
It's a team.
Play the fucking line. Just play it.
Oh, TB. Okay.
You need me to play a video?
Hey, TB, you know this is your old team right here, TB, so goes down, you know.
Yeah, if the ref goes down, you gotta help in WO, TB. Old teammate.
We'll see what happens.
TB, a team with every single one of us, bro.
Blue team with a white left, right, TB?
I have seen.
Oh, TB was in team when Leon was there.
Yeah. TV was there before me.
Y'all kicked TV to the curb.
No, we didn't.
And Combo. And Woodard.
And Combo and Woodard. Y'all kicked Combo and he was y'all best player.
Woodard basically left by his own damn self.
Why y'all don't never kick
No, we
Don?
didn't.
Y'all keep Don for the business side, right?
Yo,
Don.
Hey, why is Don there? What the fuck is Don there?
I still own NWO. I'm letting him borrow it.
Don don't even do nothing. He don't fight in the
Bro, why do y'all
tag.
say I don't do anything? I do fight. I lace my boots up. What's up with this? I fought last show. Look at him. See, that's because you're trying to strike me and shit.
Yo, why did you do that?
Oh, I can't wait to get my hands on that great top, bro. I've been waiting to get my hands on that.
I'm glad it did that too. Trying to fight me.
He's their accountant, bro. That's all he is. Their accountant.
That nigga don't do shit but boost them niggas.
Boost
That's why Weezy went over there for the. He seen the
ballet, bro.
Bro, it's nothing done over here. They fighting just like everybody else.
Do they now? The combo you were an insider last year. Were they now?
Do we know?
When you was on the Mean Girls, did you get a push?
Mean Girls. Talking about the Temptations.
That too. Did we get pushes on the damn Temptations? The Temptators. Leon couldn't say that name for nothing. He couldn't say it though. Temptators.
The
the top star on Raw.
We need another admin.
Hey, John, remember when we was tag team champions? Dirty
Yeah, I remember
Dog,
that.
Dirty Dog.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
The way you do everything you do.
When they did title. And the fucking Hell in a Cell 8-man.
That shit was fun though.
Yeah, it was.
Shit was definitely lit.
All right, so the team, my NWO, y'all join first again.
This week, Leon, let's do it.
All right, what's y'all team name over there?
Wrong character.
The other team could join. Woulda and that man that just got knocked the fuck out, he could join in too. And TB, you could join in too.
I want to move it. I beat you the first time. What are you talking about? We're 1-1 and under.
There's no 1-1. There's no 1-1.
You got yourself DQ'd that you lost. You lost.
There's no 1-1.
I gave you the rematch. You said you were gonna run this tag match, but you got your tail tucked behind your.
Show me where I said that.
Who wasn't here? And who wasn't here? We need a new fucking lawyer. Who wasn't here to fucking say anything to the whole fucking ordeal?
He was at the right place, right time. Right place, right time.
With your fucking teeth and tack.
No, not as fast.
That's what I'm saying. He threw it first. He threw it at me first.
Yeah. Not my fault though. Remember when Tech did it? He got DQ'd. Remember when Weezy did it? Got DQ'd.
Bruh, in real life, the underground ain't no rules. It's a unsanctioned match.
This ain't real life, Don. This ain't real life.
No, I don't even know why DQ owned on that match. That's stupid.
If you hosted it, that's why.
was on?
It was on, yeah. That's why I didn't think that was a thing on there. I thought it was just automatically off.
Don, you lost.
He got DQ'd and we ran it back.
No.
I ran it back if you tag
I'm gonna tell you the whole thing. He picked out a kendo stick and threw it at me, and I dodged it because I'm just thinking it's a regular thing. And so after that, I knocked him down. I picked it up and threw it at him. They're gonna say DQ. And then so I said, bro, run that shit back. It was still the first 2 minutes of the match.
And what did I tell you? And what
And
did I
then
tell you about
I didn't care about
What did I
none of
tell you?
that feeling or the inside stuff that you were talking about. The only thing I told you is I wanted a
if I run it
rematch.
back, it's 1-1. Or you
Bruh,
can be in this tag match.
bruh, the match was
If you didn't do the tag
lackluster
match,
when
so
that
it's
happened.
1-1. It's 1-2, nigga. It don't matter.
It's
1-2.
not,
My
bro.
record is 1-2.
No, it's not. That match did not count.
I'm done. Now what'd you say?
Fuck out of my range. Fuck out of my range.
Bruh, Combo, in real life, the underground don't got no rules, though. It's an unsanctioned match. He said it's my business. I got to be over here for better viewing, you dickhead. You supposed to be up there anyway. What the hell you doing down here with me? Bruh, don't tempt me because I don't want to have to beat your ass out here. I really don't. So don't even talk to me like that. You better talk to me nice, nigga. You better pipe down, nigga.
Pick up your teammate. Pick your mans up, Don. Pick your mans up.
Pay attention to your match.
Pick your mans up, Don. Pick your mans up. Pick your mans up. Come on.
You know, bro, Don, you lost, nigga?
No, I won. I'm a winner. I'm undefeated. What you think, Corey? You think I lose? Corey, you think I lose to that job after I already beat his ass in the first round? I mean, the first show. You think I actually lose to him? Nigga, please. No, you didn't. You didn't win.
How can you say you won that shit, bro?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
You, like, come on.
Like he tried. Like think about if he would have did it.
Hey, you shut up. You're not an NWO no more. Shut up.
I'm not, but like,
we
come
see,
on,
no. We see
man.
DQ come across the screen. We see DQ come across the screen.
Oh, if the lawyer says so.
Yeah, let me do my job. Now finish telling the story. Now you never tell
So he threw it at me first though. He threw it at me first.
Get ready.
Get ready already.
I told him, if we run it back, it's gonna be 1-1. Like if you win, it's gonna be 1.
And I didn't agree to nothing. I sat there quietly and I just kept saying rematch. I kept saying rematch.
You ready up.
You agree to that?
No, I didn't say nothing. I didn't say anything. I was quiet throughout the whole damn thing.
But you ready up.
I just sat there quietly. I sat there quietly, waiting for him to push, waiting for him for the rematch.
But look, in that case, that wasn't a real match. You know,
Oh, it was real. They saw you get knocked the fuck out. You can't take that away. You got knocked the fuck out.
I already know how this little nigga plays, but we talking about Leon. Get ready, nigga. Fuck you talking. All right, well, to show my real. Show why you back from this weak ass. Come on. Rookie. Come on, bro. Rookie.
Don, can me and ACG go after Woody fight?
At the Woody, yes. Y'all can. Yep, y'all can.
Yeah, oh man,
You let ACG know that too?
There you go. That's 1.
2. That was 2.
That's 2? Okay, I got you.
You taking count, nigga.
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, Don,
2. That's 3.
Don, give Corey some attention. He's getting bored. He's starting to talk to anybody now.
So he's starting to talk to anybody. What's that, 4? That's 4.
That's 4.
It's 4. I got you. It's 4. I got you. I'm gonna tell you why you chose the wrong opponent, because I'm gonna tell you why. Because the first thing is both of y'all can't beat me. That's the first thing. Second thing, I'm plat 3. The fourth thing is you just lost. Fifth thing is I'm not gonna. Let me let you lock in on your damn match. Let me let you lock in on your damn match.
Don't throw that shit back on the rock, man. Weirdo.
Hey man, Lloyd, shut the fuck up
He
with
went
me.
all over the damn place.
Bitch ass to bed.
What you say, Viper? What's your bitch? You got what your bitch?
Oh,
He said, give him some attention. He talking to anybody.
We just said anything, bro.
Marcus.
Don't do some flashcards.
Oh yeah.
Shit, Indian style. Shut the fuck up.
Scouts out besides.
With his fucking hands in his lap.
Man, that little nigga got Buzz Lightyear draws.
To infinity and
That's
beyond.
5. I got you. 5 -0. Yeah, remember the reversals too.
I got his segment, bro.
Viper is good though. We all good though.
Good shit, Leon.
Shut your ass up, nigga.
It don't matter. You got the interaction. It's 5-0.
Fucking delinquent.
That's your 1, Leon.
Hey nigga, don't call me
Definitely a delinquent.
You're delinquent, nigga. Your ass.
Y'all want me to put that tone on too? Cause I ain't got no shit like that. I got the regular shit.
That's in grandma's house.
No, shut up. Where my I see nigga left.
A nigga behind your ear still smell like Parmesan.
Man,
don't break
man,
it, bro.
shut up, fake ass over.
Don't break it.
You don't even know how to properly watch your
Don't
ass.
punch it. Safe zone.
Bro, niggas.
Yeah, y'all still. You got 5 left. You got 5
I don't know
left.
what to say.
How much left do we got, Don?
5. You got 5 more. It's 10
Nah,
together.
it's not that bad.
He stupid. He say he didn't know what to
But still
say.
save him just for drastic matches though. Like when you know if he almost stunned or whatever.
What word?
Hey, if you stun, get me in.
What word? Nincompoop?
That's exactly what the fuck he is.
Oh, what the hell?
A damn nincompoop.
Nah, that's funny. I'm glad you know your gang shit, but you don't know your ABCs, you little stupid motherfucker.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Look at you saying that nigga say
Man.
What the fuck is
I said F, nigga. You too fucking slow.
Now that nigga say
Oh,
I said, no, you slow, nigga.
Come on. Oh, shit.
Chill.
Hey, check. Hey, old ass nigga. Hey, come on to my fucking leg. Yeah, do that shit, old ass nigga.
Neither superstar
Nigga just be blabbing at the fucking mouth.
Alright, yeah, let me shut up.
Please.
He said, please.
Hey, Steve.
You could now that you can hit him. Oh, you got it. Oh, good shit. Good shit, man.
Or you get knocked out like your father.
Knocked him the fuck out. That's what he get. That shit didn't work out in his favor at all. Good shit. Yeah, get Weezy up in there. Get the X up off of him.
Oh, I can't stand how he yelled in his grandma.
Good shit, bro.
That shit
Good shit,
Bro,
bro.
nigga, my cuz, dude.
Testing him out.
She in the other room, nigga. Nigga, that's the long way.
Yo, this is
Yeah, I finna say hit him. I finna say let him hit you. Let him hit you.
It's about loyalty, nigga.
He says this your tag team partner. He says this your tag team partner. Oh hell.
Hey, yo, bro. Yo, what's up? I'm not black.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
What do you mean? Yes, I mean.
The black delegation of yourself, Leon. Come on.
What black delegation? What are you talking about?
So I've been waiting for this all my life.
He used
good in the hood.
He not black no more.
You ain't even black. You ain't even black.
That nigga like Michael Jackson, bro.
You ain't even black.
Turned white.
I'm fucking weak, bro. I'm fucking weak, bro. Get him, Weezy. Bam! Good shit. Good diversion, bro. See, that's what I like right there. You see that? See, Wooders? That was too sweet right there. Now that was too sweet. That was too sweet right there.
That's crazy. Hey, Leon, I'm trying to help you. That shit was funny.
What's up?
He said that nigga.
I don't know what you just said. Say it again, Wooders.
Who's John Cena?
Opponent Tone.
You didn't get a
It changed my targeting, bro. That's why
That's Wooders. He didn't punch you or nothing. He was just taunting over there. That's all he was doing. You can't blame him.
Yeah, I was starting and that
You wasn't targeted on Weezy. That's why you didn't reverse it.
Yeah, let me.
No, you wasn't. You was looking at Leon.
Exactly.
Okay, that's how you're not gonna get the X. I mean the Y. You know that.
It made me target.
Why you looking at somebody else?
I'm sorry.
That shit happened to me the other day.
Exactly.
I'm sorry about that. Oh, why is he in? What is he doing? You can't. Okay, that's your breakup then. That's your breakup. That's one of them. That's one breakup. That's one breakup, Yuli. He can't tap him out right there. He can't even sub him yet. That's your one breakup though.
Why is he feeding him then? Why is he
He can. He can. Yo.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? That makes no sense.
Bruh.
Why would
Bruh.
you say he couldn't do that?
Yeah.
Bruh, you can before the thing, bruh. You was in there. No, bruh, you was in there breaking up a submission for what?
You said you couldn't do that, bro.
Bruh, why was you in there? Why was you in there?
He was gonna tap him out.
He wasn't gonna bro, he wasn't even qualified.
Bro,
He wasn't even qualified.
just
Bruh, he was gonna do that and break it. He was gonna break
Okay,
it.
then run it back, nigga. Run it back, then, bro. Y'all niggas fucking.
Huh?
We won.
You talking about? We won.
You won.
Why you got yellow?
Nah, you won, done.
Heck, bruh, why did you go in there?
Bro, why did you get him out with the? You said you couldn't do that.
Bruh, why was you in there?
Bro,
Don, this is why I
can do that.
that does not make no fucking sense, bro. You said it counted as a break.
Hey, Don, block that. Block that. Block that.
Oli is good. Oli is good, bro.
Double pin is crazy.
Like, chat.
Double pin.
You delete that, Don.
He double pinned him, bro.
No,
Like,
that's
what the fuck?
allegation, bro. Bro, wait, hold on. So wait, Don, you doing that though?
Bro, why was your opponent in the ring? I want to know that first and
Bro,
foremost.
no, look, think about this. Okay, Don, it's not about that. It's about that I broke it up and you counted as a breakup.
Bro,
Why did he
nigga,
paint
he
him
go,
after
shut
that?
the fuck up. Hey, B-Dog.
Bro,
Why did he paint him after
why
that?
would you win though?
Breakup was cool. I broke it up.
Why would you win though?
Why did he paint him after?
Why would you win though?
The breakup is over.
Why would you win though?
I would have stayed in there and broke up the pin too if I knew it was like that.
No, you wouldn't.
It's good, it's good, bro.
I don't know the rules of this tag match. Like you said, why am I in there? Because I thought he was gonna tap him out. That's why I was in
Bro,
there.
he ain't even qualified yet.
Boy, nigga, he still pinned him after. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you can. I said you could pin after that. You know when I said you can break it? You remember I said you could break it and do that? Yeah, of course I am. Because you didn't have no business going up in there.
Okay, if you trying to have a breakup, why did he pin me?
Yeah, that's a dub, bro.
Bro, why would you win though?
Hey, say B-Dog.
Give us our dub. Good shit, Leon.
Just run it back. I ran you that stupid ass match back. Run it back.
I can run it back, but
No, I'm
Run it back.
I want to know.
No, let me ask you something. Why the fuck you don't kick out or pop Reds if it's that serious?
Because he broke it up.
He don't pin him, bro. He told Woody he couldn't do that.
Let's
He
go.
told Woody he couldn't do that. He told Woody he couldn't do that. Woody did that to Combo and he said he
exactly
couldn't
what
do
the
that.
rules was.
I
Yeah,
didn't know.
exactly what you're doing.
Don, just like you
Run it back. I got to get Woody his singles. I got to move. Woody, you need to get your singles out of the
But you
way.
didn't move when it was earlier, bro.
Bro, we was in that match for 30 seconds.
I was not in that match at all, bro. Don't count it on me then. Look, if you don't count it on us, don't count it on me. Then you got me fucked up.
Oh, be quiet, man.
So give me counting on who? Woody? Give me counting on Woody?
You counted it on me, nigga.
Hey, B-Dog, hey.
I'm counting on your your ass.
Hey, B-Dog, tell me nigga only shut the fuck up.
Woulda, I mean not Woulda. You got me saying Woulda name. Yuli, me and you supposed to be friends, and you trying to stress me out.
Run the match back, bro. That's all I'm asking.
Bro, how am I gonna run the match back? Why would you win though? I still don't know the answer for that. He ain't qualified.
Man,
if we gonna run it back,
and at the end of the day, Leon was gonna pin him regardless. So what's the difference? If he's gonna pin him regardless, what's the difference?
Leon.
Yeah, boy, I Reds in the match should have kept going. That ain't on me. That nigga
broke
didn't
it
try to
up.
kick out.
Why would I pop
Man,
Reds?
B-Dog said shut the hell up.
He broke up the sub for being dumb. He didn't have to. He didn't even have to.
Yo, because Leon wasn't gonna submit him. He wasn't gonna submit you. You knew he
And
wasn't gonna
Dunn
submit
told
you.
Right before you even kicked him, like, what are you doing?
He ain't saying nothing, bro.
I did.
Yeah, he did.
When you was
bro.
going in, I said, "What you doing?"
He did.
Yeah, you were trying to break it before. I said, "What are you breaking it?"
Still went on your own and did it. Yeah. So.
That's why y'all went over there. Now see why Leon's over there. It's the easy way. He needs that because he couldn't do shit anywhere else.
Okay, let me get you up.
Leon, shut your bitch ass up, Leon.
You don't know the rules,
man. Leon, tell your daddy to shut his ass up, nigga. I hear that nigga in the back, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up. Tell me that I gotta hold that, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, Leon.
His daddy.
Stay mad, bitch. Only stay mad, bitch.
Oh, you ain't talking to me, Corey. Shut your bitch ass up too, nigga.
Shut your mark ass up, nigga. I ain't these other niggas. I'll get on your ass.
Bro, you're not gonna talk to my fucking partner like that. I'll slap the shit out of you.
He done got his back up. He done got his back up.
Hey, Don.
He done got his back up.
Don, the group breaking up. They lost that shit.
Nah, B-Dog only mad because he got put on
Nah, B-Dog backing up Corey.
He got put in the show. He got put in the show.
Woulda, are you
I
there?
don't give a flying fuck about your tag match. I was helping you out. The fuck?
B-Dog, shut your ass up before I set someone with the butter shot.
Only shut up, bro. Only shut up, bro.
Are you there? Hey, you ain't responding, you short motherfucker. I'm just asking you, are you here?
Hey, Corey.
Nigga, you ain't saying shit. You sitting there quiet as a fucking church mouse. I know you are a mouse, but damn, you ain't gotta act like it too. When I'm saying your name, speak the fuck up.
Don, shut your little bitch ass up.
I can't stand this little short ass nigga. All right, I'm just ready for you to fight. That's it, bro. Ain't nobody trying to show out in front of company. Anybody, you trying to show out in front of company? No, hell no. He's 4'7". He's 4'7". Now I can call him short.
He really is trying to show out in front of company.
No. He hear me calling his name. He hear me calling his name, and he responded.
2 seconds ago, why would you ask if I'm
Nigga, I ain't hear you.
Oh, you're a fucking idiot, bro. Niggas just slow.
Nah, nigga, I ain't hear you. You have me people talking.
Idiot.
Suck ass nigga.
Don, what you we had a show, please. We had a show, please.
Yo, Don.
What's up?
Yo, what's up, bro? I'm happy to be back, bro. I'm happy.
Hey, B-Dog though, B-Dog, hey, you got a match today?
All right. Now back to regular schedule programming. Woulda, get your whole ass up in this match.
Bitch ass up.
Man,
Shut your suck ass up.
Nigga, you mad cause you got lost, suck ass nigga.
Nigga, you mad cause your grandma about to pull the cord on your Xbox, nigga.
Nigga, I
Shut your bitch ass up.
Not the cord.
You want to chill the fuck out before I slap you back to fucking Mexico, bro. Chill.
Oh wow, he said back to Mexico. Oh wow.
I like it.
Say back to Mexico.
Yeah, we know you like. I know you like that shit. I know you like that shit. I know you like that shit.
I like this shit.
I know you like that shit. I know you like that shit.
Like
You won't say it with your chest, you a bitch, Weezy. You won't say it with your chest because you a bitch.
Okay.
You a bitch. You won't say it. You won't say it with your chest.
Hey, this how you know he really a loser. He get mad for yelling at everybody.
What are you talking about, Javion? Like, nigga, what are you talking about, Javion? It's the same two niggas I'm talking to. I'm talking to the same two niggas.
Woulda, I'm gonna get this man 2 minutes. If he don't come, then I'm moving.
Nigga, you fell that life, so you joined the military. Like, what are you talking about, Javion? That video of you twerking is coming out right now. Nigga, bet. Let me find that video. Alright, bet, nigga. Nigga wanna keep talking. Alright, bet. Y'all check general chat in about 5 minutes. Hold up.
Well, that is true. That is true. It is true.
It's over for you. It's over for you. And Reflex, you want to keep talking, nigga?
You.
I'm not even talking. I'm just listening.
He's 0-3 to be honest. He's 0-3. Hey, Yuli, you wanted that persona, you got it. That's what you asked for. All right, I'm moving on. I'm moving on to the next one. I'm going to Cody. Yep, what's up? The persona being that final boss motherfucker.
Don, this ain't no glee shit. This is the best.
Nah, move on.
This is the best.
I done reach out to the man. You done reach out to the man.
B-Dog, shut your ass up. You are literally retarded. You're literally retarded. Like, not even a fuck around. Like, you're literally autistic, B-Dog. Like, what are you on, B-Dog?
I can't even hear
You got a fucking Bray Wyatt.
What is my match, bro?
And it's crooked.
I got 3 people ahead right now. I got 3 people ahead.
No, B-Dog, you're literally retarded. Like,
Beat the fuck out of B-Dog. Shut up.
Alright, then why'd you ask for my help? Why'd you ask me? You asked me. I didn't ask you, dickhead.
Hey, fuck that shit. Yeah, dickhead.
Fuck your shit.
It was to prove a point to Leon, B-Dog. That's all it was. Just to prove a point. That's all it was. I ain't really want you, nigga. Nigga, just to prove a point.
Corey, what you talking about, bro?
Why he called Sturdio out?
No. I'm talking about the dark match, bro. I'm talking about the dark match.
Yo, Sturdio.
Come on, join the match. What's up?
Invite me, bro.
Oh, yeah, never mind, Corey. Don't join the match.
I already joined.
Damn it, Sturdio.
Yeah, you asking for anybody at this point. He said anybody. He want to fight anybody. Let me do this so we won't just skip you. Does anybody want to fight Woulda real quick? Does anybody want to fight Woulda?
No, not me.
Corey, I'm talking about somebody that haven't had a match yet. Woulda, it's Woulda. It's Woulda.
Hey, Rated, I'm fighting you, Rated. I'm fighting you, Rated.
You want to fight Woulda?
Oh, damn, he's calling his shot.
Dezo, you say you want to fight Woulda? Okay, join on in. I need. Hold on, who was in here before? Reflex, are you still coming in here?
Brady that was
getting the match. I got you.
Hey, Don.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up?
I got it around.
Hey, send me up with another match. Hey, you can do that?
Possibly. We're gonna see. I ain't gonna guarantee it yet.
I'm invited you, bro.
I'll fight that little nigga.
Who, Corey?
Being rated next.
Right, no, it's what's his name next? It's what's his name? No, it's what's his face next? It's TB and TB, yo.
And then you can go.
After that, I won mine. It's hold on, y'all haven't fought.
Hey, hold on.
I won mine after. You want
Hold on, let's verify who that.
I think who say still. Well, we gotta see when he done eating. I think he's still eating.
When I tag, next.
All right, here we go.
Don, bro.
Yo,
Speak to
Don,
me.
by the way, bro, I'm not actually home yet, bro.
Oh, we can tell. We can tell.
Yeah, I prefer to be undefeated, Don.
Radio the John said,
Damn, you playing through the woods again, B-Dog?
I'm making it one, bro.
I actually am, yeah.
Oh, God. Don't check mine yet. You better find you.
I don't give a fuck, bro. I'm not solid. I'm on 3 fucking Stellas, bro. You know what I mean? I'm fucking rock solid.
Hey, Don, go to dinner chat.
Okay, what's in there?
Man, I forgot how y'all have locked.
Rainbow. They better text me.
Rainbow. Hey, you got to call out. No.
Bro, what is that? The clip? What is that? The clip shit? He don't got locks no more though. No, he ain't bald either.
I'm not trying to put everybody.
Man, who the other?
Freaky as like.
Though. The guy.
The white one.
You said the white one that sold out.
Oh, that dude definitely.
I know you ain't talking Willie. I know you're not talking Willie, you fucking pagan.
B-Dog, go back to special ed class.
Fuck, man. Hey, you know that's how we keep the this stuff clean. You can't talk about B-Dog.
Hey,
Somebody called my name just now. Who said my name? What's up?
Hey, go back to Mexico. Let me see.
I know, but you know he don't know what Mexico is. He probably think Mexico right around the damn corner. No, I ain't covering up for him though. I don't know. He probably damn do. That's why I say I ain't covering up for him. Go ahead and Jones him, bro. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to be funny.
To an extent though, I give you like 5 minutes, bro. I give you like 5 minutes. That's it. But yo.
Your name like fucking Ulysses, bro. You're not from America, you know what I mean?
Oh shit.
He say you're not from America though.
Want to see my first certificate?
You might be fucking hot, but you're not fully from America.
No.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Hey man, I'm talking about you, man. I'm cool. I'm laughing at fucking shit on this.
All right, B-Dog, you know what, B-Dog? Hey, Leon, remember when we found this nigga?
Oh yeah, I remember what he said about Jesus Navas.
It's over for B-Dog. It's over, B-Dog. No, what's his name?
Jesus
It's
Navas.
over, B-Dog. Keep talking to me, B-Dog. You know what he said? You know, I'm not gonna say it because then we might say what you about that. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna just keep it shut.
Yeah, there you go. That's the best thing you done said all day. Come on, Des. Beat this job ass quick, fast, and in a hurry.
5 minutes, man. I told you I'm laughing on the sideline.
Hey,
Nah.
Chilling.
Make it
What's up?
I ain't trying to get
Oh, you can say that, but it ain't too sweet with you.
Oli, hey,
What's
Don,
up?
put me in touch with that nigga Oli. That nigga ducking, cuz.
I know he cooked.
Put me in a match with that scary ass nigga, cuz. You a bitch.
Alright, I'll fight you.
What if you lose again? Well, I guess you know.
Hey, I need to win tonight, Don.
Hey, greatness in here, greatness.
Taking 2 L's in one night. That's kind of.
I won one match. And
Wait, what match? What match?
I beat you the first match, bro.
Nigga, please.
Who you
we're 1-1.
His name pops across the screen, though. You know what I'm saying?
Who?
Oli, man, you don't know what that match.
That's why he be nice to you. You want your grandma, not you.
Bro, I won that match, bro. They showed you knock the fuck out. They showed you knock the fuck out on both ends.
Oli, I not fuck up, bro. Oli, bro, I fucked up dead ass. Come on, nigga, let's put it back.
What he say? Oh, back. Oh, grab him. What did he say? What did he say? Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Okay, go and calm down now. It's a big age gap here. Okay, y'all know how I feel about grandmas. Go and calm down now. Listen up.
Extending their opponent's arm out. Oh, man, leg drop arm breaker.
Jesus.
And that turns things around.
Hey, the only one that can disrespect the grandma is
Nice running crossbody.
Select that across the face, huh? That's on you, huh?
Okay, we get it. Oh, we get it. 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 If y'all want to take that heat, take it on Weezy's World. Fight it out and scream it out on there. That's where y'all play Jerry Springer and all that shit at. Take it over there. Cut your promo. Fight it out in the ring. Whoever knocked the first person out, I'm giving them the win too. If y'all want to do that. Y'all want to go scream it out in there? Go have the interview, scrap it out, get knocked the fuck out, and I'll give y'all the L. Have it. Have at it. Have at it. Shit.
And now the hunter has a weak prey about to pounce.
It's a talk show, bro. Everything happens.
Back to business. What are we going to see here?
He ain't talking about your grandma, man.
Hammerlock applied by Becky Lynch. DDT, great move. Big time, big time reaction from the WWE Universe. Does she think she's in or something? This is a wrestling match.
You got people of all personalities.
The Cookie Monster is fucking crazy.
Man, spine-crushing impact. Grabs the leg. The old leg toss.
Hey, matter of fact, stay
Mm-hmm.
What's up, bro? Kick to the gut. Wow, sunset.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I haven't even really been paying attention too much. I've been trying to, but so far it's been looking good from what I've been seeing though. Every time I've been clicking over, you've been whiffing that damn punch about damn 4 times though.
Waiting to strike. Brace for impact.
What you know about Real? What you know about Real?
Narrowly escaping there.
Shit.
Right to the leg. Lynch is losing command in this one. Lynch is going to have to dig down deep here. And that could be a first step towards Becky.
Oh shit.
Time now for Becky to get
Off a reversal? I seen that shit, bro. I seen that shit.
Oh, man, right to the arm. Hyperextend your elbow.
You ready for your match?
I mean, I'm dead. Your grandma.
Where you going?
And he's pulled the ring in.
Don't do nothing crazy, man. Don't do nothing crazy, man. Come on. Come on. I don't know, bro. It's always him. It's always him. Because he's a... I don't know what to say. Yeah, that's why he let him go. Well, it wasn't. It was something the game fucked up. It was well for reversal. Good reverse. Yeah, I am. Yo, manhandle. I'm screaming, Corey. What you need? You can, but you can't say specific things like you did last time. Wow, wow, wow. Off the fucking leg drop. Wait a minute. Leave him alone. Nigga. 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 You putting a battery in this little kid back.
You can't say that right there, Corey. Don't say that.
I'm giving you a later.
You just put the battery in his back. Wait till y'all get on Weezy's World to do all that. I get you. No, I don't know what he is. He's I don't know what he is. He's a Yuli. All right, so now let me get your opponent. Let me get your opponent TV.
Hey, I know that Yuli talk about. I wasn't saying anything anymore. It was some earlier. Nigga trying to trash the truth, bro. He talking like that. He talking about that doing the goddamn whatever.
All right, let me. I'm making a new lobby.
Hey, hold on. You think about this though. He still got that video on his phone. He got that. I did it. Ice froze up. He got that incident head forever. No, it's literally strictly dead.
All right, here we go.
They like boys. You got that shit. Nigga, you stay with a bunch of boys. You on Discord with a bunch of boys, like. No. Fuck that. You dance in front of all these men, like you can't tell, bro. Like, come on, bro. Don't make me crack out like me, bro. You getting closer.
Calm down. Take it to Weezy's world. Take it over there. Take it over there. That's what I'm gonna start saying. Just take it over there. Weezy, you keep the little packed action over there. Yeah. Didn't I just tell you to wait? Didn't I just tell you to wait? Okay, wait a minute then. I got a match I need to do. Okay, TB, you could join in, and then I'm gonna get the other guys.
Where's Kenny at?
Okay.
Let me get it. Oh my gosh, thinking of Kenny.
You get saved.
Combo, you here? If you wanted to take over now, Reflex internet bad. I ain't want to tell him that I'm, earlier, but I'm telling him now. He's internet bad. All right. No, he's just coming in and spectate with me, cause Reflex, I appreciate everything you did. I honestly do. You've been there trying to hold it down, but I don't know what that was in the beginning. What's up? Who called me? Sinbad, what's up, man?
Can I use Tony D tonight, or do I have to use my side of town?
You can use Tony D. You can use Tony D.
All of you little cowards get devoured. I'm giving out flowers to anyone. I ain't been out the house in a minute, cause I ain't with it if the money is miniature. I've been minding my business, I'm business minded. I've been spending some time with the minister, cause I'm still sitting in the city of God in the sinister. Trying to pray
Like that move. What's the old girl do? Stephanie Valkyrie do like that? Yeah. No, not that.
Well, what is it called then?
Booty bounce 2000.
Oh, the booty bounce.
Tag team matchup where a team's cohesion is put to the ultimate test. Getting this matchup underway, we see Eric Bischoff and Cody Rhodes. And in the other corner, they will be dealing with Undertaker and Randy Orton.
And trust is key to victory in a match like this. If you don't have a tag partner you can rely on, you might as well pack it in now.
Headlock. Cheap shot right above the eye.
Oh, you redoing your name? Got you.
It crashes to the mat.
Let me.
is coming from Taker.
Man, did you see the
Come on.
blast off the turnbuckles? Each counter leaving these competitors at a stalemate.
Got
These
the
two have learned each other
good shit.
so well.
Good shit.
Not where he wants to be right now.
Good shit. Good shit. He didn't move. He didn't move. He didn't move. As long as he didn't move, he didn't look like he didn't move. He just punched.
Dangerous as he is.
The Undertaker wanted to make an impact on the opposition, and he just did.
You can do that, John. You can Irish whip him.
Yeah, you got Irish whip. You got Irish whip. You just can't run at them. You just can't like run at them. You just can't run at them when they're doing it. But as long as you're standing there, you good. They're like you just stood there and punch. Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, because they don't give you nothing. Is he here? He's here? Oh, they saying that's you.
Reversal by the Undertaker. It crashes to the mat. Buster!
Gonna turn your cranium inside out with that.
Oh, he flips that around.
Rhodes connecting with a series.
Look, every time you keep tapping me.
Setting the table for this. The bionic elbow.
That menacing nature of Taker challenged him.
I'm weak. I'm weak.
This fight with something to prove. Just look at him now.
Good shit, TB.
Brainbuster. Oh, nasty. Compressing the neck with that kind of force can't feel good.
Bro, your ass, bro.
Talk about force.
That'll give you whiplash. Sharp blow to the neck. There's the arm wringer. Followed by the leg drop.
I don't know, bro.
Ricochet off the turnbuckles.
Good shit.
For Undertaker.
Watching, waiting, and we know exactly what he's thinking. He dodges out of danger. Clothesline.
Good shit. Good shit.
Back up, maybe to a foregone conclusion.
Retaliates with a counter.
A clash of
Good
counters,
shit.
and
Good
these
shit.
superstars did their homework.
Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. You fucked up.
Undertaker.
Elevated wrist lock. Elevated wrist lock. Rhodes gets out of dodge.
He answers right back.
For the fucking vertebraker. Fuck.
Underhook applied. Side effect.
You remember Orion, you fighting after this is your match.
Okay, you're gonna keep talking trash.
Shit, man.
Undertaker dealing with some repercussions.
What the
things could turn
fuck?
even worse soon.
What the fuck? Said 2-0 type shit. Type shit. I'm right there. Hey, Dez, I'm right there with you, my boy. I'm 2-0 with you. But I got 1 L on my tag, but for my singles, yeah, I'm 2-0 with you. Hey, it feel good, man. You on that list too, bro. Hey, it feel good, bro. I ain't no damn 2-1. Yeah. It really is, bro. Tight. You can't see that shit.
Nah, you're gonna beat
Yeah, that's yeah. Look at him. I'll fight you. He want to take another L. Look, he want to take another L. Look, he want to take another L. Oh, I see what I am. Okay.
Goodness, blasted
Who?
right into the corner.
Yo, look, SpongeBob stopped running reruns at 8:30.
Headlock.
Damn. Oh, you gotta make something big happen. Good shit, bro. Good shit. Good shit.
Absorbing the pain of another attack to the head. He could be dazed.
He just chatting, bro. He just chatting, bro. Jesus Christ, you leave that kid alone. It's funny, Yuli, you doing all this talking against him, but you're just trying to team up with him early. If a Stonewall would have popped over, I would have had y'all cornered it. But y'all good to go. Y'all good. Y'all good. Oh wow. Oh wow. No, he didn't. He got to show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, you didn't. One of them disconnected. Bro, no, you didn't. Stop lying. You a liar. Look, Corey, you's a fucking liar. You didn't beat me. What are you talking about? Bro, he said I'm gaslighting. Bro, I ain't gaslighting. He beat me. He'd never beat me. Beat me on the bright lights, Corey. Beat me when the lights bright, Corey. I don't give a damn about that picture. Crossroads. I don't give a damn about no damn picture. What that picture got to do with anything? What that picture got to do with anything? For the one. I didn't even see it. I was looking at this shit over here, and then I turned around and seen it. What did he do? What did he do? I was looking at that, and I turned around and seen it. I'm gonna just look at it real quick. I got it. Let me see. Let me look at it.
That's a little bit of a keep it up, TV.
Oh, bro, and I got a clip of that shit too. I got a clip of that shit too. So what the fuck is you lying, man?
Low car, you really think we care, bro?
The vortex.
Okay, here we go. Here you go. I'm trying to tell him that. That's Sinbad.
That was Sinbad.
Okay, so here go the clip right here. I got it right here. Okay, there you go. You can tell me if it is or not.
Yo, Don, next show, don't put me against no fucking 30 or greatness or some shit, bro.
Rewind it again. You said what,
Let
bro?
me stay in my division. Let me have fun in my division.
You better fight sturdy,
Let me have
bro.
fun,
You know
bro.
he's not gonna put you against us, man.
You know damn well he is.
Actually, you're beefing
Is it?
against us. Hey, you might want to turn on the egomaniacs.
I ain't turning on shit.
Yeah,
I'm standing on business. I'll have to learn how to beat your ass, I guess, bro.
Nigga, you don't stand on no goddamn business like me, nigga.
Yo, who are you, bro? God damn.
I don't know. It's a little choppy, but I don't. It's choppy a little bit. Yeah, it's a little choppy.
I've seen so many people do this shit.
Yeah. This is a little choppy, but it's not bad though.
It's like me, nigga. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Nigga said you don't know how to stand on no business like me, nigga.
And then let me see something.
Nigga, I'm up to the ropes right now.
And then when I turn around, that's when you just pinning them. Okay.
Yeah.
This nigga said Will Ospreay's at 88. Nigga, what?
No, fuck you, no.
And I need to see one more thing while I'm in here. What's Undertaker's overall? Let me see something. What's his overall? 96.
He got buffed.
And damn. He says, what did you say? What did you say? What did ACG say was on? He says Rizzo is fucked up.
Why is it doing that all year?
Let me. Yeah. Now this is the only thing I can do. I can run down low, but Unfortunately, ACG, you know how I be doing things. I will take your resale if you want to do it. You want to do it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Oh, ACG.
Yo, what's up?
Let me fight a jobber, bro. Make my night, bro.
What you mean fight a jobber? Ain't no jobbers here. He
It's
said, well, Ryan. Oh, Ryan fighting right after this. Oh, Ryan, I just got to rerun this shit real quick. You heard me, all right? I'm finna run this thing back real quick and then your match. Just tag him. Tell him he next.
Why would I be jealous if I beat y'all?
If he's not trying to go against me, hey, if he's not trying to go against me,
Well, I can. You want to fight next time?
I'm not fighting you next. I'll fight you right now.
APG,
All right.
your res on your first or your second? If you have it on your second, it breaks sometimes.
I already had a 2v2 on low. I'm good.
Man, brush your teeth,
Oh, he's not bald. We could debunk that one. No, I'm not. No. Oh, trust me, he ain't nothing bald. Ain't nothing bald. Now, Henny, let's see about you. Let's see that hairline. Let's see that.
Oh shit! Henny got the Uncle Phil.
I'm fucking weak, bro.
He got that close finger.
Yo, what's up? No, that's one for everybody. It's one for everybody. It's not just for the specific. It don't matter what that. It don't matter the mood trash or whatever. It's one move for everybody. But ACG, you could join back in combo. You could join back too. It's both ready.
Man, you only fucked up Mark ass up, nigga.
No, he said get in the ring. He said he don't want to talk to you no more. Just get in the fucking ring with him. I like talk like that. Usually just be sitting there, just running his fucking mouth and shit. He said meet him in a fucking ring. He said he getting sick of this shit. That's how you talk. I'm weak.
His grandma already been put to sleep, nigga. His curfew's up.
Jesus Christ, his grandmother. Alright, here we go. Oh Lord, I don't even want to hear that name. Oh, yeah, I know. Fucking Liger Bomb.
Here we go with the tag matchup the WWE Universe has been salivating for. Getting this matchup underway, we see Eric Bischoff and Cody Rhodes. They will be facing some fierce tag team action with Undertaker and Jacob Fatu.
Hard to decide what team has the advantage here. It'll probably come down to who can cut the ring in half the best. Who can control the pace. In the corner, has to find a way out of there.
The dead man taking a moment to compose himself. A reversal. He saw that coming.
What did I do?
And a maneuver like that will leave you on unsteady.
Let me go respond to
say the least.
Let me go to
What he got then, bro?
Oh, elbow caught him right on the bridge of the nose.
You said what? What, Daz? What? The fuck?
Nah.
Brutal impact into the corner.
Double underhook applied, hoisting up their opponent. Oh my goodness! Butterfly pile driver.
Wouldn't be getting up if I were him.
Oh, what a response! I think the ring just moved.
I don't know, bro. I ain't even gonna repeat what I thought.
Headlock. Oh, Cheap shot right above the eye. Finds a counter for the dead man. Saw the original. Director's cut. Intense look in the eyes as he calculates his next strike. Ooh, just bouncing off the turnbuckle. Undertaker counters. He's being prepped for something.
That's it.
Fuck. Stun bar. Oh, one more move.
That nigga ain't got his hair done.
Damn.
It's okay, they weren't that pretty anyway.
Being sized up. He might regret getting back up here.
Will he get on with it already? This is a fight. He intercepts that attack with a knee right to the stomach. Lots of counters from each athlete.
I know what you said. The Chrysler 3. Hold on, the PT Cruiser. Fucking weak, man.
Talk about force. That'll give you whiplash.
Oh God. I don't even talk about shit.
Straight to the corner.
No, bro. I thought you was talking about me.
Quick way to respond with the reversal.
He's looking like easy prey. About to fall into a trap.
Fuck, man.
He better snap out of it.
Shot to the jaw.
Timely reversal on Undertaker. Cheap shot right above the eye. Oh, that hurt. And that kidney count.
Shit.
Good night.
For the fucking house driver.
Serious jeopardy for Rhodes.
Who got a booty chin?
I'm surprised the ref even seen that shit.
Pin attempt undone by proximity to the ropes. Cody retaliates. And that might be the Rhodes has his opponent. Nails the crossroads.
We gotta do
No, it was a finger slip.
Directly into the cup.
The damage is done. It's hard to believe, but it looks like he still has some gas left in the tank.
We all know what he's thinking here. Setting up.
Yo, what's up?
Nice suplex.
Say it again. Oh, yeah. Unless you're doing the 3v2. Are you doing the 3v2? Are you doing it? See, that's how you're supposed to respond. Is Leon still in here? Damn, he ain't. That's how you're supposed to respond like that.
Cheap shot right above the eye. It looks like he's got a bullseye on his head now.
Oh. Henny on your team, ain't he? Say it again. What'd you say? What'd you say, Quaz? Oh, you talking about Ethan Page shit? When Vortex is trying to do this shit? I was gonna most definitely hit the damn button. I most definitely was gonna hit the button, but he didn't do it. This shit. Oh, he tried to go for it.
Ferocious combination. Headlock. Oh, cheap shot right above the eye.
You gotta switch that shit.
Down to the mat.
Fucking wedgie bomb. Fucking wedgie bomb.
Transitions to the cover.
But is it enough? No
Good shit,
time to
TV.
waste being shocked. You've got to maintain pressure.
Turns it around. The American Nightmare.
Jesus. Let's see if the IQ is there. Let's see if the IQ is there. Is he gonna win? Is he taking it home? The one? Nope. Not yet. Gotta do a little bit more.
Trying to find his feet. This does not look good for him.
This has become a monumental struggle for these competitors.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Who?
To put the pedal to the metal.
Well, he got out with it already. This is a fight.
Carefully measuring.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. I see exactly what you're talking about. I got it. I got it.
His opponent drives them down with a vertebrae.
What's up? Who's calling me?
It pulls off the reversal. Quick thinking that time.
Counters and catch. Rhodes looking to end this. Cody Rhodes nailed it.
Something bad is coming his way. He has no clue.
Still got it. Good shit. Good shit, TV. Good shit.
An emphatic victory for your winners. An impressive effort from this duo.
Really putting the sports in sports entertainment. This is a duo that really practiced their teamwork.
Hey, I kind of like this little right here, though. Like, he kind of reminds me of my old self. In the way, though. In the real way.
Had a booty on your head.
No. Not in look. Not in look. He look like you.
He look like you. He act like you. All that shit. That's your motherfucking friend.
Who wants to be dog, Corey?
You don't get fight.
You lost to beat on me in debut match, bro. You never win in a
What?
title here, bro. Like, you're
What movie talking about, bro?
Y'all got his face out. Nah, bro. Hey, your grandma about to whip your ass.
Okay, there you go. I just DM'd him. I just DM'd him. I just DM'd him. Okay. Orion and Rated. Yeah, you still won, though. Yeah.
Hey,
All right, make another match. Good shit. What's up, bro?
I know I'm NWO, but you want to like chill with the hard niggas, you know what I'm saying? Like first combo, AC where you get him with E next.
Hey, I know. Hey, bro, I know you can handle yourself. Only thing you're doing is building your resume up to show us that you're gonna be the Universal Champion again. That's the only thing you're doing. That's it. Yeah, you can fight it. Yeah, you can fight right after this one. You can fight right after this one. I'm saying y'all love him now. Hold on. Who I got you fighting, Quaz?
He said, leave my fellow booty chin alone.
Oh, Quaz. Yeah. Okay. After them, then. After them. After them, then. After them.
Hey, you. It's crazy you gotta wipe his ass in his face. Like, that's crazy. Like, why you gotta use toilet paper?
You want my phone out your chair, bro?
Kiss my ass.
Nigga, shut up. You got that dunga.
What y'all be talking about, bro? I don't know.
Oh, damn.
Who I got you fighting, Sinbad? Who I got you fighting? Oh, Malik, I think. I got you fighting Malik. I got you online, Sinbad. But I do got a couple ahead. I'm going to just say that. I do got a couple ahead. Okay. Okay. Orion, join in first, and then I get the other side.
Can I join and be a commentator?
If combo don't, that's the only way. But if he want to take his spot, he taking his spot.
He don't got his game.
How you know that? He said you ain't got your thing open. Okay.
If this nigga's a superhero, that nigga name will be Big Booty T.
And where's rated at? I need rated.
No, this nigga got a booty. Hey, hold on, this nigga got a booty chin and he got a booty. He got a booty chin and he got a big lip.
There's Sinbad. I think he's help. I think he's helping you. I think he's on your side. I don't know though. I don't know. You said I don't need no help.
We already know who they are.
Yeah, you could join. Oh, hold on. Sturdio head did it. Yeah, Sturdio, yo.
They got you fucked up.
Look at me. Man, that nigga still got a do. I don't care about none of that.
Yo, old dog bump, bro.
Who the fuck is that?
That was you, bro.
That ain't me. Did it load everybody in this match? Yeah, I knew you did. I seen. I was wondering what the fuck was going on. Okay, dashboard.
Well, when's the match done, bro?
That nigga lip got a BBL. BBL lip. How you got a booty chin and a big lip?
Also, who the fuck am I facing?
Crazy.
BB dog me.
Yeah, so you guys start joining the
What you say, B-Dog?
What respect? What respect I show everybody else? Who?
It's me, bro. It's my side account.
I was just trying to figure out who he was talking. Oh, Shadow actually picked the fucking same ref. That was Sturdio. Okay. Ryan, you could join in first right quick. Okay, Rated and Sturdio, y'all can both come back. Oh, I thought that was you. That wasn't you?
Nah, that was B-Dog.
Oh, that was B-Dog?
No, that was not B-Dog.
I thought that was Sturdio. Okay. What you on the way to, Henny? Oh, Sturdio took it already. Yeah, your best friend Sturdio took it. Yeah, I've been saying Combo ain't in fight yet. Combo or B-Dog ain't for what they are on teams. They on teams. I can't have them.
Dog, give me a match, bro.
You already had a match. Yours ain't a priority anymore.
Hey, let me get the free double. I need one of these people, bro.
You got your opponent already qualified. Your opponent ain't your opponent here?
I'm about to lose tomorrow.
Oh yeah, your opponent's sitting right in here. Your opponent right here.
I know he a cheese. I gotta play. I don't want to play him.
Oh, Orion. I mean not Orion. Remember Heavy on you next, and then after that Quas.
He said he a cheat, but if they did
I don't know. I don't know. What's up? What you want? X Heavy on. X Heavy on. X Heavy on. Oh, you talking about the timing, or you talking about your opponent? What's who is your opponent? Oh, it's Sturdio. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? I keep asking that shit too. I'm getting something wrong. What's wrong with Sturdio? Nothing. He said Dirty-O. He done brought that shit back out. Oh, Dirty. Oh.
These two show how well they know each other. A clash of counters, and these superstars did their homework.
This shit.
That's not right, but effective.
Baby fruit bandits.
Some people might argue that trying to hobble your opponent is a little desperate.
Those people obviously have been in the ring, Saxton. And he gets discarded out of the ring.
Oh, you going for the good old walk down, I see. You know what that is. Yeah.
McIntyre basically telling him that this is what dominance really looks like.
Turns that in his
All right, bro.
McIntyre gets met with a response. Being placed in the corner here. Talk about force. That'll give you whiplash. Great display of confidence, but he was able to give his opponent.
He said, "Get on his ass, B-Dog."
Callous ring. You can see the marks forming already. That showed a complete lack of respect for your competition and for our sport. Grabbing the arms and just rapid stops.
That is attacking with malicious intent.
That was a showing of control and aggression, something they'll want to keep up.
They say everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Well, someone just threw their plan out the window.
McIntyre turns things around. Series of counters here. Who will finally capitalize? Doing whatever it takes. It goes without saying that there's a certain disdain for your opponent when you pull off something like
Yo,
that.
what's up?
And McIntyre getting clobbered there.
You know what I thought you was gonna do, Ryan? I thought you better miss his ass for a second.
This is not where you want to be.
Yeah.
Dirty is that? Man, did you see the whiplash off the turnbuckles? McIntyre finally finding an answer to that onslaught.
This could be the turning point for him. It could be the start of a rally.
I thought you already said that, but all right, bro. You be safe, man.
Targets the gut to end the offense.
I guess you don't give a fuck who they is. They all can get this work on, Ryan.
Got the leg. Screw. That could grow to long-lasting knee
What the
damage.
fuck, dude?
Right across the solar plexus. He's looking defenseless at this stage.
Looks like the gas tank is running past E now.
Now into the cover. Will McIntyre be able to recover? And he only stays down for a 1 count.
Good shit.
Still got more left in the tank.
Yeah, facts.
Turns it
Look, if you notice, he ain't said shit since I've been talking about his
Big blow to the chest. Oh, that might have just broken something.
I know. He'll go apologize to your grandma right now.
Yeah, you better go find
He puts him into the corner.
All right, that's one.
Goodness.
Yeah, that's one.
I got a business proposition for you. Because I tell you, this is
Oh, he had the wherewithal to counter McIntyre.
every day you come into
Thrown into the corner with a little something extra.
booty chin on. Every day I'm going to have this. Every day, I swear to God.
McIntyre reverses and looks to capitalize.
Come on now, Ryan. You got her. Oh, he doubling down. Come on now, Ryan.
Sense that was coming.
Bam! And the fucking Future Shock DDT. You did.
Surprised to not even get a 2 count at this point.
He's silent.
Bang! Crucial counter
Damn.
Finds the mark.
He going up high. He finna show us what a good man. So, he ain't got shit. He ain't got nothing up there. Oh yeah, you do. I forgot it was a fin. I was thinking it was a sig. Yeah, he ain't got nothing. Yeah, now he do. Yeah, he got his own shit. Shit, right? Yeah, I guess you don't got no kind of more. He said, "Fuck, you don't give you on his friend and he gonna hit this move on you." Yeah, it is. The other match is 5 minutes. Oh, he tried to go for a close claymore. Another fucking stun bar. Good shit. Good shit, bro. If now he got it too. There you go. Good shit.
These two have learned each other so well.
Damn. He needed that. Good shit, man. And another fucking shining fucking wizard. So 1, 2. He used Rezil. Okay. No, he had Rezil, bro. He had Rezil.
Like L kick out immediately you press down the D-pad. Y'all niggas
down here,
You said what?
I'm here, bro.
It's what's the name? Yo, it is. It's yo. No, it's right after this. Right after that. Right after that. Yeah.
Man, what about we forgot, bro, on the army. Get on the
All right. And y'all two can join now. Y'all can both join now.
I mean, if I would have got that would have been a great one, pretty much.
He didn't. I mean, technically, nobody lost.
Your match is next. This is heavy on.
Oh, by the way, hey, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Someone asked in general if Bully was allowed as a payback.
What's his name? Was that Yaka exit? Yeah, Yaka exit. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I put it right there. Yeah.
Corey, still
like another hour, like one more hour. Let's see. Wow. Do we? 'Cause when I tried it last time, that fucker didn't do a damn thing for me. You said what? Yeah, sturdy up pickup person. Yo, what's up?
He don't got a position. I don't give a fuck about that. It ain't my fault you chose the Undertaker.
Hey, hit this, man. Hit this seat.
I guess I'll see you next live. I ain't gonna lie, Corey. You shut the fuck up, kid.
Yeah, fuck your bitch.
Combo, come on.
And here we go. Tag team action in store.
There's a science to being a successful tag team, and Cole, I would know all about that.
Hey, what about me?
We finna see how many running moves out there.
Now back to the action.
Oh, there's a response against Finn. One answer after another. We need a competitor giving an inch.
I'm fucking dead.
Ain't no way this shit not a dub.
Stay with the chop blocks.
Laser focused on the knee and taking it out with precision.
Yo, Corey, this thing got a book bag look. That's crazy.
What's good, mama?
Yo, Corey, this thing got a book bag look.
Power slam.
Bro, I've been having to fight you all day, bro.
Fired hard into the corner. It crashes to the mat.
You're right, bro. I'm calm your big ass ball and push me down.
In GTA.
Just moved.
No, just say real life.
He's able to reverse it.
That's a compliment to him, bro. That's sad on him.
Big reversal from the Hulkster.
What is 18? What is an
Let me get out your way.
And Hogan gets stonewalled. Balor making clear he is not going to back
What a
down.
no, hell no, what ain't no 18. Will is still a baby. He's not no baby. No, he's not. No, you older than him. You older than him. Yeah. We been debunked that a long time ago. Been debunked that. Yeah. He told us. Yeah, you told us, and then I didn't believe it, and then he came out with it. Yeah, he came out with it. Yeah, Reflex came out first with it, and then that's when he came out and said, yeah. Yeah, I remember he did. He the one that exposed it to everybody. Shut up. I don't fucking know if he ain't no 18, though. Corey, go to bed.
Nothing fancy there. Balor in a poor position.
I don't know, Corey. You trying to mend that man, Corey? That man wears square boots. I don't know if you want to try him like that. That's a he wears steel toe boots, bro. I don't know if you want to try him. You ride horses around there? Okay. That's how you do, bro. You foaming at the mouth.
Big kick to the gut. Thunderous form to follow. Bang. He finds a counter. Oh, that opens the door for Hogan. Into the turnbuckle. Down to the mat.
Yo. Y'all remember from
Hogan's offense gets foiled.
Yeah.
Intercepted with a clothesline to cut off the attack. That
said, I found when you late. And smack your bitch ass. I don't know. That's what he always do.
But you have to keep on battling for your team.
Sits straight into the corner hard.
He knew just what to do.
Come on.
This might be a choker for him.
He said he will ground you. He said he will ground your ass. I'ma just communicate for you. He said he will ground your ass. Yeah, he said something. He said something. I don't know. $19-18.
He's gonna
grab it, you know what I'm saying?
I thought he said he was gonna tap it.
Jesus Christ.
And into the cover. And a strong kick out at one.
All right, Corey. You done playing Jerry Springer now? You done? You've been barking all day. You done now? You've been barking all day.
Nothing fancy there.
Yeah, what's up? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, jaw should be hurting. You know, people talk. Yeah, dude. You just rambling. Why you giving Leon respect? Because he could turn out like that? I don't know. You remember at first he didn't used to talk at all. Yeah, he did. This shit is.
Put the rabbit in the hat.
Put the rabbit in the hat.
Thrown with such force, the whole ring is rattling.
We can't say
Talk about force. That'll give you whiplash.
Probably, possibly. You gonna do that? I should have known. Should have known. It was a running move. I had a hurricane boy.
He got the shoulder up in time.
It's hard to believe, but it looks like he still has some gas left in the tank.
He's putting something together.
Damn, that could have been worse.
We know that, but
Nothing fancy there.
You got more keys to carry on your shoulders.
What the fuck? Yeah, you finna get fucked up. He says you gotta kick out. Sturdy, I'll be ready to fight after this. Is your match next?
Terrible predicament. Cover. We have a cover.
You didn't have the reset bar either. I was just looking at it as you was going out. The eye of the hurricane fucked you over at the end of the day. It fucked you over.
What the fuck is that?
All right, next match is Sturdio and Quaz.
Knock the ball. Why the fuck I hear you yelling?
Yeah, Happy on
This shit hard. Don't say nothing. This shit hard.
I can't play this shit serious. This prep I do with the oversized ass jersey. And he's doing drop kicks. Calm the hell out.
Hey Don, it feels good to be undefeated.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Yeah, I'm 2-0. I'm 2-0. Yeah, I'm 2-0. Okay. You're not. Hold on. Oh yeah, you are 2-0. I'm tripping. Yeah, you are 2-0.
Fuck you.
It feels really good to be 1-1.
I'm just happy to be one of those.
That's gonna change. Okay, next match. Sturdio is in here. What's your name? Quaz, I need you.
Bro, give me a match, bro.
Get you a match. You and Quaz, yeah, you and Quaz.
Bro. Give me a match, bro, and I'll be quiet, bro. Give me a match.
Yeah. You're lying, bro. Like, you're lying.
I still got people that haven't even fought yet. Haven't even fought yet, Corey. What's up? He never showed. Okay, I'd go ahead. I'm gonna make another one. I'm making. Hold on, you sure it say that? Do it say that? I don't see Heavy on name. It just say me, you, and Quaz. And that say Sinbad. I don't know why Sinbad is not joined up in here. Yeah, look at him.
I didn't see him join, so.
Okay, I'm making another one.
I got chopped in.
All right. Combo, are you already playing in the dark match?
Sheamus looking tough, bro.
That video so far.
Yeah, Sheamus jumped on like crazy. What's up?
Yo, Chinese
You already in the dark?
RKO to the announcer table.
What'd you say?
You already in the dark match?
Cody, the RKO to the announcer table.
Yeah, he can leave. It's not like I'm tripping.
Can you give Cody the RKO?
To the announcer table, yeah.
How about I do so that?
You try that left stroke.
That was coming. Oh, I thought that was coming.
You tried it last stroke? What are you talking about?
Wait, TVUP combo?
What the hell was that reversal?
You set yourself up for contact. Come on, bro.
TVUP combo?
Come on, bro.
Give me 5 matches. I can't get a second one.
Bruh. Don't run. Move around. Right. Move around.
Move along.
Real.
Oh, yeah, move around. What's down? Move around.
And Sturdio, you can join in now, and then I'll tell you Quaz. This Sturdio and Quaz.
Come on, boss, pull this shit out, nigga.
You want Quaz to win this?
Show him why you. Why it was your seat,
All right, Quaz, you could join in.
Yo, Tom, I just like Quinn. No way!
Weezy, you want to see? Weezy, you want to sit front row?
I know what I want that. Hey, done.
You want to sit front row? You want to sit front row? You want to sit front row?
And you go back and look, bro?
Do you want to sit in front row? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Who's in here Who's in here that's not in the dark match right now? I need somebody to sit out here with me. Okay. Okay, join in. Join in. Whoever said that, join in. I just need somebody to just stand out here with me. Oh, wow, I ain't saying all that, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely gotta progress the story, bro.
Fucking oversized Wizards, Michael Jordan.
You got somebody there done, or you
Yeah, I got somebody. I got Vortex in here. No, they ain't Vortex. That ain't Vortex. Oh, that is Vortex. I got you in what a name mixed up for a second. I'm tripping. This is first time using Gunther tonight, so we're gonna see. I don't know. We're gonna have to reach out to what's his face. That's the thing. That's why you should have took that match earlier. Well, the one we had. Too sweet.
It's what it is. So what?
Too sweet.
No, you can find. I'm multitasking right now. I'm multitasking.
That's the internet, CTT. I don't know why you did that.
Yes, see if Sturdio can be on. Yes, see if Sturdio can join the club with us with a 2-0.
Hey. Yeah. Exclusive club. Exclusive club.
Yeah.
Got Versus jacket.
He said, "Fuck the club."
This is sure to be a hard-hitting tag team battle. Getting this matchup underway, we see Eric Bischoff and Rhea Ripley. And across from them, they will be squaring off with Gunther and CM Punk.
These teams have built up lots of animosity
Who?
towards each other, and now they have finally reached a tipping point. I would expect Bedlam to break loose here. Goodness gracious.
You gotta wonder if there's more animosity in this match than we
Oh
previously
yeah,
thought.
that I can't go back yet. That I don't know if I can see that now. But I can. How you see people vote against you?
And so is this crowd. Nah, see, I didn't get a chance to. Just pure dominance.
Stop to the leg. And Gunther now finding himself on the wrong side of momentum. Perhaps Gunther needs to go back to the drawing board.
What's up, dog?
Oh, and he manages to reverse.
Crucial turnaround there because Gunther was falling behind.
Gunther isn't allowing that
But
burst of attacks to put an end to him.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I had anybody. Hold on, was it Combo? Combo, did you want to fight next? And then yes, Combo, and then after that it was nobody.
Devastating clothesline delivered by Rhea Ripley.
So at the combo match, y'all can fight.
Maneuvers her opponent. Ripcord drop kick.
Talk about force. That'll give you whiplash.
This is one. Well, he better get ready and reset it again anyway.
Asserting control.
And the upper hand belongs.
You fight? Did you want to do that tag, Steve?
Knee right to the face. He's been put through the ringer tonight.
You really can't do this all
I know.
on your own. That's what your teammate is for.
And a series of vicious stomps.
Forfeit for what? Forfeit for what?
Stomps to the legs.
What? Why you gonna forfeit for?
Foot just stomping down.
Gunther able to steer clear.
You can't beat Sturdio?
Man, what a boot.
Yeah, he getting his ass whooped.
On jelly legs, about to stumble head first into danger.
And then he said, "Can he forfeit?"
Oh, what a quick answer. German suplex.
Was good. Oh, that was Woody.
Straight into the corner hard.
Yeah, it was good, man.
Oh, she puts the
Yeah,
brakes
would have
on
made a
that.
whole damn meme of itself. Running this shit.
Sights set on her opponent now.
Yeah, come on. Yeah. I'm on slides.
Man, thrown with such force, the whole ring is rattling.
I finna say it's looking like you beating on the corpse, but yeah, he bouncing back, I guess.
What are they doing here? That arm's gonna
What?
be
No,
sore for a
I'm
while.
giving them
Could
credit.
affect
I'm
all
giving them
their
credit.
offense.
This is regular matches, but this is an online league, bro. I play AIs or anything. This all real people. Come on, Quaz, bite him. I mean, bite her. Shit. No ring courtesy.
How old are you, bro? 80? Hey, your Candy Crush fun, bro.
That's my mama's favorite game.
Hey, I can't tell.
And that's the one. You did his 1-on-1 right back to back.
Dodges away.
Pittsburgh.
Ripley's strength being nullified.
Yeah, you did both of them. I seen both of them.
Use that moment to teach him a very painful
Yeah, I seen that. I seen both of them.
fancy there. Spinning your
No, you did both of them. You did both of them. Sturdio, no, you trying to manipulate me. You trying. I know I be tripping. I know I be tripping and stuff. I seen both of them. They go to stun. They go to stun bar right there. It's finna reset anyway. It's about to reset anyway. You good to go. Up. Walk down.
This is just brute power. Oh my!
Quaz, go ahead and just take a big bite, bro. Just take a big bite, bro. No ring courtesy. Yo. Yo.
Something big is coming.
I don't know what you said. I can't hear what you're saying.
Gripping the shot. My goodness. That's insulting. Mat slam with some attitude.
One. Stumbar Bethel said anyway. Oh! That shit there. Good fucking read. Good fucking read. What did he do? What did he press? If you don't mind sharing. You know what I'm saying? What did he press? X. Oh, yeah, look at him. I would have guessed A. I see. I would have been fucked up.
Take it down instantly.
Yeah, kiss my ass.
He's got the support of the whole arena right now. I'm not saying I'm any better. I'm just saying.
Turns it around.
That's why we react.
Back and forth, trading reversals.
I get that.
Series of counters here.
The quads ain't up there if you want to say that, but Sturdio is.
Ricocheting off the turnbuckles.
Because I'm just joking, bro. I'm just talking my shit, bro. That's all I'm doing, bro. I'm just talking shit, bro. That's all I'm doing. I'm just talking shit. Quads could beat anybody in here. I just be talking shit. Quaz is a former, a former season 1 Universal Champion. He was a Triple Crown champion, the very first hardcore champion and the most hardcore champion. Put fucking definition on that bitch. And he was the heavyweight champion, multiple time tag team champion. What you saying? This man had the whole damn resume. I don't remember that. Now season two, I can't speak too much for it, but you know, but season 1, yeah, he was one of our groups. Did he? He won the heavyweight. He won the heavyweight, but what it was on his bullshit. That's how he did it. You good to go? It was just your reset anyway. It was your reset anyway. Go, hurry up, go, hurry up.
Can Gunther recover from that? 2.
What an amazing level of fight. Still
oh shit.
And Ripley is stunned right now. So many opponents have fallen to that move, but not this one.
I didn't reverse it. Yeah, Rhea. There's the movie, dude.
Scouted that one.
And he needed that badly.
Gunther could be turning his fortunes around.
Y'all remember after this is y'all can fight.
Lands a timely reversal.
No combo match and then y'all can fight. I'm tripping, bro. I'm tripping.
Thrown into the corner. Something extra.
Then thunderous forearm to follow. Constant pressure being put on by Ripley. Impressive sequence by Ripley. Whipped into the corner.
Stun bar. They're playing it completely smart.
Here's the pump handle.
Launched. And there's more resiliency from Gunther to just keep battling. Now Ripley may want to focus on a new game plan quick before it's lights out. Brought back into the ring from the floor now.
Yeah, get on the ground.
What? Headlock applied, toss their opponent. Oh, I think the ring just moved.
This is what Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, look at you. Oh, goodness.
Weezy, didn't you fight already, or was that the tag match? You didn't have your singles match? That's what I was saying. Who did you fight? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, did I have you double booked or something? Or was it? Or am I looking at an old? I'm looking at an old match card. Hold on, I'm tripping. Never mind. Sorry. It's John Cena. HBK.
Gunther ready for that one. Getting out of harm's way.
Lots of counters from each athlete. Impenetrable defense.
He's quick to get out of the way there.
Oh man.
Electric chair into a face buster. Wasting no time. Shoulders are down.
Nope.
Kick out before
Still
the
in there.
count. Wow.
Qualified for the
Sure
super.
that was it.
That's only like the second time.
Yo.
This is all going to come down to who wants it more. And right now, that's pretty much impossible to tell. This is really any superstar's game, and you have to be impressed by the
Try this shit. Oh, good reverse.
Big kick to the gut. Not clubbing.
Damn.
Gunther can't find
Oh, he
a
finna
fourth in
super.
this
Yep,
match.
you going up for a super.
Create an opportunity
You
to
doing it?
retaliate.
Yep, there it goes. Yep. Hold on, are you doing it? Yeah.
Shot to the back of their opponent, now ascending to the top rope.
Oh, that's what he doing. Oh, that's what he did. A moon thief. Oh, I'm trying to put you on the list. Try to be the first one. And you ain't got no reason either. That shit crazy.
saying what you can do, I can do better.
Nope. He said he ain't finna be the first one.
After the kick out, almost lost to his own move.
And frustration is starting to set in for Rhea Ripley. She's not used to this
Nope,
level of
not yet.
resilience.
Last time I think it was on show 1. Was it show 1 last time? No, it wasn't show 1. It was like show 4, I think. Yeah. That's out of there. Bam! Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at that.
Oh, you're getting saved, though. I'm not gonna get you, bro.
And now gets tossed into the ring.
No, he's a kipper. He ain't like got nothing.
Boom, what a roundhouse.
Oh, shit. How about that? We can talk about it. Don't stop my head, bro.
Rhea Ripley can kill with a smile and wound with her eyes.
Hey, man, I'll give you a 3
This is hilarious.
Yeah, that's what I get. That's the.
And now the hunter has a weak prey about to pounce.
Do it again. You won't.
Good gravy. Thrown into the corner with a little something extra. My goodness. That's insulting.
That's again.
Oh, I think the ring just moved.
Come on.
Ah,
Come on.
shit. I can't hear you because Don wanted to talk.
Headlock Simpson just tossed their opponent.
Right to the back of the neck.
I ain't even got nothing to do with
The
that.
WWE Universe is putting more fuel in his.
All right, here we go.
Showing off his power.
Driven down with the powerbomb.
Big opening for Gunther to take this.
What did you say?
How do you kick out of that? I have no words.
Not even a 2 count.
Even in the pin combo?
Really thought that would put him down. I can't imagine he's going to take
No,
it
ain't
easy
no damn.
after such a defiant kick out. Ripley is getting beaten
You said
down
mine,
here.
Darby man to know I'm still running the show. I still got a couple minutes to go.
I think it depends on the settings or something.
Taking out the arm. Great strategy.
Just like that. She turned it around.
That's a double. Why is it
The clubbing forearm. German suplex.
Shit.
Why is the double on the pedigree?
What the leg?
Look at this.
Toss for the leg.
Look at this.
I thought you just stopped me before I even got up. I thought you just.
Look at this.
Red suplex.
Boys, you need to reverse it. You need to reverse everything to get the fuck out of there. That's 2 of them. You got 1 more. You're lucky Sturdy ain't just fly. You real lucky Sturdy didn't just fly.
You need to stop. Do a front flip and make him die or some shit.
I feel you.
Bang. He finds a counter. Leaning her
I
into the
know.
corner
Oh,
now.
that's your 1.
What a reversal.
Oh, the reverse.
Man, thrown with such force.
There you go.
The whole ring is rattling.
There you go. That's yours.
Vicious. Rhea's taking the advantage here.
Precision attacks, courtesy of Rhea Ripley. In position, waiting for an opening.
Here's the pump handle. Suplex.
Launched.
The WWE faithful communicating in no uncertain terms. It is electric in here. Brought in the hard way.
That's why you should never switch. Really scared of that guy.
Hooked up. Nothing
Oh,
fancy there.
Uranagi.
Spinning Uranagi.
So you don't get to enjoy none of your fruits of your labor at all.
What the hell is that? Oh, no.
You can't just do an F move right now.
She had that scouted.
Gunther ready for that one.
But he had to stop.
Manages to reverse it.
Damn, for the fucking riptide. Is this Rizzo?
With the riptide. No doubt Ripley just ended this.
Shoulders are down.
For the one, still kicking her clean.
You gotta be kidding me. Everyone here is in shock.
Rhea Ripley's best shot could end this, and you've got to wonder what's next.
Yeah, I don't think he's finna run after this.
She managed to avoid that offense.
Fucking boot.
Talk
Just
about
like went through the
dismantling
stomach.
your opponent. He's able to counter that.
Scared away.
And for the big power bomb. The IQ is there. Look at this.
Bad spot for Ripley.
And the fucking nasty lariat. Finna test. Yep, finna test. It's going up. Look, there it go. Look, it's going up. There it go. It's just going slow. There it go. Oh, hold on. Yeah, what's... Hold on. Wait a minute. Look, hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Dazed and confused, and things are only about to get worse.
Oh, there you go. Okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah, it was just like adding up slow. It was adding up slow as shit. Yeah, you about to, Quaz, you probably about to be up out of them.
Smart strategy. Attack the knee.
Oh my God, he kicked
You
out.
said make it a seed?
No, I said save the seed.
Oh, save it. Oh,
I got no stand, bro. I have no stand for.
You went A again.
Quick knees in the gut.
You ain't tired of that damn no.
Into the corner with tremendous force.
How about this?
Sit straight into the corner.
Good shit. Good read.
Man, that bar is impossible.
Precarious position for both superstars. Oh, gosh. Oh, my goodness. Stalking here. Could be a prelude to something big.
Oh, fuck.
Let me never play DDP.
Goodness, did you hear that chop?
Oh, man.
Because he ain't got Rhea Ripley legs red at all. Like, nowhere near. Oh, the sleeper hole. Oh, that shit. I forgot about that sleeper hole.
Goodness, blasted right into the corner.
And it's reversed.
Slowly rising, looking like a very easy target here.
They can't get a better render than that, bro.
This is getting to a point. They go to boot. That's one of them. Heavy. Oh, not letting no rest happen. There you go. Oh, the read. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at this going
I bet you didn't expect that one. You didn't expect that one. Oh shit. Shit nasty about to happen. Oh shit. Oh shit, Sturdio. Let's see if you get out before using the reason. The sleeper hole is in. Yeah, it's in, yo. But you know Quaz ain't good at submitting, so Sturdio might get out. Sturdio's winning. Sturdio is winning. Oh yeah, Sturdio just got a ball. Yep, Sturdio got it. Sturdio, oh hold on. Sturdio is out of there. Sturdio got out. Oh shit. You might be done. At the there you go right there. There you go. Here come the Rizzo coming.
This is locked in deep.
Look at the agony.
And Rizzo has been used. You got to pull something out right now, Quaz. If you want to stay in, you better pull something out. There you go right there. Well, I didn't think he was going to. And that's a Rezil for Rezil. We could be down to the last one, but Rhea got that damn submission that could end that shit.
What his game plan is now. Hard into the corner.
Man, did you see the whiplash off the turnbuckles?
Oh shit! Here we go. They both got one in the chamber too.
Just truly got rocked. Not sure she knows where she is right now.
For the stun bar, and you got one. There you go. I can say you got one. Oh, the pop up. Oh shit! That just fucked you over. That popped up and got caught. Oh, the Uranagi. You could have popped up right there. That could have been there for right there. A couple of Ondias getting rested. Another. Oh, never mind. Still tired. Going in the corner with it too. You can't big boot, Quaz. You can't big boot. Okay, thank you.
You know what you can do though. I don't know the doubles yet.
Draped across the top turnbuckle.
Yeah. Stun bars up is the walk down finale. Oh, yep, walk down is happening.
Can't escape this pressure. Can Ripley recover from this adversity?
Couple more moves to the Sig.
Gripping the jaw.
Nasty move. Left that open. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Is this game? Is this game? Yes, he can Quaz get it done this time. It's in position right there. Can he get it done? Oh, he's going for the powerbomb. He said, no, fuck all that. He ain't risking this shit. For the one. Oh, at nothing. Or try it again. Just don't give up. Try it again. Oh, he tried to go for the rip. She tried to go for the rip tide. Got reversed.
Gunther's doing whatever he wants because he
Good read. You got your boot back too. There you go. Good reverse.
Step ahead there.
You got. Yeah, you do got the boot. You do got your boot.
Fired hard into the corner. It crashes to the mat.
For that. Oh yeah. Are you stunned? Are you stunned completely off there? Oh, it's an A. Okay. No walk down happening. The wake up instead. Okay. Getting rid of the stun bar. And the read to the damn. Oh wow.
Turn it around.
The stairs fucked up. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Who? It's combo match now. Yo. The tag match. I don't know, bro. I said, you know why, bro? Alright, let me set this match up. Henny, are you here? Alright, this your tag match. Are y'all doing the 2v3 or what y'all doing? 2v2? Okay. Who? Tech, you're fighting right after this, and then y'all could gotta fight. Yo, they gonna fight right after this one. The combo ain't fight yet. Unless, hold on, not for the, nope. Yeah, that's the order.
I'm breaking all my
Okay.
The
The first people I need is Combo and Sturdio. I need both of y'all. I need Combo and Sturdio. I need both of y'all. I want some damn chicken wings. It broke, bro.
Ain't nobody won shit, bro.
It was good too. It was good, bro. It was good, bro. Yeah, no, not everybody. I'm still waiting on Combo. That damn one. No, not yet. What's his name? His teammates gonna be in there with him. Yeah, his teammate. After this, Tech is your man. Not yet. I'm still waiting on Combo.
That's combos on what's it called? Hogate Star
Nigga, broke the claws, had that shit wrapped up, nigga.
You think so? You think so? Okay, now y'all, now the Ecomaniacs can all join now. Y'all can join.
Justice by our proper name, sir.
Ain't that what y'all name is? Egomaniacs or something? I don't know because he don't know how to do the submission. That's why.
Why the fuck he got Gunther in? What the fuck is he doing?
I don't know. That's when I thought I was good at getting out when I was fighting quads too. I thought that was amazing.
You know what you did in the sport?
What did I enforce?
That's why they're on the same team. They're on the same team and they create characters. That's the closest.
Who on the same team? They're not on no same team. They ain't put no tag team submission. Only thing they do is sit there and talk about something that's not there. I was confirmed by the man that they're not a team. That's what I was confirmed about. That they're not a team. Are you gonna be here?
Little nigga yapping about, man.
I don't know, something that ain't his business.
I'm not doing no highlights for Thursday shows, bro. Thursday shows is gonna be like top 10s and shit. Like I'm not doing no goddamn.
Yeah, I guess so, because you broke the fucking match. You can't even put your own stuff on.
This nigga think that he rage baiting me. He really just about to get.
What? Like, what you about to do? You gonna boot me offline too, nigga? You wanna show the match?
Yeah, I am.
You gonna boot me too, nigga? Gonna boot me too?
6-person tag team match time. This should be interesting.
So many moving parts, so many different combinations at play. I cannot wait to see what these
There you go,
superstars
y'all.
have in store for the WWE Universe.
We just see a tooth fly out.
Yeah, don't pay a gun line ball.
Just mocking his
Get
opponent.
back.
Ooh, just bouncing off the turnbuckle.
Get back over. Get over there, Lizard. Come over here. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, fuck that Italian.
He's able to dodge out of the way.
I'm 2-0 as well. What you want me to say? What you want me to do?
We can sense the whole WWE Universe behind him right now.
Proof these superstars have done their homework. Delivering the suplex. Got out of there at the perfect time.
Yep, I did. I played your video. I played your video and then I went right into that match and killed that man in 5 minutes.
Talk about force. That'll give you whiplash.
But I did, I did play it though.
I like it.
Hey, combo.
You gonna get all night.
Into the turnbuckle. Down to the mat.
Yeah, it definitely look like some shit.
Big ass gold chain that glows and everything.
That check money can't even go. That bitch money must be
Rhea had
slow.
that scouted.
That's one.
But can he capitalize?
Then this nigga, that ain't even Randy Orton, nigga. That's John Orton.
Good gravy. Thrown into the corner with a little something extra. Right suplex.
You better beat him quick before you break.
I can be. I most definitely can be. If you want to line that up, bro. I most definitely can be.
Thunderous forearm to follow.
But that match is easy for me. I'm not his ass out cool.
With such force. The whole ring is rattling.
That's exactly what the fuck you got on.
Yeah, messed up.
Connects with a counter.
Probably do. Yeah, probably do.
Saw it coming.
Probably do.
Both superstars countering one move after another.
Probably want to focus on this match.
Handle slam.
She's looking a little
Personal.
drained now.
How personal is
And
this?
you can see why Batista carries himself
Sturdy.
with such confidence. It's a special
I can't
kind of
ask him that
athlete
right
who
now.
can control an opponent like that.
Is it moving slow for y'all? Is it moving slow for y'all a little bit?
Dodges out of the way. Just hot shot it to the outside.
A reversal. Well scouted.
What's up? Get my what?
These two competitors hoping to represent the SmackDown locker room well tonight.
Well, the best way for them to do that, Cole, is to put on a show. Close that up.
That's
Back of
two.
the neck.
He puts him into the corner.
She got the tag.
Batista finds the advantage. Boom! Good defense from him.
A narrow escape. Fast thinking save from there.
Batista avoids impact.
Raining down right hands.
Showing
Sturdy, get out.
no mercy at all.
Oh, get out.
Just manhandling their opponent.
Oh, hold on. Whoa. Oh, you canceled it. That's why he did that. Yeah, I see what he did.
Uppercut. That'll cost some teeth.
Oh, wasn't it carry?
An opening on Batista here. Nice backbreaker.
No, it's not. No, it's not allowed. No, it's not allowed. It's not allowed. No, it's not allowed.
He's totally helpless.
Backbreaker. Batista's being picked apart here.
Yeah.
Batista looks to have been well scouted.
Boom. What an uppercut.
What? I said he couldn't. He dropped him.
Oh my God, directing their attack on the neck. What a counter.
Excellent opportunity for Batista to shift the momentum.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Is anybody going to take control of that? Anybody? Nobody going in? Nobody? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck it. Okay. Get out now. Yeah, go and get your head ass out now. Get here, yeah. Yeah. But that's why you was in that, though, because you can do that since it's your team. If you punch him, he just going to have it again. If you punch him, he just going to have it again. Hey, you the one that wanted to go up in now. He speared the fucking ref. He's pulled the fucking ref.
Tag made. Fresh partner in.
Now that ref right there, man, he see doubles and triples and shit. That was a sig, yeah. He got a fin, yo. But he didn't mean it for it to go on him though. He didn't mean for it to go on. No, it don't count. He didn't. He hit the referee.
Saved herself there. And now placed in the corner.
Bray dropped him, bro.
Whipped into the corner with tremendous force. Tripling attack on the knee. He answers right back.
Yeah, pretty much, bro. Pretty much.
Brutal impact into the corner.
Don't get DQ'd.
Pulls their opponent in. Belly to belly.
You gonna sling that bitch in there? 'Cause you can't go in unless I throw you in. I could throw you in.
Power slam. Good night. What a barrage of stops. Ripley sidesteps the attack. Steering clear.
Stun bar.
And she just avoided some
STO.
serious damage.
Let me find the STO still good. Let me find the STO good again.
Oh, goodness. Blasted right into the corner.
It was a good match. It was real good. Weezy ended up winning though. It was real good.
Attack right to the sternum. And knew what was coming there. Ooh, just bouncing off the turnbuckle. Oh, she was ready with the counter. Evades the attack.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Batista still attacking with plenty of aggression.
Said 1v1 you. I'm doing a league match show right now. I can't 1v1 you. Oh shit! For the fucking Riptide. I need. Oh, fuck.
Batista looks knocked out.
Damn.
Right to the leg. Stomping. Ouch. Trying to debilitate the capability to stand. Ooh, what a damaging blow.
Yeah, I told him you won. I told him you won, Weezy. Someone add some more.
Leaving these competitors at a stalemate. Trading counters and reversals back and forth.
For the fucking Batista bomb.
Batista got
You said get Tommy bombed. Tommy bomb.
The arm absorbing the damage. Jarring impact.
What's his name? Stadio just got Tommy bomb.
This only ends one way. I think the ring just moved.
That's retarded. It didn't do not a piece of
Kick to the gut.
Cranked around into a neck breaker. Momentum moving towards Batista's corner.
Yeah, Batista with impressive offense. Ripley avoids the attack.
There you go. That's not John Cena. That's Randy Orton. That's Randy Orton. Yeah, that's Randy, bro. I thought that when I first seen too. I'm thinking, what the hell? No, that's not the island. He made that. He made all that. He made it for his, you know how he be dressing his people up. That's combo, yeah. Uh-oh. Hey, Reflex, mid-match interview. How do you think this match going so far? What you think about this? What you think about this match right now, though? You think your team doing pretty good? Oh yeah, real question. What do you think about y'all? What do you think about y'all new recruit Henry? You think he handling business? Is he a real egomaniac? Damn. He said look at him. He said, of course, look at him. He don't know what to do. Look at him. Look at that reverse. That's one. You say still an animal though. Appreciate that, Sonny. Really appreciate that. Ooh, it's 7-star lariat. Oh, look at that. He gonna give himself an X. He done give himself an X. He's going. Oh, wrong button. Meant to hit that.
dummy. Yeah.
All right, son. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna have to stop by the next time I see you streaming. But yeah, you have a good night, though. You be safe.
There we go. We need to take that X off. Hey, I can anchor it. Oh my god.
Are you?
Yeah, he's a big boy combo. He's a big boy combo.
Arm extended, tags.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go.
Wait till that super fan pop.
I'm not gonna that.
There you go. That's one.
I'm gonna get them on for the first time.
For the damn spear. He said he's an. Oh, look at that. He's an animal. He's an animal. Oh, he putting him up there. Oh shit. Yes, bro. Yes, bro. I don't think you can stop that either. I don't think you can stop it either. Yeah, the super, bro. For the one. Oh, kicking out at just the one. Kicking out just the one. Kicking out just the one. Good shit. Good shit. This shit's 30, yo.
And her body is being pushed well past the breaking point.
What do we do? We always won. What do we do? Summon the vortex.
Two niggas is just dirty enough to be partners too.
For the RK fucking O. It has your animal right there. Has your animal right there. Oh, he ate that. He ate that. Yeah, count. All that count. As long as you the illegal man. And the ref, you know, only time it don't count is the ref down. That's the only time it don't. You can't pass the gun line.
I'm about to start doing that shit with that big boob, man. He's gonna hate it. I'm walking right up on y'all.
Shit, good shit.
Batista turns it
There's 3. Who? Oh, you talking about Henny? Yeah, he ain't tagged in Ethan Page yet. Henny, you know this ain't elimination. Was that a reversal or he just grabbed me? Reversal, okay. So there's 3. I mean 4.
Ricocheting off the turnbuckles.
Oh, look at that. Look at Henny fighting. There go the tag. The tag is made. Tag him back in. Look, tag him back in. Yep. Oh, whoop, you're done.
Break it up if you want to. Hey, break it up. I promise you.
Came in and already getting hit with DDTs.
Hey, you can switch back out if you want to.
Hey, come on. Shut up, boy. Shut up.
This is nasty. My goodness, might have cracked their rib. Here's the tag.
Oh, here we go. Anchor. Is it anchor on this? To be honest, though, is it?
If he tag against 30, yo, I'm gonna
That nigga just walked that nigga down.
Yo.
Hey, Don, let me ask you. So that's legal? Can I do that?
What? Bro, they just stand in each other's face. Nah, for real, they were just standing in each other's face. I thought they were gonna hug. I thought they were gonna hug or something. Is that still? Yeah. That's what I said. No, y'all just standing in each other's face. Y'all just standing. Y'all just looking at each other's face. Yeah. That's your one step. That's 3. I mean, that's 2. That's 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to hit you.
I'm about to choke niggas out with that surf.
Yeah, because I was trying to hit you.
We only got one anyway, so you don't know.
Big boot to the gut and a thunderous forearm to follow.
What the fuck you expecting, Dirty O, man?
Bro, what you say, bro? What you mean, bro? Good shit. And that was your 1, 2. That was your 1 as well.
That's okay. okay. That's okay.
So both of your ones is going stereo. You can't do none of that running shit.
What the fuck? What you mean hit him?
That was it. You just tried anyway?
He quickly gets out of dodge.
My goodness. My goodness. My goodness.
And now Batista's being dismantled. Things can get grim in a hurry if Batista doesn't turn this around.
Yo, give us a win, Bob. I'm not saying
Suplex.
Man, how about you? What I do? you get it.
Yes.
You John Randy.
That's 3. And that's 5 for y'all. That's 5 and 5-3. This is starting to do stuff. All right, Sturdio. All right, Sturdio. All right, Sturdio. Whoop, that what you get. That what you get. That what you get. Oh, wow. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you might want to. You might want to. He ain't got no damn reseal.
I know, but I don't know what he's gonna do. I'm not gonna get in.
Appreciate the phone. He said, "What should I do?" He said, "What should I do?" You gonna pin him? You gonna pin him? It's the breakup. Cause you ain't have reseal. You ain't got reseal. That's why. Oh well, too bad. Too bad. Too bad. He got another one for you though. You still got another one. You still got another one. You still got another. Yeah, you still got another breakup on you if you want to use it. Remember, it's 3. Oh, good reverse. Yeah, Brady, you got another one if you want another one. She said, "Now you want me to get up?" I don't think this team gonna last too long. I don't know. So Reflex, what you think about this? Reflex, what you think about this? What you think about this? Look, what's going on with your animal in there? You good? Oh shit.
You need a team, bro. I do need a wise man. Let me know, my nigga.
There's the tag.
Him with this wise man.
You can elevate the wise man, my nigga.
Oh, he's the same one. For the 1, 2, and the reseal has been used by the animal. All right, now Ethan Page about to dance.
But you gotta wonder if that was his last breath. And it may just take
It's for y'all got 5, and then for them it's 3.
I'm not gonna get on the apron.
You can tag yourself in. No, you gotta go to him.
And he's ready to dummy. Yeah. Capitalizing on Page's mistake.
I'm weak. So I don't want to elevate one.
It crashes to the man. Waiting to strike. Brace for impact.
Shout out Jake. Shout out Jake, aka Paul Heyman.
Just bouncing off the turnbuckle.
All right. And you were supposed to originally be in this match at 2v3. You could have been here helping them. You supposed to have been in this match, Reflex. You let them down. No, it's too late now. It's too late. I let him go in when the ref down. I give him that, but that's all he could do. What's up? My team ain't here, so I ain't hopping in for nobody.
He saw that coming. He's looking banged up here, guys.
Combo, you can't do that. You can't do that. Yeah. Is that? Is? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was running.
Man, did you see the whiplash off the turnbuckles?
Capitalizing on Page's mistake.
Oh, that's 4. That's 4.
That's how you do it, buddy. That's how you do it.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Shit, I was late. I can't do it now. You got to do it again. You got to do it again. Oh, good reverse. You got to do it again. Next time you got to let me know. Next time you got to let me know. Call it out first. Yeah, call out, say I'm finna do a twist and say down, get ready or something.
Such force, the whole ring is round. This place has come unglued. Both sides with an answer to every piece of offense.
It's 5-4.
And that stops whatever Ethan had intended.
Okay. One more move. Uh-oh. What you gonna do? Oh, try to go for a reliable, but catching the fucking DDT instead. Ain't that fucking disgusting? Ain't that fucking disgusting? Shit. Yeah, that offense say just I would just do it just in case. I would do it too. Oh, out of there. Out of there. You probably did it late, sir. GG. GG. All right, bro. So, Reflex, can I ask you a question about your team now? Okay, you got it. You got it. All right, Yako, it's your matchup tip.
I got something to say.
What's up?
I want the same team next show, 3v2.
3v2 next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's originally what's his name? Bailed out. Brady took the fall. Brady took the fall.
I would just Yo, John, that's cool. Yo, John.
You know what? He did
What's
what Peculiar just did to him because I was talking shit about how bad teammate he is. That nigga suck. Ain't my fault that nigga suck as a teammate. I'm trying to make that nigga a face and his bitch ass don't know how to play the game.
Oh wow. Reflex. What you think about that? Do you hear that?
I'm not listening to
No, I want you to open your ears and listen. Henny just said he see why Peculiar did what he did. Because I just want you to hear this. Because this is what y'all recruited. Y'all recruited the animal. The animal did do his job. The animal did do his job. And the animal was frustrated in that match because he came in, he got his pen broken, and all this shit.
They both did, but like.
Oh yeah, that's TV. TV. Might have to holler at you.
Hell yeah, type shit. Type shit. Yeah, if you can, absolutely let me know. Because my shit's still here. I'm still here waiting, bro. Still here waiting.
TV, don't go back, bro.
He said don't go back.
If you don't pay me, let's
Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
Okay. Now, I'm Tech and y'all I'm saying y'all matchup. My bad, it took so long.
Let me know, man. You're not going to Roman double up and ready to make some real money.
Maybe you want to be part of the team with an animal?
Hey, you let me know when you're ready to sit at the table and make some money.
You want to be part of the team?
I just want a singles match, bro. Fuck it.
Man, that all for
Let me fight.
You want to make some money.
Is this nigga about to jump ship to?
I don't know, bro.
Let me fight combo. Let me play combo.
If you want to play on easy mode, just say.
Combo, you want to join in?
Hey, how many wise men I can get?
All right, good. I'll tell you when. Tech, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, Tech, you can join in. My invites, they low key broken.
This is the issue I'm having. He only got hit with one fin and one sig.
I beat his ass first. Oh, you talking about that? You talking about that? Oh.
I can't pick out on those bars, bro.
Oh, see, just say that then. Just say that. You fucked it up.
You could have just said, get in just in case. I'm thinking
Or something, yeah.
Bro,
Y'all, I don't know how it took you over there.
I'm spamming it.
I don't know what you want to say next. I don't know how it took you over there, but Tech, I guess you can join in. I get.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
No, it's like fucked up.
don't work. Don, you're so
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it fucked all the way up. Yeah, it fucked all the way up. I'm at the reset.
Don, you're messier than a sloppy.
What did I do? Yeah, I know.
Hey, Reflex, I got a question for you, Reflex. You're Reflex.
I did the same thing. I did the same thing to old buddy. I did the same thing to him.
Yo, if I get the singles match though.
Yeah, let me fight him.
Y'all two want to fight each other. Is Sinbad still in here?
Alright,
Is Malik still in here? I think that was the two. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get y'all and then combo, then y'all two can end it off. How about that? Combo and yeah, you and combo can end it off.
I get the main event.
I don't know about it. Oh, no, ain't no main event. You just end it and off.
What's the definition of main event?
We need an egomaniacs team up, goddamn.
Are you in Egomaniacs?
Yeah, he is.
So when you teaming with the animal, I'm gonna have it. What they be saying, easy mode. I enter God mode.
I hit the wrong match. Give me a second. I hit the wrong fucking match.
This is what I need y'all to do. I need y'all to keep y'all body parts gray and y'all health high. I'ma take the damage.
Well, you took the damage.
Yeah, you took a lot of damage. You took a lot of damage.
I just need y'all. When y'all come in, I just need
Damn,
y'all.
y'all got that shit good, bro. Damn, bro.
Yo, Henny, you took all the damage. You still lost, man.
Yeah, he took all the damage. He took every bit of it.
I didn't get banned though.
Maybe the team not for you.
No, this is our team.
Yeah,
this is our team.
How you feel about
Man, not the way them niggas just sold, man.
Give me a second. Yaka, you could join first. Yaka, you join.
That doesn't sound right.
How you feel about your
How do I feel about my whip? I don't know what to say.
Well, then I hope the faces.
Oh, it's good, bro. It's good, bro. It's good.
Henny, man, you know what it is. You remember when we was last time with team?
Okay, Tech, you can join in, and Combo, you can join in. Y'all can both join in. All right, right now, Tech is on Tech, you on the 2-game win streak, ain't you? Oh no, he won last show. No, he won last show. I'm tripping.
You used to be in tag matches. No.
Hey, that's true though, but there's gonna be rare times in between, man. Henny, I am consistent. I'm gonna be here, Henny. And you get to make some money. Yeah, I'm bringing you in as the wise man.
Okay, and Combo, you could join in too.
Alright, bet about John now.
No, I just need a wise man. No, I'm not.
You need a wise man.
Yeah.
After this is Malik match, and then y'all forgot about that shit. It's his match, and then the last one.
How many times this shit happens in your team? Don, I got a question.
You can do that, but I know how to handle mine in front of the press. You don't. You fold and everything under pressure. It's different. It's fun. It's funny doing that to y'all. My team, I just say stay out of our team business. Whatever we broadcasting to y'all, just for pure entertainment. That's it.
Why is it always that team though? It's always that team.
I don't know. I don't know, bro.
I
Cause
just told you, boy ain't got no leadership capability. That's it.
that's why
He's
I'm
not a fucking leader.
Some good old-fashioned tag team action here. There's such a distinct attribute that makes a tag team successful. It's an
You said, why did Teddy Long retire? Teddy Long didn't retire. He got fired.
possesses that X factor here.
Why'd you fire him? Why'd you fire that black man?
Because shit was falling apart.
Yeah. Why?
Kick to the midsection breaks the attack. A chain of reversals here every
Nah, he wasn't doing the right shit, bro. We had to get somebody good.
And you need to fire Eric Bischoff.
Eric Bischoff is he been handling shit ever since he done stepped here. I like Eric Bischoff.
Powering their opponent up. Driven down with the tombstone slam.
He's he ain't in, he's a little corrupt, but he ain't done too much. No, that don't go to
Right to the arm. Hyperextend your elbow.
Even though you're supposed to have been in that match.
getting the people in on the phone.
What really would have
Good
changed?
shit, Tech.
Hypothetically, let's speak, right?
They would have had some more extra health.
Right?
Yeah, and then y'all would have been tagging out while Henny get health and then tagging back in. Well, you trying to save face. That's what you doing. You saving face. They don't need that. They need a teammate out there. You see how I stepped up for my team when the 3 branches called me the fuck out? I just said, yeah, we're going out there.
And he saw that coming from Knight.
I'm a part of it.
That'll give you whiplash.
Knight fights back. Nah, I say nah, he part of the team. But he
Was
is
it?
Hey, he thrown into the just like shit way so much for people to call him manager to wipe it up. He the employees and he the boss.
Yep.
Fire hard into the corner.
Was
It
it?
crashes to the mat.
Call it what you want. When you was on Team Requires, he was an apron bitch. Because I got to. That's what I do. That's what I do. It's a messy. I actually want Tech to win this match. I really do. I want him to go on a 2-0 win streak. But no offense to Yaka, but yeah. He's stunned. Yeah. Run in and run out.
We can see a count out here.
Or do that, yeah.
And he gets delivered back into the ring.
I got a wise man. Put the roll on Hollywood Hulk Hogan.
Look at this. That can dislocate something.
Bro.
Damn, I know. I told you first.
Just bouncing off the turnbuckle.
Yeah, that man been gone.
Reversal. And that turns things around.
School? Why? Leon
Wait a
does.
minute. Looking for something big, but shrugged off.
Damn, team just got hella
Able to get out of the way. Saw what was coming and got out of dodge quick.
Hey, Duncan, you put that payback on when niggas knocked the ref down?
I never seen that. I never seen that payback
I don't think
before.
it works.
A long ass move. Why don't you just diamond cutter him?
Because the bully payback not looking 2v3. So I don't think that one really
Couple thrusts there. Looking for the cover, but gets pushed off.
Make the ref count faster. Y'all know him? That's Yaga. That's greatness. You remember a long time ago I said I need for you to get a belt off somebody? Yeah. Yeah, he been back.
Hey, John, if the shit work, would you allow it though or what?
Nah, set you up though.
You gotta think about
Jesus
Weezy,
Christ.
I know you just didn't get this nigga out your wise man when I'm on told me.
Knight denies the attack.
That's crazy. You see how he do?
Sidewalk
Nigga,
slam.
you had a wise man.
Through the ring.
Would you want a wise man for,
this
Weezy?
thing.
And I don't think we want to get any closer.
building the team.
Building the team. Get in. Get in. Get in. Get in. No, he's not. I am.
Come on, TB, you the boss. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what
What's up, bro? What's up? Okay.
Come on, TB. Stay in. Not there. Back and forth. Count after count. Am I wrong? Turn into the corner.
Man, did you see the whiplash on the turnbuckles?
Next question.
Ricochet off the turnbuckles.
Yeah, next question. Shit.
I not say one lie.
Takes their breath out. Effective counter.
Objection.
Down the mat.
You have to say why you can't just say
You know they got
Who got history?
They got his.
I actually have DMs now, though, Weezy. I actually got DMs.
Vicious right.
Tech, we need a stun bar, bro.
Attacking the shoulder, smart strategy early. Wait a minute, looking for something big, but
Oh, he said he ain't letting you get no damn stun bar, not one. He said watch it. He said he finna show you fast so he can tell you. Watch this.
Yeah, what Don just said.
What I just said.
Sit straight into the corner hard.
He can show you better than he can tell you or something like that.
Yeah, that right there.
Brutal impact into the corner.
Hold on. I'm not gonna knock you out there.
Oh, you did that?
Turns that in his favor. Getting up on wobbly legs, but he'll soon be put back down. I understand getting yourself fired up, but he needs to stay as a opponent.
LA Knight is showing his opponent takes a ride on the gravy train.
And saw what was coming there.
What's he gonna do now?
Catches him with the cutter.
That could be curtains for night.
Who was he talking about?
Goes for the pin.
Unbelievable. Kick out at one.
unbelievable, more like inhuman.
And the question runs in the mind, how am I going to be able to end this?
Sure, when he was at the straight edge, he probably called him out and probably can't.
Yeah, that was RVD he was talking about.
This is going to get ugly.
Cross neck breaker.
And some late match offense from LA Knight.
Knight has certainly taken his licks in this matchup, but he's somehow within reach of victory.
Yeah, I thought that was Ray.
LA Knight showing his opponent takes a ride on the gravy train.
He catches Knight with a counter.
All right.
Just that.
That's your time to rest if he don't walk you down to shit. He's out there. Who do?
Look at this heel hook. This is how you punish your opponent, and he's enjoying every minute of it. That kick will stop you in your tracks.
He said we just...
Hey, this Tech out here battling?
Yeah, that's
And
Tech.
now thrown back into the ring.
Tech, man, you in the deep water here a little bit. It ain't no rain, but it's Yaka, so.
Oh shit! For the one, he fighting Yaka. He fighting that guy. Oh, and he. Oh fuck! Tech, don't be offended if you don't defend. If you don't, I can say I never.
Just fell short.
Oh man, he's got him in the crosshairs.
With tremendous force.
This shit.
Carefully placed stun.
Tech got with a bandana on. Tech got
The WWE Universe on the edge of their seats, waiting to see which way this ends.
Every movement, every
what
attack
you want
from
us in, man?
the
What you
in this
want?
match.
They got the regular NWO shirts. Yeah. You can pick anyone you want.
This capacity crowd is
Look.
he's sending it right back.
Man, move along, Combo.
Man, that DDT again.
You better move along.
Man, that was a one-time thing. Like,
How can you ring currency?
never happen again. Never happen again. He don't want to fight me because he don't beat his ass.
I'm trying to see if
Oh, what a response.
Again and again.
Talk about the pay-per-view at all, man.
Talk about force. That'll give you whiplash.
That ain't what we doing here.
Be the first thing
I think the ring just
We
moved.
talking least the date, nigga, or the name or something.
Great defense by Knight.
I'll give you a hint.
Cross the shoulders.
me backlash, right?
Showing his opponent takes a ride on the gravy train.
Okay, so I didn't give a sign.
Looks like LA Knight has no respect for his competition.
In the open weight division.
That's fine. I ain't gonna lock with him yet.
Oh, good shit, man.
Step ahead of Knight there.
Yeah, nigga had one match and trying to go fight for the belt.
What's good, bro?
This crowd is thunderous right now.
I been said that.
Dribbling the opponent's head like a basketball.
He might DM Brady coming from. Watch how about I do that?
He said, hold on, what?
Gets the reversal. What a counter.
Nigga, if I win all
Might not
games,
know where exactly he is right now, and it's about to get worse.
don't know, because I ain't seen you win a big fight yet. Don't know.
Setting up for a pump handle. WWE fans cheering them on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. When the last time you won a big
breaker?
You didn't see when we was sitting on the front, easy mode.
Yeah,
Stop
hey,
in the leg.
Bad position for
Hey,
Knight.
look, hey, I ain't doubting your talent. They just show availability, my nigga. You got an F in that.
You need a
Like,
stun
if it
bar,
was my
Tate.
player, it's an F right there.
You need a stun bar.
It's like you Anthony Davis or some shit, my nigga.
It's quality over quantity.
Knight denies the attack.
It's like you AD though. It's like you MVP.
There you go. Oh, you don't know what that is? That's trademark, bro. You know how people say put the fries in the bag? It's put the rabbit in the head. And there go that stun bar right there. He said that he would not let it happen. There it go right there. No, not you. No, not you. What's the Sinbad guy? This shit.
I'm trying to tell you.
Now is huge.
TV, there's difference between me and him.
What's that?
Disrupts the attack with an elbow to the gut.
I just smoked that
Pretty
nigga.
good there, man.
Slam! Almost drove him through the ring.
Come on, Tech. You gotta win this shit.
Yeah. And quick question, Tech. I know I seen you hit that damn thing, but
Tech, you say, let's get it, Tech. Turn up, nigga. Shit.
I know I seen the
Don slipped 9 eggs in. Come on, Don.
Bruh.
My nigga.
Bruh, it's automatic. Damn. The drop on the outside. Imagine that drop in the inside. Unless it is in there.
The noise surging through this arena is ridiculous. It's the echoes of the universe.
I told you, it's a resolution too.
What's the resolution? What's this $10?
Pay money.
You gotta be kidding me.
How about I fight for 10 shows? If I show up for 10 shows straight, you got
I gotta turn my ass off.
Knight has his opponent.
figured out. Give me my $10. Fuck you.
Talking about force. That'll give you whiplash.
Fucking food, bro.
Oh, he timed that counter well. He catches Knight with a counter. He's pushing back now.
Going from the defensive to the offensive, he is ready to
When the belts come out, you defend them belts, you get your money.
Down to the mat. Here we go again. He made his point.
Yeah, defend the belt.
Concentrate on the match instead of everything outside of it.
Yeah, Don. I want to be that guy, but I did defend the universe.
And Knight puts a quick stop to the momentum that was mounting against him. Now's a chance for Knight to get back into this match.
You doing me like greatness now. Distortion is real.
insulting.
He's taking a beating, but can he hold on?
He has to find a way to break up this offense.
Showing his opponent takes a ride on the gravy train.
They probably let's say
I know you hit the damn thing. What's the damn thing? The cutter.
This is how you target a body part. Yeah, just hammer it.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, he got Rizzo. Yeah, he got it. He just used it.
Operating on pure instinct and adrenaline right now.
I've lost count of how many times this match should have ended by now.
It's $20 for the big build.
Hey, when I say that,
I could have become my name right now.
Fire back with a punch straight in the face. Sidewalk slam. An impressive sequence from LA Knight.
LA is doing a great job remaining engaged with the opposition.
You found sense, by the way.
he said 65 cents.
Takes.
TB, you got cash up?
Yeah.
Send me. They go to Dick Dominic. Bro, what greatness?
You owe him money?
Yeah, because he just reminded me about that damn defense.
No, you don't give TV money first.
Great, I told bro. Greatness, I done told you to charge that shit to the game. I don't know how many times, and that shit was almost. Oh yeah, he just tried it.
a new season, Don. I'm gonna keep it void.
There's not a single person
You
sitting
sure,
in this
bro?
arena.
Don't feel bad for greatness, bro. That's just.
It's $5. I feel bad for
It is $5.
This is gonna get ugly.
Earning the gamble.
Ensuring his opponent takes a ride on the gravy train.
I probably wouldn't even take the money, bro. I wouldn't even take the
Counter. He knew just
There you go. Damn.
sudden cut.
You might be up out of there. Oh, yo, watch. Listen for his reason. Listen for his reason. Oh shit, man. Okay, so this is what I can do before I run the next one. I can do the same thing like I did for ACG match. I can run it on low. You don't have Reezer, and then you can run it like this. That's me. Yeah, I know.
Team excellence in its purest form. You simply love to see it, and I hope we see these guys tagging again real soon.
You sure you want that?
Sure, yeah, let's do it. But like I keep 2 trades the whole season.
Oh, it don't roll over or nothing though. Like if you don't use it this month, it go back to 1.
This one does.
He said this one do roll over.
Yeah, this one is $5.
That's fair, Don. That's fair. You don't even gotta spend your money. Just let
Hey, Don,
let them have a free trade for
Yeah, I can run. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. TV. So I can run this back because he was calling for his reason. It was broke.
Yeah, he waited till fucking 2.5 to say it. I couldn't press the button in time.
But this is what I can do. I can run it. I can run it. I can run it back. It's low, but he don't got reason. Y'all want to run this back real quick? Yeah, he used reason. Yeah, y'all both use reason. What's the first place medal? What that mean?
Half place.
Yeah, we get 0.5. We call it a draw and a half.
How's it a draw and a half? Is it a draw?
0.5 dub. Yeah, half a dub.
Let me. Yaka, you wanna draw? Or you wanna fight?
Wants to fight for sure.
I think you wanna fight.
Draw.
I think you wanna fight.
I'm a draw like I watched some other niggas did it.
I think you want to fight.
Niggas was?
Yeah, it was. That was. That was. What's his name? What's his name? Sturdio, and Quaz. They did.
You pussy ass niggas. New pussy ass niggas with some pussy.
So what? So, oh, y'all can say he still want to fight. Hold on, I gotta say. Yeah, he said he want to fight. Yeah, he said he want to fight. He said you don't got Rezeal. He said he want his win. He said you ain't finna run from him. No, that is what he said. He said you ain't finna run from him. He said you ain't got no Rezeal. He said he want his win. Yeah. He said don't run from him. He said he want. Yeah, I got you. I'm setting it up now. He said don't run. He said he want his win.
God, nigga. That boy was nervous in that ring. That's what he said. I had that boy nervous.
Alright, and
you're a super fan.
I don't use no super fan.
and Yaka, you could join in first.
I had just enough to hit your ass at the end like I needed to.
You're doing stress hits over the fence.
Looks like your character was hurt, man. He couldn't kick up.
Man. Alright, combo and tech, y'all can join in.
Was that even a Diamond Dallas page?
Yes,
Yeah, DDP. Asked him at some straight claws. That was all. Yeah.
Oh, was it the Diamond one? Diamond version?
No. I just
The shiny version?
Hey, Don.
What's up?
Hey, I just want you to know. It still stands, alright? It still stands. Don't take that Henny, come on, bro. You know all that hoopla comes from, never do enough you can.
Oh wait, what? Wasn't there supposed to
What
be
are you
some
talking
sort of
about?
like announcement today or something like
I
that?
know a boy who's carrying people and dropping them ain't talking.
I know a nigga who got their ass beat by me and Shorty.
Come on, man. You supposed to lead by example out here.
Hey, I ain't breaking the rules, nigga. You supposed to be,
Come on, man.
you supposed to be part of the branches to call shit out. You doing this bullshit. First of all,
come
weirdo.
on, man.
I'm talking one nigga change their rules.
Jay,
Don't be like that like that. I got nothing to do with this ball head. Yeah, you can't say nothing. Nah. Y'all talking about Dante was
Take your Rezeal off tech.
my game crash. Hey, Dante was okay. Dante was probably no. Dante wasn't even paying attention. I explained to Don how I said I did it back to like
Yeah, we need you to drop
Don,
it.
Don.
It crashed. Okay, I'm a dashboard and make another one. I got you.
Yeah, I'm a dashboard too.
So he about to do a double, right?
Yeah, Tech, take that rage.
Yeah, I know. I know what happened. I know.
No, I'm
I know what you're doing.
Okay, so that's supposed to
When
be
I seen no boy with the
right?
ring
You're
doing
supposed to
John
corner that
Cena,
shit
it made me
because
want to
you're not
make a
supposed to do that,
DDP.
right?
But when he did, he said that you didn't. I know what you're saying. Like I completely get what you're saying,
It
but I
still
thought you
does
didn't get no
damage when
damage.
you
Oh, it's still. Oh, so you do.
Yes, when you
Man, it's the
drop
same amount
them,
of damage you do if you hit the
do
suicide
that. I
dive,
don't.
nigga.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, bro. What are you
Nigga, that's a
talking
lot of
about?
damage.
No, it's not. Nigga,
That's a
this
lot
is
of
a lot of damage.
Yeah, I didn't know if you drop them because I thought it was like the scoop. Like when you just drop them, is no damage. I thought it was something like that or something. I ain't know.
That nigga help I move the millimeter, nigga.
No, because that's a lot of damage. That's less damage.
So
than I had
1
before
millimeter.
you grabbed me. Oh,
Nigga, you got what's your recovery, like 95?
No, it's not. I'm a powerhouse.
I'm gonna fuck, nigga. I'm gonna fuck.
I can tell that right now.
I'm an animal. I did
It's like an 80.
I'm the 9.
I didn't get pinned because I'm an animal. Hey, Reflex, you the nigga who sold us, dummy. You still here and don't want to fight.
Ow. Do you need me? What is
Okay.
it? What if
Yaka, you can join again.
Get that nigga off your team.
you're good enough to beat them, nigga? You almost beat them by
Okay.
yourself.
Okay, and you see what happened
Oh,
when Brady went in there and got hit with 2 fins and
Who?
2 6 and 1 fin. 1, 2, 3. 2 6 and 1 fin. Real full.
I get it. Think about it from my point of view. If we beat
I don't
them
wanna
with
hear
3
that.
people, what's that say about us? That we need 3 people?
No, they agree. They agree that.
Okay, and combo, you could join in too.
So why not?
Sturdy on it when they got Combo on the
Why
Combo
not
beat his
take
ego.
the advantage that they won? It don't make sense.
You know, man.
But it doesn't. It's a lose-lose for us.
Gloves don't fit, they must have quit.
So we. If a nigga gives you a,
Take, remember, take your resale off.
if a nigga gave you extra person,
Give you-
you gotta think about it like this, dummy. You gotta think about it like this,
That's
dummy.
why he's not a champion.
Every one of us gets a breakup, and we get one more. We have one more breakup than them.
Don't
Dummy,
you use
think
the rage
that.
against
Okay.
Here, use it.
But
Say it again.
Dodge fucking make it like
You can't
whatever,
use
however
rage
you guys
against
get into season, make it as
No.
Make it a title.
I didn't even see that.
What does it look like
Yeah,
on a
take.
team
You
if
can't
somebody
use
was
no
to beat
paybacks,
Superman
bro.
too? That
After
doesn't-
using them in first match, it's over with.
Too bad. You won with 3 people.
You can't use paybacks at all. Once you use it in the first match, it's done.
Superstars
Yeah.
work together. It's a good old
But that's what that shit look. I never seen it.
matchup underway. We see Eric Bischoff, an LA Knight, and across
Yeah, I never
the
seen
ring, we'll be
it.
squaring off with
I would have used the hell out of this damn thing last year if I had this.
These teams have built up lots of animosity toward
Go on, fire him, my nigga. Yeah. Go on, fire him. Yeah, go on, fire that nigga.
No, we got a plan.
Who y'all firing?
Yeah.
other,
I guess
and now
we
they
does
have
have-
finally reached a tipping
That's why
point.
he'll
I
never
would
be a
expect
Universal
Bedlam
champion.
to break
Not
loose
even
here.
trying to get there.
What's
Goodness,
up?
blasted right into the corner.
Shit, we
That
might
unraveled
have
by
something.
Page.
Each athlete
We'll
finding
see.
an
We're
answer
gonna
for
find out.
everything thrown at
I
them.
would have helped your ass out and got that
Like literally.
Oh, that might have just broken
got
something.
one fin and
Damn
2
what
sticks.
they say.
He answers right back.
Shit.
He's able to dodge out of the way.
You fighting through it, okay.
Well, he got
A
able
little
to
something extra.
No, he got
Yep.
hit with a fin and then
Swinging neck breaker.
You said
the thing
what?
about it was, I told him, I said, play slow. I said, slow the hell down. Stop playing so
Saw what was
fast.
coming and got
I don't think Sturdy will hear anymore.
Nah, steady on here.
I think he's out of there. Like he's gone.
Big time backbreaker.
Yeah, like nigga, you can't sit up here and play fast against Randy Orton.
Just
When Combo
breaking
literally-
down the
you,
opponent.
I was like, nigga, you literally seen what me and Combo did. When he tagged in Combo. We stood
Sent
there at
straight
each
into
other.
the corner hard.
I'm not moving.
Oh, you can tell he's feeling it now.
Oh yeah, you can't use that. Yeah, Tech, you can't use that. You can't use that.
DDP just ended this.
Couldn't use that. That's what I was saying about the rage.
I wish you heard that in reverse.
Talking about force. That'll give you whiplash.
Oh, a knife fight fights back. Both athletes showing incredible reflexes here. What a display here. Counters on both sides.
Yeah, you didn't want to take that advantage. What type of bullshit is that, man? You don't want to win.
There it is. Reversal. These counters, it's like they're in each other's minds.
Man, nigga was talking about 1v3. I was like, oh shit.
Sidewalk slam.
Oh, fuck.
That was like, nah. Do it 2v2 if anything.
Ooh.
Lands
the haymaker.
One big 10, nigga.
Kick to the gut. Ooh, brutal.
1v50, nigga.
I'm an animal, nigga.
This shit forever connects.
You put that fucking ego man like this. You put that nigga smile away. I was outside the ring.
How did you feel when he didn't get that shit?
I was like, this nigga just turned on me. That was my first thought.
See Henny, I like you answer questions. The other ones they act like I don't know. Like it's something like I'm asking for their social security number or something. You answer questions. So Henny, so what you think? Who do you think besides you is the best one between Reflex and what's his name? Vortex. In general and in tag matches, go ahead and ask both. Okay.
Down to the mat.
But in tag matches, I gotta go Reflex.
Man, thrown with such force.
Do stuff like that.
Turns that in his favor.
Get up on the game. Why you listening to me?
I'm saying, like, why are you listening to the other team? Nigga, get your ass up.
And
my mentality, the thing is, my mentality the whole time was 3-2 from the start. So
yeah.
Reflex had the X. I was like, okay, Reflex, get on the apron so I can get the X off of you, nigga. And I was like, okay, I just need one of y'all. We gonna need to hit somebody to get towards our corner.
Yeah.
And you see what happened when he got that chest to fight off.
Yeah, I seen that.
Reverse the move, I hit it there. He don't want to do that though.
That'll weaken your arm.
Yeah, so you think Reflex low key sold you?
He knows that. Want to play the counter and shit.
Yeah. I'm thinking if the match was set up, you should just go ahead and do it. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I only got like 2 more matches. Unless, I only got like 2 more.
We had the chance to be 2v3 because that's what they wanted. Nah, I don't want to fight. I'm gonna just watch them fight.
Hey, when I heard him say that, I was like, what the fuck are you?
LA Knight is showing us a Tessa ride on the gravy train.
What? You said that. Yeah, you didn't have to hear about that, man.
We're really showing up though.
I think the ring just moved.
I don't know what
Shit, man.
That nigga did the Kim for the world to see.
Don't get my please, what the hell?
That might be it.
That can be DDP's demise.
Here's the pin.
Nigga,
Superstars possess the fortitude to do what we just witnessed. Throwing everything in the kitchen sink in there, but to no avail.
Looking for something big, but shrugged off.
Yeah, nigga. Nah, I wasn't no freshman.
Tremendous force.
What y'all know about that theme song?
That can break it
What
on.
I know about that theme song?
Vicious right forearm.
Okay.
Just bouncing
Okay.
off the turnbuckle.
I had a whole bunch of them. Yeah, I was 200.
Devastation.
Good kick up. Oh, damn. Good shit, man. Off the pop up at that. God damn. GG.
An incredibly impressive showing by this tag team.
This right pairing can certainly do wonders, and make no mistake, this
dark match. I know he wasn't trying that much because he had to go.
I'm about to say, nigga, don't say that.
See, look at that tech. See that? I don't want to let this.
He said he's don't try them dark matches.
Hell, man, that's what.
You know what I mean? If I know he's playing, how he's playing.
Hell, nah, because if I try to dark match one day randomly, you gonna match up with me. You like, oh, I already. Nah, that ain't gonna happen. I'm just gonna me.
Malik, you there?
Downloading you.
Yeah, you ain't finna download me like you did earlier.
All right, bet. What's his name? Sinbad, you there? All right, bet. I'm saying y'all up now. Sorry it took so long. My apologies.
Nah. Fuck an animal. I'm a wild animal.
Oh, you know what they do to wild animals?
They don't tame them.
Put them motherfuckers down.
They can't put this animal down. This animal can't go nowhere. Them apes, I'm scared of them apes. You know why?
Reflex, did you really want the last match? You really did.
You wanna know why I'm skeptical of them apes? I already told you stuff like that. But Quaz is talking about he's trying to forfeit against Sturgio. Sturgio's been his ass. Sturgio's up.
Yeah, I don't think he was serious. He was just saying that because of the beginning.
I don't care.
All right.
I don't like that. That's that negative.
Malik, you could join off my name, and then I get the other team.
You said I have Quaz and Rolly. Rolly hasn't showed up. Where Rolly at?
Rolly gonna be here.
What show is Saturday?
What happened since?
Only thing I know is that Saturday.
What's up?
Oh, we doing a pop-up Saturday? Let's get it. What? Pop-up.
Fucking taxes this Saturday.
Hey, free tax.
Yeah.
No, I'm about to say you late, nigga.
I mean,
It ain't early.
All right, Sinbad, you could join in, and Combo, you could join in too. And after that, Combo is gonna be your singles, and then I'm done.
That's exactly why. That's exactly why.
No, if you want it, you can have it, but it's up to you. Just let me know. Okay, that works.
I know later he said that there.
I know it's gonna be done. That's not the problem. I know it's gonna be done.
All right, cool. We can make this a last one.
I don't care about my tag record this year. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Everybody fight. All right, this could be the last one. This ended with a bang.
That's what I'm saying.
My first one.
That nigga was ass out there.
We wouldn't even have to speak. I don't even know my tag partner name. You feel me? We don't even know each other's name.
I know your name, Tom.
Yeah. That's because I'm my account.
Oh, he couldn't take it no more.
What's up?
Am I getting off?
Yeah, you can go ahead and check out, bro. This is gonna be the last one.
Who fighting in this last match?
It's Malik and Sinbad. Please and thank you. I second that part.
And Uncle Howdy. Then the opposing team is, of course, filled with Tony D'Angelo and Randy Orton.
You know this is a tough match for superstars who don't play well with others. You really need to find a way to properly mix your skills with your partners. You know what's coming there.
Come on,
Clothesline to the back of the neck.
The first nigga, I'm finishing up on the second nigga who you gotta kill now.
Textbook takedown there.
What'd you say?
That got turned around on D'Angelo.
Both competitors showing they've studied the other's playbooks to the team.
Oh,
Goodness. Blasted right into the corner. Vicious right forearm.
Best man out right now.
Is it for real? Is it real good like that? Yeah, we still on that. Yeah, this is the last match, but we still on it.
Ricocheting off the
anticipation.
I'm late as hell. You see my basketball? That shit dead, my nigga.
I mean,
Go
when
ahead.
You know, right now, that shit
This
dead.
come out of every game gonna be dead.
Neck breaker. That scary look in his eyes. Fixated on the opposition. Forearm club.
What come out?
Well placed kick to the gut. Another damaging kick. Clothesline to follow. Oh, D'Angelo anticipated that. Nicely countered with a hard-hitting DDT.
That shit fast pace. You like sitting in the corner.
Suplex.
Shit.
I'm gonna blow your ass up with a poppy bomb for real.
Like Uncle Howdy put a stop
Oh
to that.
man, I hate that name, bro.
That got turned around.
You didn't play it with me.
Stun bar.
With such force, the whole ring is round. Fast thinking saved him there.
And Uncle Howdy just got met with some fearless offense.
And D'Angelo made sure his opponent paid up with that offense.
Well, I'm glad they got these niggas.
Good counter.
Good counter. What do they have planned here?
That shit used to be funny.
That nigga hit the water. He got not like a motherfucker.
Did you choose the nigga of the pick?
Good shit.
Nah, well,
This is the main character.
Oh, haven't seen this in a long time. The old
WWE fan, appreciate the follow.
Survive that.
My Yasuke level 15, she's still level 10. He ain't caught up in the
cause you ain't never got to switch back, right?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you got to, cause it's some shit she could do.
Getting the crowd riled up right now.
He's sitting out there trying to taunt and stuff. Yeah, you know this getting broken. You know this getting broken.
everything outside of it.
That's how it's supposed to be, bro.
Malik, if the ref goes down, link.
Uncle Howdy looking to embarrass his opponent.
Let me build up a
Malik get beat on.
And D'Angelo telling the crowd.
Nah, he winning right now.
Driven into the barricade.
Let me build up.
He ain't gonna be winning that rest of the
Big punch finds its mark. And stays one step ahead.
Yeah, you fight him.
Ref go down, beat his ass.
Man, I'm whipped into the corner with tremendous force.
I got rabies.
Oh, I think the ring just moved.
What a counter by Tony.
Shit, man.
Howdy escapes the attack. He almost got caught by that one.
Tony is getting beaten down.
And bit by bit, Howdy chipping away at the competition.
Howdy's attack gets
Oh,
reversed.
God. Remember yesterday that the
Reversal after reversal. These two have counters for days.
Why?
Did you see him flash off the turnbuckles?
His opponent keeps piling it on.
Yeah, he's absolutely in danger of losing it all here.
Talk about force.
Yeah, you can tell me something that can surprise me though. Go ahead and tell me.
Quick way to respond with a reversal.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's Mint is
We saw it coming.
These two reaching a standstill with all these reversals. Trading counters here.
I feel you. Type shit. Type shit. It is. It's toothpaste. It's toothpaste, bro.
With the count.
Target locked in. He knows it's that time. Big.
No, it's not that. It's a different thing, but it's like mint with chocolate on top of it.
And he had Uncle Howdy's number.
He's getting on his feet.
You don't like the cookies and shit like that.
Now gets capitalized.
Ice cream decent, though. It ain't something that I just sit up and eat.
Strawberry mix. What you going?
Down across the neck.
And he's got him in his sights.
What about Thin Mints? None of that shit.
He gets set straight into the floor.
Effective dodge there.
The tagalongs? Yeah, them tagalongs is good. And the Samoas is good too. Them Thin Mints is nasty though. Throw them bitches in the trash. Yeah, I seen that shit. For the signature.
Just might do it. And a strong kick out and one.
Right now, I just don't know what it's going to take.
And he's stumbling to his feet, unaware of his surroundings. Oh, the physicality on display there. Unbelievable.
Yo, anything spectacular happened when I was like in two like spots?
I won the underground match.
How you know it was inspired shit?
No, just beat his ass like you know.
He lost the first one.
Hold on, what? I didn't lose. I didn't lose. Who just said I lost? TB, you said I lost? TB, you just said I lost?
John.
Bruh, did you not see what happened? I didn't lose.
You didn't lose.
Tony can taste victory
And the reason has been used by Uncle Harry now. Bruh, Yuli threw a kendo stick at me, and then, you know, in the DQ match, the ref get the shit out the ring or whatever, you know, the person holding whatever. The ref just sitting there letting the kendo stick just sit there. I'm thinking, you know, it's like real life, DQ off. I picked the stick up when Yuli's on the ground, I threw it at him, the thing said DQ. I think, what the fuck? Nah, I ain't lose. He threw it at me first, and I dodged it because I just didn't want to get hit with it. If I knew that was on, even if it would have hit me, I would have said, "What the hell? Just go ahead and reset." Because I won't done. No, I said toodles when I won. I most definitely said toodles when I won. Said I would have said it at that moment too.
completely lost all the way. He averts the offense. Vicious right forward. Proof these superstars have done their homework. Dueling reversals.
Oh, you got the spine buster off. For the one, dish kick out. Bitch, there you go. Use it. A clip from the show. Which one?
Thrown into the corner with a little something extra. He's just measuring him out.
Damn. Is this the end? Good shit, man.
Good shit. He did come out with the dub, though.
Being stopped, being measured, and clueless to it all.
What did I do?
If that got a cool moment, clip it.
Vicious right.
Having the lead.
Golly, missile. Measuring it off one more time.
Damn.
Tony can taste victory now.
Look. Good shit, though. Good shit, though. You said what? Oh, look at him. That's 2-0. That ain't gonna last long. Look, Sinbad finna leave. Sinbad said, "Oh hell no, I'm finna go." He gonna say that and dip.
I will continue the streak. I will.
If he put you up against the animal, you ain't continuing shit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? Okay. If you think you're ready for that, okay.
No, ain't no. You fighting me because you fighting.
Yeah, I like
you
that.
y'all think combo? Yeah, I'm right here now.
Hey, Tech, fuck it. You want to call somebody out to get your dub up there?
Man, keep the cameras rolling, man. Hold up. I got something to say.
Keep the camera. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Let me switch this shit over. All right.
I got two announcements. First of all, check it in, bro. Sinbad on Tuesday.
We gotta finish this conversation.
It's gonna be me and you.
I want to fight motherfucking
about it.
Big dog.
The Viper, nigga.
Not a fair match at all.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. He was talking shit a lot.
Fair match.
what they talking shit.
You wanna put the beat on higher power?
Yeah.
Higher power beat 'em up.
with the scardio.
Man, I don't want no parts of that cheap ass match breaking, nigga. Because if he break that fucking match, I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna do what you did, man. He break that fucking match if he wants to.
No, I got cheated 3 times.
All right.
without no-
All right, so anyway, Combo got 2 things he want to go ahead and say real quick. I didn't mean it anyway. You, I'm sorry, my bad.
Make it 3 and bring up last show. Make it 3 and bring up last show for me.
Man, shit. First thing first, nigga. Send back you a bitch. Okay, that's the first announcement. Yeah, that's the
For
first
what? What the fuck did I do?
No, I didn't get. If y'all think Combo over here to fight me, they did, and I beat your ass. I do to get ahead.
I ain't gonna lie to you, he did beat your ass in the women's division last year. That's all.
Man, after you broke the match, after you broke the match like 30 of that.
Thank you, because I was whooping everybody's ass with Carmella last year.
Bro, I was green on you for an hour, and all of a sudden, oh, my internet
All right,
turned
man. How
off.
about you get to going and what's the main thing?
What's
the
message? Please, don't do that, okay?
Fuck, nigga, like, you got it.
What was I talking about? Oh, shit.
Put the rabbit in the hat, man.
Yeah, man.
Bro, that nigga is fried, bro. He don't remember.
Yo, I don't have malfunction. This nigga had a fucking malfunction.
Yo, what I was talking about, low-key?
First, he said Sinbad was a bitch, and he was finna say the other thing. He's about the content.
The whole tangent.
Literally.
I felt the shit was getting sidetracked. I felt it slipping away.
I'm a little fried, but ooh, so look. So I was about to say
your brain on drugs.
No, I'm on drugs, but look.
You need to take yourself off of them.
Man, look.
Go ahead, my bad.
I gotta finish. Look, starting probably this Saturday, right? Like from that Saturday on, that Tuesday, start clipping shit. Y'all find anything I think was a cool moment, and send it to me. I wanna, like in between shows, I wanna have like a little vote going on for all the clips. I'm making little top 5 clips this week, or whatever. I'm posting on YouTube, like Chase on YouTube for the 2Ks. So if y'all, if I find some fire shit, but clip it through Don. Don't clip it through reaction. Clip it through Don, so you get like the reaction.
Yeah.
Live on.
So we gotta go back to the VOD.
Alright, cool.
Yep, you gotta go to the bar. Yep.
Okay. Add the third thing. Add the third. Like
Oh,
what
the
we
third
did in
thing.
the fucking Elam chamber. I mean, the Hell in a Cell. Bitch.
Third thing, yo, Don, I'm seeing your ass in court, nigga.
What happened?
See your ass
What
in court,
you
bud.
I'm seeing your ass in court because we gotta talk about the case.
Say what that mean.
We gotta talk about the case of Tommy Flex versus Lil Leon. We gotta talk about that case and get
we
it
gotta talk
live.
about the case of you too.
Hey, hold on. Oh, no, you know the fuck you not. Because I got 2 cases pending back over here with your name on it, buddy. So we your ass.
Listen here, asshole.
You in court, buddy.
I'm weak, bro.
You in cut.
But guess what? Let me get
This
the
shit.
UWA.
Well, on that note,
shit.
everybody have a good day. Change my name when you get a chance.
Yep, I got you, bro. I'm from Berlin.
I appreciate it. Good to see you
Yes, sir,
back,
bro.
man. I hope nothing too bad happened with that tornado.